More about how Australians will be able to pay tribute to the Queen. We are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister shortly about that, but there will now be 14 days of observance here in Australia, including a national day of mourning. Flags right across the country will be flown at half-mast from today until the day after the Queen's funeral. We are also expecting a 96-gun salute later today at Parliament House at dusk. It will be one round for each of the Queen's years of life, so 96 rounds at Parliament House a little later today. The Prime Minister and the Governor-General will also travel to the UK for the funeral of the Queen. We are expecting that they will fly out a little later next week once those funeral arrangements have been announced. They will also meet with the new King, King Charles, and visit the Queen lying in state in London.
OK, Thank you very much, Taylor. Look, they're the shots of London. That's obviously Buckingham Palace. And just around 9 o'clock, just gone 9 o'clock at night, London time, those crowds are obviously going to grow, the tributes, the flowers in the next 2 weeks, because that's the official mourning time. We've got 10 days before the state funeral. It's going to be an incredible sight.
The flag at half-mast on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, not on Parliament House as we just saw earlier. That will happen pretty quickly, you would think. But flags at half-mast right around the world. We've seen the flag at half-mast on the top of the White House as well. Waiting on the Prime Minister, who is going to address the nation very, very shortly as well. That's the White House flag. Congress actually passed a motion earlier in the day, and we believe that this is one of the first times that flags have been flown at half-mast on public buildings in the United States for any foreign dignitary. Now, the Queen will be moved to the ballroom of Balmoral Castle, so family can grieve. The body will be moved to London in the next couple of days and will lie in state for Brits to pass by and show their respect as well. It was called Operation Lion London Bridge. It's been in place for a long time, hasn't it? And we've known about it, and every day is planned out. And I think in the next day or so, King Charles will visit Scotland, Wales, Ireland before coming back to London as well. Yeah,
let's go to Sarah Greenock in London as we look at those live pictures of the country coming to terms with Her Majesty's passing. Sarah, as Koshi said, these plans have been in place for many decades for this, this eventuality. Run us through what happens now.
They certainly have, guys, but the plans are slightly different given that the Queen's passing has taken place at Balmoral. So the Palace only actually updated those plans not so long ago. We understand that there will be a service of Thanksgiving at a cathedral there in Scotland before the Queen is then moved down to London. As you say, there will be a lying in state, and then there will be a public funeral, a state funeral rather, in about 12 days' time. But again, all those timings, even though these plans have been in place, the timings could differ even down to the time of today that the announcement was made. Given that it was made this evening, things could be slightly different given that it is later in the day. According to the original Operation Lion plan, the Queen's passing would have been announced at about 8:30 in the morning if it had have happened overnight, but it happened evening time, London time. So we will learn more about the definite plans over the coming days. The Palace will certainly keep everyone across those, but tributes, as you say, coming in from everywhere, from ordinary Brits who are going to Buckingham Palace, tens of thousands of them, black cab drivers who have lined up their taxis in the Mall outside. They're determined to pay their respects to the Queen. Most black taxi drivers, if you've ever been here, any of the viewers who've ever been here will know they love their country. They have such a deep sense of affection for the Queen especially. So they are there this evening. And then Pope Francis, he has just sent a telegram to the new King paying tribute to the Queen's steadfast witness of faith, assuring the King of his prayers as you now take up your high responsibilities. There's also tweets coming in from world leaders right across the world. I'll read a couple. President Joe Biden: Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy who deepened the bedrock alliance between the UK and the US. From the former British Prime Minister David Cameron, who would have also been appointed by Her Majesty, similar to what we saw with those images of Liz Truss the other day. David Cameron has said there are no words that can adequately express the sense of loss our nation will feel after the Queen's death. And I personally thought that this was quite lovely from the former US President Barack Obama. Back when we were just beginning to navigate life as President and First Lady, she welcomed us to the world stage with open arms and extraordinary generosity. Time and time again, we were struck by her warmth, the way she put people at ease, and how she brought her considerable humour and charm to moments of great pomp and circumstance. And that is something that so many dignitaries who have met with the Queen, who admit to having become quite nervous meeting Her Majesty, even though they themselves might have been presidents or prime ministers, given that she had been in that role for so long. And so many also made the comment that they went into the room to speak to the Queen and she was briefed about every topic that came up. She would be so across the brief. She would have read all the notes. She certainly wasn't skipping out on the work. She did it all. She had such a passion for this role, a role that she continued on for 70 years. And also, I guess the other thing that came to mind being down at Buckingham Palace today was the fact that we got to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee just a few months ago in June, and it was such a joyous occasion. It was such a moment of unity for this country after what has been a few years of divisions with Brexit, tragedy with COVID, separation with families. This was such a moment of joy and unity. And again, I think the fact that we saw her on that balcony twice over that 4-day-long weekend really showed that she wanted to be a part of it. She wanted to be a part of the celebration. She knew how much that meant to the British people and to people around the world. The Queen always said through her long reign that she had to be seen to be believed. And if she couldn't be there herself, she would dispatch Prince Philip to go to the walkabout for her, or another family member, as we've seen in recent times with the likes of King Charles or Prince William or Kate or even Edward and Sophie stepping up and carrying out duties on behalf of the Queen. But if she could be there herself, she would. And I think that will be so special and mean so much to so many people in this country, the fact that we did get to have that celebration in June.
It is, isn't it? Over that 4-day period, we knew that it was tough for her. She didn't go to everything she probably would have liked, but how wonderful for her to see that outpouring of love during the Jubilee just a few months ago. Thanks very much, Sarah. OK, let's go to Hugh Whitfield, who is at Balmoral, who has been there for quite some time. We have seen the family, you've seen the family drive past you during this terrible time. Run us through what happens now, Hugh.
Yeah, so Nat, obviously, as Sarah was saying, things are a little bit different as opposed to the grand plans or the big plans that have been in place for quite some time, because Her Majesty has passed away here in Balmoral. So we can expect some activity up here in Scotland for a couple of days. Most immediately, though, the Queen's coffin, when that is arranged, will be draped in the Royal Standard, that flag that flies above Balmoral or Windsor Castle or Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence. Now, that is her personal standard. That will be draped across the coffin. The coffin will be moved into the ballroom here at Balmoral Castle, and it will give a chance for members of the royal family, of course many of them of whom are gathered here at Balmoral, including now Prince Harry, who we believe arrived after the Queen's death was announced. It will also give a chance for the staff here at Balmoral and members of the royal household to pay tribute, because many of them will have known the Queen pretty well. Her Majesty was coming up here for 70 years as Queen. It was a place that she spent a lot of time at with her family. So she will have known many of the groundskeepers or the staff who run the estate, look after the buildings here quite well. And they will have become to know her quite well as well. So they'll get a chance to farewell her. There will be a series of events, as Sarah mentioned, in Edinburgh as well. we're obviously waiting for a lot of these plans to be formalised and confirmed by the palace, but I would expect that the Queen's body would be moved to Edinburgh at some point in the next 48 to 72 hours. There would be a service in St Giles Cathedral, which is the big main Church of Scotland cathedral on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, before the Queen's body is returned down to England and down to London, where there'll be days and days of commemorations, of events commemorating the Queen's life. But also the thing to keep in mind here, guys, is that we are marking the death of a Queen, the end of her 70-year reign, but this is also the beginning of a new story. There is a new story that will develop from this point, and that is the reign of King Charles III. You mentioned Operation Lion and London Bridge, Koshi. That process of Charles becoming king, which is immediate, but that transition that is now underway is called Operation Springtide. And that, I guess that name gives you an indication of what happens now. This is a new reign. This is a new era that is beginning under King Charles.
Hugh,
now, we know that Charles's reign will not be as long as the Queen's.
What does he do now? Has he got any formalities? Does he visit Scotland, Ireland, Wales, sort of to take control, if you like? Is there anything formal?
Well, most immediately, what we've been told is that he's staying here at Balmoral Castle tonight, here in Scotland, and he will return to London tomorrow. Now, obviously, these plans are quite malleable, but I would expect that we'll hear from King Charles at some point in the next 24 hours. There'll be a service at St Paul's Cathedral, we'd expect, probably tomorrow night here, a service of thanksgiving for the life of Queen Elizabeth. And for Charles, he needs to go to constituent parts of the United Kingdom to be proclaimed king. Keep in mind, this is a United Kingdom of Great Britain, but it's the result of the union between the English crown and the Scottish crown back in 1707. So there will need to be formalities here in Scotland, in England as well, Wales, as you mentioned, and Northern Ireland, which remains part of the UK.
Yep. OK, we're standing by for our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, to speak while we do, just in the next couple of minutes. So then he won't be, there won't be a coronation until many months, probably into next year, Hugh.
Yeah, I think it was 11 months between when the Queen, when the Queen's father, King George VI, passed away and Queen Elizabeth became the Queen, and then the coronation occurred. We need to get through this period of mourning. There needs to be a funeral. We need to reflect on the Queen's life. It would be a bit grim, I think, probably to have a coronation and a celebration of a new reign within 3 or 6 months. It's going to take a huge amount of planning. It's going to have to be, I think it's going to be very different to the coronation that we would have seen 69 years ago when the Queen went to Westminster Abbey and was crowned Queen. Britain's a very different country now. The Commonwealth's a very different place. So I think we're going to see a different sort of plan under King Charles. Right now, at Buckingham Palace, those crowds are continuing to build. That will be the epicentre of the grief for this nation. We've obviously reflected upon the death of Princess Diana that occurred 25 years ago last month. I think we'll see something probably on a bigger scale than that. We've got 10, 11, 12 days of events to come commemorating the Queen's life. There will be dignitaries travelling in from around the world, royal families too from across Europe, other kings and queens and princes and princesses who will come here to London to pay their own respects. And keep in mind too that the Commonwealth, Australia, will play a significant part, more so than countries like the United States. The Governor-General will need to be here for a series of events. Unfortunately, there is no Australian High Commissioner here at the moment. There is an acting High Commissioner in Australia House, but she will be involved as well in a lot of those events that will take place at places like Clarence House and the like, Marlborough House, where the Commonwealth is based. So Australia is undergoing a period of transition right now. Canada, the same. New Zealand, those Caribbean nations where the Queen was head of state, where the King is now the head of state. There's a lot of change that is going to occur. King Charles became king the moment the Queen passed away. you know, it's 1,000 years of divine right for this monarchy, stretching back a long way. So Charles has an enormous weight of responsibility that has descended upon his shoulders, and what an apprenticeship he has served. He's 73 years old. He has known his entire life that he will be the king at some point. He's had a long chance to learn how to do it from his mother, and Camilla has obviously watched Philip as the consort for many years as well. Keep in mind that it was only last year, I think, that the Queen proclaimed that Camilla would be Queen Consort. She would be known as Queen Consort. That was, would we say, a dying wish? Certainly a wish later in her life, that Camilla, having watched the way that Camilla had been brought into the royal family, accepted by members of the British public, that Camilla will be Queen Consort. And for Prince William, changes as well, Nat.
Yeah, so Charles, 73 years old. As you say, he's waited all his life for this. The Queen was 25 when she became Queen. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Now, these are live pictures of Buckingham Palace. It is cool and wet in London. As Sarah Greenhalgh, our reporter, said, it hasn't rained in London for ages.
But just in the 2 hours we've been on air, Nat, crowds have grown enormously, haven't they?
Yeah, I suppose as the, as word spreads, and then as the shock, as it sinks in, as people understand and think, oh my goodness, this has really happened. We know she's elderly, she was 96 years old, we knew this was going to happen, but now this is it. We're entering a new era without Queen Elizabeth.
And this is an important day in history, isn't it? And people want to be part of it, show their respects and be around others.
Yeah.
That sense of community.
Exactly. It was like when Princess Diana died, obviously very different circumstances, and the shock of that was enormous. But this is people just want to stand around and talk, shed a tear, just be together at this momentous time.
Not only at Buckingham Palace, but also Windsor Castle, the same thing is happening. Up in Scotland as well. It is just a nation in mourning, showing their grief, showing their love, showing their respect for Queen Elizabeth, who's died overnight at the age of 96.
Yeah, she was such a beloved character. She went through so much over her 70 years on the throne, and people always... Here she is at the Jubilee, of course, and we know over those 4 days she was so happy to be out there for those couple of appearances.
70 years. I've got an auntie still alive in Adelaide who, as a young 20-year-old, caught a ship to the Coronation with 3 girlfriends. Oh, you know, that's... it is just extraordinary what this woman, this historical figure, a tower of strength for so many nations, has been through.
Yeah, 16 Prime Ministers.
Yep.
And the last one only sworn in a couple of days ago. And gee, it feels like she wanted to do that, swear in Liz Truss, the newest British Prime Minister, just a couple of days.
Duty.
Yes, which that's what people admire in this woman, don't they? That she stuck it out through thick and thin, and she has had a few things thrown at her with her family, like all families do, but hers played out around the world, didn't they? All her troubles.
Let's go back to London. Emily Arnold, the royal commentator for the Sun newspaper. Emily, just an enormous outpouring of grief. First of all, Britain. How's it reacting to Her Majesty's death and the media covering it?
Well, good evening from London, Nat and Kochi, on a really, really sad day for us all, both in the UK, Australia and around the world. I think here in the UK, actually, there's a real sense of shock. Of course, the Queen's health over the past 12 months has not been brilliant, but she is 96. She's an old lady, was an old lady, and And I think we all kind of got used to the fact that she was starting to use a walking stick, and that perhaps that she might need to have, you know, more tests. And she had an overnight stay in hospital last October and was passing on more and more of her work to her children. Princess Anne, Prince Charles were doing more investitures, Prince William. And we kind of accepted that as she was an older, an elderly lady, she was, you know, the nation's grandma, but she was still there on our banknotes and, you know, twinkling away, there on her Zooms, they're still doing public engagements after the death of her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. And of course, you know, only 2 days ago, we saw her, we had pictures of her meeting our new Prime Minister, her 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She said goodbye privately to our outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. You know, this is two of the most important constitutional duties that she has to undergo, which is to accept the resignation of a Prime Minister and invite a new Prime Minister to form their cabinet. Something she takes incredibly seriously. And she looked really well in those pictures, didn't she? She looked lovely, like a real kind of Scottish granny in the tartan skirt, and, you know, in that living room in Balmoral, which is so evocative of Queen Victoria. So I think for all of us here, and definitely myself, you know, as a seasoned royal correspondent, a real sense of shock, because although the meeting of the Privy Council was postponed last night because, you know, doctors had told her to rest, I don't think any of us ever imagined that Buckingham Palace would put out such a statement just after lunch our time this afternoon, saying that doctors were worried and that she was under medical supervision. Because really, this was Palace speak for she's dying. We couldn't any of us say that publicly because you have to be very respectful, of course, about how you talk about, you know, an elderly lady, let alone, you know, the Queen. But I think is a real sense of shock, and I think it's really only starting to sink in, and I think we will see over the coming days that people here in the UK will be incredibly upset. I don't think we're going to see what we saw with Princess Diana, that kind of raw, emotional outpouring. We all knew that she was going to pass one day, but I think we just all thought that, you know, maybe she'd be a bit like Father Christmas, or, you know, like an evergreen person. She would just go on forever because she's the monarch that, you know, most Aussies, most Brits, most Kiwis, most Canadians have ever known.
I know.
And so, yeah, I think a real sense of shock.
Which is interesting, isn't it, that we're all shocked because she's 96, you know, she's an elderly woman. And then as this news has spread, everyone is shocked, aren't they, Emily? It's sad, but it's sort of, oh my goodness, the Queen is no longer. Those pictures you mentioned, the last pictures we've seen of her publicly, swearing in the Prime Minister, you know, are beautiful, aren't they? They do. She matches the room. A slight indication, that bruise on her hand.
They are wonderful last pictures. Emily, we'll have to leave it there because the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is about to speak live in Canberra. We're just waiting, but the photos just warm your heart, don't they, Nat?
Well,
and gee, I think we all have a sense of loss because she's just been part of our own lives. Even though 96, you go, gee, she's had a good innings, and, you know, she wasn't going to go on for too much longer. But it's almost how we're going to cope with her out of our lives and taking an interest.
And you know that also the shock, hearing King Charles.
Yes.
In our lifetime. The statement that we read from King Charles. No one's used to that, obviously. And that was the first thing he did today, is announce, you know, Her Majesty's death from King Charles. It's a new era.
They're live pictures outside Buckingham Palace, and in the traditional understated style of the Brits. People there taking photos of the death notice that was very short, to the point, and posted on the gates of Buckingham Palace only a couple of hours ago, not that long ago.
Yeah, and so 5 p.m. is when the family arrived, you know, her children and William, and then Harry made it after, we think, after she passed. There's the statement being announced. It's so traditional, isn't it? These statements we've seen with births and, unfortunately, deaths and engagements. That's the way they do it in Britain.
Fellas, just straighten the Notice up. All right. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is speaking live to the nation in Canberra.
Good morning. With the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service has come to an end. This is a morning of sadness for the world, for the Commonwealth and all Australians. It is a day of profound sadness and grief for the royal family, who have lost a beloved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, the person who for so long was their greatest inner strength. Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. She is the longest reigning monarch in British history, and remarkably the second longest reigning monarch of a sovereign state in world history. Her life of faithful service will be remembered for centuries to come. From the moment the young princess became queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign, performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent. Her first visit with Philip began on the 3rd of February 1954, just 8 months after her coronation. It was the biggest single event ever organised in Australia, and it remains a defining moment in our nation's history. Some 7 million Australians, or 70% of our population at the time, turned out to catch a glimpse of the young Queen passing by. Queen Elizabeth II was a wise and enduring presence in our national life. 16 Prime Ministers consulted with her, and 16 Governors-General served in her name. Throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth II showed a deep affection for our country. As she said at the Sydney Opera House in the year 2000, "Since I first stepped ashore here, I have felt part of this rugged, honest, creative land. I have shared in the joys and the sorrows, the challenges and the changes that have shaped this country's history." Her Majesty celebrated our good times, and she stood with us during trials and hardships. Happy and glorious, but steadfast too. In particular, we recall the sympathy and personal kindness she extended to Australians afflicted by tragedy and disaster, from floods and bushfires to wars and a pandemic. Her words and presence were a source of comfort, hope and solace for millions of Australians. Queen Elizabeth II has been a wise and encouraging guide, always wanting the best for our nation and greeting each change with understanding, good grace and an abiding faith in the Australian people's judgment. From her first trip here, it was clear Her Majesty had a special place in our hearts, and we in hers. In the coming days, the Governor-General and I will be heading to London, where we will meet the King. We will convey the sorrow of Australians, as well as our best wishes to him and the Queen Consort as he takes on his duties as sovereign. Over the next 48 hours, more details will be shared about the arrangements for the Queen's funeral and memorial. Today marks the end of an era, the close of the second Elizabethan age. This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade. May she rest in eternal peace.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese there saying, of course, it's an end of an era, talking about the fact that she is the only reigning monarch we've ever known, the only one to visit Australia. She came 16 times, that first one back in 1954. And there's some beautiful photos that we're showing of that visit to Australia. It was only 8 months after she became Queen. All these facts and figures that either you didn't know or we're being reminded about today.
And the world was a very different place back then. For her to get to all the, back at the time referred to as the Empire, get to all branches of it. Well spoken by the Prime Minister there. What stood out for me, decency, calm, dedication, duty over self, that the Prime Minister pointed out as the qualities of Queen Elizabeth. And I think we'd all agree with that. Decency, calm, dedication, duty over self. How many people can claim that?
Exactly. Something we'd all like to aspire to.
Yep,
surely.
absolutely.
Exactly.
Australia is showing its special relationship to the Queen. Brisbane has paid special tribute to Her Majesty on this solemn day. City's landmarks lighting up in purple in her memory and in honour of her history-making reign. The same in Adelaide is a beautiful display across the bridge there across the Torrens. Australians are reacting to the news.
Significant. She's the longest-serving monarch we've had. She did a wonderful job through world wars.
Very sad. Yep. We'll all miss her, I'm sure.
What do you think of King Charles?
Oh, I think he'll be fine. Just give him a go.
It's devastating. It's a bit of a shock, really. I know, I always thought she'd never die.
I'm actually British myself, so yeah, I think she's a bit of an icon, and I think she's lasted a fair amount of time, but hopefully she passed well and peacefully.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying, aren't they? Where everyone's in shock. Well, she couldn't go on forever, but somehow, some people hope that she would go on for many
years. Love the comment on Charles, very Australian, give him a go.
Yeah.
Give him a go.
Yeah.
Don't judge him, give him a go.
Yeah, he's been unpopular in some quarters, but that's an appropriate comment this morning, isn't it? Let's get more now with The Sun's royal commentator, Emily Andrews. We've just heard our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, speaking. World leaders are sharing their outpouring of grief this morning.
Yes, and I actually thought that the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, did a much better job, actually, than the British Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who we heard from about 2 hours ago. I thought it was a very moving tribute he gave. It was very fulsome. It really highlighted the Queen's relationship with Australia and with Aussies. She obviously visited Australia a number of times. I don't think he'd ever met her, but obviously, a huge number of Australians have really close and warm relations with Australia. And obviously, Australia was a very, very important part of the Queen's life. She's Queen of Australia as well as, New Zealand, Canada, the UK. And she thought it was very, very important that all the senior members of her family, obviously came and visited Australia. We saw William and Kate come to Australia very soon after they were married. And of course, they brought Prince George, which was amazing. I was there on that tour, which went down a storm. I was also there when Harry and Meghan, after they got married, and of course they announced that they were pregnant when on their first tour to Australia. So, Australia's always been a massive part of the Queen's life and importance. And I thought Anthony Albanese did a lovely and very poignant speech, and very interesting as well to hear him kind of throwing forward to him coming to London with the Governor General. Obviously, he'll be here for the state funeral, We don't know when that will be yet, but he will be here and he'll have a meeting with the new king, King Charles. I love that Vox Pops with that guy on the street. It was in Sydney going, yeah, we're going to give him a go. I love that. I mean, I think a lot of Brits feel the same. You know, we're going to give him a go and see how he kind of turns out. But yes, obviously, the next 10 days, the Queen's death, the passing, codenamed London Bridge, it's been planned for, you know, I've been doing this job 15 years. It's been planned for kind of at least 40 years. And the Queen herself was very much involved in elements of her funeral and how it's going to be. The plan, as we understand it, is that the funeral was planned to be 10 days after her death. Now, that actually would be next Sunday, and I don't imagine the briefings that I personally had from Buckingham Palace was that they didn't want a funeral on a Sunday, so it will either be potentially next Saturday or next Monday. I imagine they might want it on next Saturday because then members of the public, you know, anyone who is, you know, available can kind of line the streets of London and feel as if they're very much part of her passing. But I think what's also really nice is that, well, nice from the general public's point of view, is that because she's died at Balmoral, which is such a special place for her. I remember Princess Eugenie saying that for Granny, as Eugenie called her, Balmoral was her favourite place. And so it's really nice and very poignant, I think, that the Queen has died there. But because of that, logistically speaking, her body has to come back from the north of Scotland. It's got to come to Edinburgh. It will go to St Giles Church first of all. It will be there first of all, and then from Edinburgh it will be put on the royal train, and it will come very, very slowly down the train from all the way from Scotland all the way down through England and to London. And I expect we will see really quite emotional scenes of people at level crossings, at train stations, throwing flowers and paying their respects. And in a way, I think it's lovely because it means that the Queen is going to go through at least two of her countries and enable a large amount of her subjects to see her for one last time and to pay their respects for one last time.
Yeah, as it's turned out, people are saying, hey, logistically it's now more difficult that she died in Balmoral. But as you say, Emily, what a wonderful way for the nation to pay their respect in the regional areas of the UK as that the Royal train makes its way from Edinburgh back down to London, because that will take a day or so, won't it?
Yeah, I imagine, because, I mean, it's not going to be going at 90 miles an hour.
No.
I think it will go very slowly as a mark of respect, and then there'll be a train behind it to kind of clear the flowers and anything or letters or anything that's, you know, potentially sort of thrown in kinds of, to sort of, you know, for people to feel that they are part of that journey.
That is going to be a really beautiful sight, having her body on the train going through Scotland and into London.
And train stations jam-packed with people, as you say, Emily. But a great way for those who don't live in London to actually feel part of the passing, to show their respect.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Queen was always very adamant that although the centre of, you know, Monarchy HQ was Buckingham Palace, it's, you know, it's behind me, we've got live scenes of people congregating there this evening. But although Buckingham Palace was Monarchy HQ in London, you know, the capital of England and the UK, she was always very adamant that the whole point of her and the royal family was to get out into the UK, into the realms, to meet as many people as possible. She didn't want the royals to be London-centric just because they happened to live here. It was very, very important to her that they got to meet as many people as possible. As she said, you know, you have to be seen to be believed, and that was absolutely what she wanted her family to do in support of her. And I think, you know, to quote Anthony Albanese, actually, I thought it was a great quote. It was for 9/11, when the Queen paid tribute to those who died in the terror attacks in the US, and she said, "Grief is the price we pay for love." And I think we'll probably be hearing that quote quite a lot in terms of how people describe the Queen, because I think whilst she was a figure on a stamp, a figure on a banknote, we all kind of felt we knew her in some small or great way. So I think for all of us this evening, there is that kind of sense of grief.
Yeah, as we learn, as so many more generations too, Emily, learn more about her life as we play, you know, a lot of these these pictures and look back upon her life and you know, even the circumstances under which she became Queen, a lot of people have maybe forgotten a few of the facts and the figures or are reminded about what an amazing set of circumstances.
And during the Second World War as a princess, she served, was a mechanic, got her hands dirty and then snuck out of the palace during celebrations with VE Day with Margaret to celebrate with the country.
I know, it's amazing. I mean, it's kind of difficult to think of her as a young woman now, but I mean, she was a very, very attractive young woman, you know, a real catch. I mean, she's obviously going to be Queen. But, yeah, and she's the only, she was the only member of the royal family who served during the Second World War. And, of course, she was head of all of our armed forces. Of course, now that passes to King Charles. But, you know, she took that job incredibly seriously as head of the armed forces in her realms around the world. And also because she'd served, I think, herself in the army as a mechanic, and she's was apparently still very interested in cars and mechanics and engines and how things were put together, as you know, going into her 80s and 90s. But she took that job very seriously, and I think, you know, that service, that wanting to serve, that duty was obviously there from such a young age. You know, as I'm sure countless people will have said already, she was not born to be Queen. She became Queen by accident because her uncle abdicated. She was the granddaughter of a king, but she was destined to be a royal princess, which probably would have been a much nicer life, frankly. You know, you get all the perks and the dosh, the money, but you don't have to do any of the hard work. And instead, obviously, because of the abdication of her uncle, suddenly, as a young child, she was the heir apparent. Her father became king, and so she really was. She was homeschooled, and she was really schooled in that kind of that duty, that service. And obviously, you know, anyone watching who served in the Second World War, and, you know, there are still some people, you know, still alive, obviously, in Australia and the UK who did, will know that kind of sense of service, that sense of, you know, you literally lay down your life for your country to fight in the war. The Queen was, you know, her mother and father didn't leave London. They stayed in London. They did send Margaret and Elizabeth to Windsor to be safe. But that sense of duty, that sense of service has really, I think, made the Queen the icon that she was and will always be remembered for.
And something that deep sense of service, I don't think today's generation can really wrap their head around it. No. And I think people who are a bit older who are watching this morning will understand, but younger people, just it is something that I just don't know whether you can replicate today.
All right, Emily Arnold from the Sun newspaper in the UK, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's go to Victoria Arbiter in London. Victoria, you know, I remember you telling us, I think last year, many of you have been carrying around a black dress for many, many years, unfortunately. This is not unexpected. She was a 96-year-old woman, but people are shocked today still.
They are shocked. Good memory, Nat. But yes, for years, given the Queen's age, certainly given Prince Philip's age, I had been travelling with my notebook and a black dress, and I became very superstitious. If I didn't travel with my black dress, would something terrible happen? So no, it's not a shock when you consider her age. Prince Philip, of course, was 99 when he passed. The Queen is 96. But I think simply because she's always been there, serving as a backdrop to pretty much everyone who's alive today's life, we were perhaps all rather guilty of assuming she would just always be there. You could pretty much tell the date and time of the year based on where the Queen was. Her schedule was regimented and inflexible. She attended all the annual set pieces, whether it was Trooping the Colour or the Remembrance Day commemorations in November. We just became accustomed to the Queen's presence. In times of national crisis, people would gravitate to Buckingham Palace. In times of national joy, people would gravitate to Buckingham Palace. She was able to provide a tremendous sense of continuity and stability and a focus for national unity. And one of Hugh's pieces a little bit earlier that you showed, I have to confess I got goosebumps just seeing her COVID address to the nation once again when she finished by saying, "We'll meet again." And that message feels even more poignant today as people kind of try to come to terms with this loss.
Yeah, Victoria, you cover the royal family for American media. The relationship between America and the Queen, how is she seen?
They adore her here. It's remarkable, actually, that she's able to command such admiration and such respect from a country that has no affiliation with the Commonwealth, certainly not a Commonwealth realm. And you think about Americans, they fought a hard-won war to rid themselves of British rule and to seek independence. And yet the Americans, generally speaking, certainly not everybody, but they love the royal family. And in particular, they love the Queen. There is great affection for the Queen here. Back in 1951, when she made her very first trip stateside, she was still Princess Elizabeth then, but President Truman at the time gave federal employees the day off because it was such a national day of celebration to welcome her here. Later, when she returned in 1959, a congressman said to President Eisenhower, "We have all fallen in love with the Queen," and here we are so many years later, and that is still the sentiment. Just a short time ago, the Empire State Building announced that it would be lit up tonight in purple in recognition of the Queen and her reign and as a sense of respect and as a tribute to the Queen's long reign. So I think Americans are feeling this as well. It's not often that they give way to rolling news coverage, but certainly all the news stations, this is all they are talking about on cable and on network television. And I think Americans are feeling this loss as well.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Victoria? And the flags at half staff in the United States today, explain that, their significance.
Yeah. Well, again, the Queen is not the Queen of America. So this is quite an unprecedented tribute from President Biden to order that the flags be dropped to half-mast. But I think it speaks to the level of respect that Americans have for the Queen. And actually, in the wake of 9/11, at the changing of the guard, the soldiers played the national anthem, the US national anthem, in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. The flag over Buckingham Palace was lowered in remembrance to those who lost their lives on 9/11. And I think this is America's way of paying tribute back to the Queen. President Biden was very fortunate to meet the Queen last summer. He enjoyed his meeting with her tremendously, as did every US president who met with her. She met almost all of them. There was just one, LBJ, that she wasn't able to meet. And I think the fact that they are dropping the flags really does speak to the Queen's remarkable ability to appeal to people of every race, nationality, creed, religion. It didn't matter where people were from. They admired her and they respected her. And I certainly can't think of another person on this planet that was able to appeal to people from so many different backgrounds. She really was unique in that respect.
Yeah, and Victoria, somebody who was under such close scrutiny, particularly over the last few years with social media and the like, you've just reminded us that in big moments, she was special, wasn't she? She nailed it and made friends around the globe as a result of it. She was classy.
She really was. Classy, what a great word. I think that's such a perfect word that it really epitomises her. It didn't matter who they were. It was interesting. You would see kind of captains of industry and world leaders come slightly undone in her presence. There was this rather diminutive 5'4" figure, but everyone sort of melted in her presence and would lose the power of speech. And I'm talking about some of the world's greatest orators here. And I think it's just because they respected her so much, they admired her so much, and they recognised that she had been through everything. She had witnessed everything. And at the end of the day, she was the CEO of Windsor PLC. And when any other firm comes in, sort of deals with trouble and scandal, the CEO usually has to step down. And yet with the Queen, people just fell in love with her more. And I think it was because of her incredible ability to step back, recognize what was happening, listen to everybody's gripes, and then respond. She didn't have an emotional reaction to situations, and it was never about self. She conducted herself with such humility and grace, and she was classy, as you say. And I think because she didn't respond with emotion, she didn't have a dramatic pushback, that made people respond in kind. And I think she made everyone around her a better person.
It was never about self. Wow, that really says something contrary to the modern world, doesn't it? You know, it's just completely the antithesis of how we live now. What she must have thought of how we live our lives today. But of course, she didn't do interviews, did she, Vicky?
No, she didn't. I mean, it'll be years from now before historians are granted access to her private diaries. Sadly, I think it'll be long after our time that we'll really have an understanding of her personal political leanings and preferences. But as you say, what must she have thought with everything she witnessed and the hardship she saw people go through during the war? And today is so much about self, whether it's selfies or self-promotion or social media, where everything's about people living their own best lives. And yet for her, it was, how can I make other people's lives better? How can I recognize leaders in their communities, people? How can I reward them for their own achievement, their own sense of success? What can I do to make other people's lives better? It was never about self. And I think that comes from her generation, the wartime generation. Some may argue with me, but I think they still represent the greatest generation. They gave the biggest sacrifices of any other generation. They went through so much so that we today can enjoy the lives that we are blessed to lead. And I think the Queen epitomised that right until the very end. The fact that she was working all but 2 days ago just goes to show how remarkable she was and how fortunate we are to have witnessed her reign.
Victoria, your view on King Charles III. We had a wonderful quote from just an ordinary Aussie in Adelaide walking along the Torrens, was asked, what do you think of King Charles? And he said, look, just give him a go.
I couldn't have put it better. That is very much my sentiment. And I'm so glad to hear that was the take of somebody just on the street, because I do hope people will give him a chance. I can't imagine what it's like for Prince Charles in these hours at the moment. He's having to reconcile the private grief he's experiencing over the loss of his mother, along with suddenly assuming the job for which he's been preparing his entire life. He is the longest-serving heir apparent, but he's also a very forward-thinking man. I think it's very quick. People are very quick to criticise Prince Charles for errors of the past, sins of the past. People's love of Diana tends to cloud their judgment of Prince Charles today. It was 40 years ago that he was preaching about the dangers of plastics. It was 40 years ago that he was urging people to embrace religious tolerance. He set up the Prince's Trust over 40 years ago that has helped so many young people from disadvantaged backgrounds get a good start in life. People have said that they would have ended up in prison, on drugs, down and out if it wasn't for organisations like the Prince's Trust. He invested in the youth, recognising that they were the future of tomorrow. And so I hope that sympathy over the loss of the Queen does give way to support for Prince Charles, because I think he has a lot to offer, albeit over a relatively short amount of time.
Yep, he was the original greenie, and I remember he was seen as a bit of a nutter, wasn't he? That this is back in the 80s and 90s, particularly the 80s, and because you're right, he was one of the original environmentalists.
He faced a lot of criticism. Yes, you're absolutely right. People thought he was absolutely bonkers. They were talking about him talking to plants. So let's see what he's going to bring next.
Exactly.
Victoria,
well, he's
really
ahead of his time in that respect, wasn't he? Victoria, thank you.
This is Sunrise on 7 with special live coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Breaking news, the death of the Queen. Elizabeth II has died. Her Majesty passed away at Balmoral Castle at the age of 96, her family rushing to be by her side.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on. It's a question of maturing into something that one's got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's your fate. It is a job for life.
The monarch mourned. No other British ruler has served as long, her passing bringing to a close the end of the second Elizabethan age, the Queen of Australia. the first monarch to visit our shores. From 1954, 16 tours, 16 prime ministers, beloved by millions. Grieving their loss, the royal family mourns their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Sharing their heartache and sadness, her marriage to Prince Philip, the longest in royal history.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
A love story transcending time and turmoil, decades of dedication.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Long to reign over us.
Most people have a job and then they go home. And in this existence, the job and the life go on together because you can't really divide it up.
Remembered and revered, our strength and stay for generations.
If you live in this sort of life, you live very much by tradition and by continuity.
Queen Elizabeth II, etched in our history, forever in our hearts.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Hello Australia, you are waking up to the sad news that the Queen has died. It's the day we knew was inevitable, but had hoped would never come. Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King, Charles, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. The event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there: Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car.
Across the UK, crowds are gathering to pay tribute to the Queen. Mourners have been laying flowers to honour Elizabeth. These are live shots from Buckingham Palace. They have been growing enormously in the almost 3 hours that we've been on air, and not only scenes like this outside Buckingham Palace, but Windsor Castle as well, and up in Balmoral as well in Scotland. Right around the country, Brits coming together to share their and show their respect to the Queen and also grieve together.
Yeah, it's around 10 o'clock London time, just gone 10 o'clock. Obviously it's raining, as you can see in London. That's not deterring anyone. People just wanting to be together,
yes,
aren't they? Be with other people and talk and share the love and the life of Queen Elizabeth.
Let's go live to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield outside Balmoral Castle. And Hugh, sad day for the royal family and also sadness around the globe being shown.
Yeah, I think there's two forms of grief that we're going to witness over the next period of mourning, over the next 2 weeks or so. That global grief, but also deeply personal family grief that the royal family will be experiencing right now here at Balmoral, where members of the family have been gathering throughout the day. We've got a few more details just on some of the timeline of all of this. Prince Charles and Camilla were up here in Scotland at Burke Hall, which is their residence just down the road from here. Princess Anne was also up in Scotland, so they managed to get here to Balmoral pretty quickly as soon as that concern was raised by doctors. We now know that the UK Prime Minister Liz Truss was told that the Queen had passed away at 4:30 p.m. local time. That's 1:30 in the morning on the Australian East Coast. It was 2 hours before the public was told at 6:30 p.m. here, 3:30 on the Australian East Coast. Now, I'm not sure that that convoy of royals that came up from London, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, Sophie and Prince William, I don't think that they made it here in time, unfortunately. We certainly know that Harry arrived here after the Queen's death was publicly announced. Nonetheless, tonight here, they will be gathered together. I expect reflecting on their relationship with a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, but also, I think, particularly William will be speaking with his father about the role that he has taken on as King Charles III. And we do now have a statement from King Charles. It reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And I would expect over the coming days that we'll see members of the royal family come outside Balmoral here when they return to London, Windsor and Buckingham Palace to take a look at some of those tributes that have been building at the royal residences across the UK, chiefly, of course, at Buckingham Palace, the epicentre of the nation here in Britain, in good times and in times of grief just like this. In terms of the Queen and her body, well, it will remain here at Balmoral, where the royal family remains too. At some point tonight or early tomorrow morning, the coffin carrying the Queen's body will be draped in the royal standard. It will be moved into the ballroom here at Balmoral Castle, giving the royal family and members of the royal household, the staff here at Balmoral, who no doubt have spent time with the Queen over the years that she's been coming here, give them a chance to pay their respects before a succession of events that still need to be confirmed by the palace, but we'll expect that the Queen's body will be taken to Edinburgh. There'll be some commemorative events that will take place, mourning the loss of the Queen of the United Kingdom, that joint crown between England and Scotland, in Edinburgh, including at St Giles Cathedral, the Church of Scotland Cathedral on the Royal Mile, before the Queen's body is taken down to Windsor and London for many days of events that will include a chance for members of the public to pass by her coffin to pay their own respects. And members of the royal family will be deeply involved with all of that. Alongside that, there is a parallel story, and that is the new reign of King Charles III. He picks up after his mother served 70 years on the throne, that unwelting duty that she stuck with right until this week when she oversaw that transition of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. This is a remarkable moment in history, what we are experiencing right now, but it comes in a week where Britain has seen a change of Prime Minister and a change of monarch. It's almost the week of two Prime Ministers and two monarchs. It is a remarkable series of events that we've seen take place here. And so King Charles, as he now is, King Charles III, takes on the weight of the crown that some monarchs don't take too kindly to, but he has served the longest of apprenticeships. At 73 years of age, he has known his entire life that this is a role that he would take on. We have no doubt that his reign will not last as long as his mother's, William will come. He's now next in line to the throne, William, and his son George is second in line to the throne. So William takes on the dukedom that Charles previously held. So William and Kate are now the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. There'll be some discussions going forward about whether or not Charles will take on the Prince of Wales title, but as the next in line, he is automatically the Duke of Cornwall. And his young son, Prince George, who had his first day at his new school today, is second in line to the throne. So despite the fact that the Queen, her reign has ended, the monarchy continues. The change in sovereign has occurred automatically. There'll need to be a proclamation of the new king at a meeting of the Accession Council, which is a form of the Privy Council here in the UK. That'll likely take place at St James's Palace at some stage in the next 48 hours. And that harks back to ancient times when a new king had to be proclaimed right across the nation. So there'll be an element of tradition here, and I expect modernity going forward as well under a new king.
Yeah, it's an amazing series of events. Their lives are certainly planned out for them, aren't they? Thank you very much, Hugh. Sunrise Royal editor Rob Jobson joins us. Good morning to you. Jobbo, end of an era.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked yesterday with Koshi, it looked like something was afoot. There was a lot of movement going on. It certainly is the end of an era, but the Queen is dead. Long live the King. We have the monarchy. That's how it works, and he's going to be thrown straight into the work of the Constitution. He'll be coming down to London with his consort Camilla, where there'll be audiences and various gun salutes, but I think then the actual proclamation will take place on Saturday is when it's going to take place. He will have audiences with the Prime Minister. He'll be having audiences with other ministers, as well as being sworn in by the Privy Council. He'll also have to be having conversations and audiences with all the Prime Ministers of the realms, from Australia, New Zealand, Canada as well. So then he's going to be on a whistle-stop tour of the UK. So he's not really going to have an awful lot of time for mourning. There will be, I think, a statement that's put out tomorrow, a television statement that he'll read to the nation and to the Commonwealth tomorrow too.
Okay. Rob, just you used the term realms, which is something like out of Lord of the Rings, where that's sort of all the regional areas of the Commonwealth.
It's not like that, actually. No. It's just the terminology, because I know what you're like. It's not a demeaning term, it really isn't.
No, I didn't mean it like that. It's something we've got to get our head around. Yeah. Look, you wrote the book on Charles just recently. You know him well. We loved an average Aussie walking along the Torrens in Adelaide who said, look, just give him a go. Is that the feeling within the Brits as well? Hey, we're saddened by the loss of Queen Elizabeth, but it's time to give Charles a go?
Well, I think it's just the way it is. I mean, the reality is it's exactly what happened when the last king died 70 years ago. The Queen had to, was thrown into the job. At least this time, the Prince of Wales is very prepared. I mean, we've had a sort of quasi dual monarchy for the last 5 years or so. Anyway, all the heavy lifting, I think one of the biggest telltale signs was his being there at the head of the Commonwealth meeting in Rwanda in the place of the Queen, or also being there for the state opening of Parliament because the Queen couldn't make it. There was a gradual decline in they talked about mobility, but it was her health, and I think that was after the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, because at the end of the day they were a team, the Queen and the Duke, and I think it must have been terribly painful to lose him for her, especially when she had to go through that funeral, under COVID regulations. It was just very strange for her, and I think that she did rally quite a while. She got back on a horse in the time she went to Sandringham, spent some time in Wood Farm, where Prince Philip spent a lot of his final days. And went back to Balmoral, a place that they used to love going because they would have barbecues and picnics together. It's the place that Prince Philip proposed to her. So one thing I am pleased for is that she always used to love going to Balmoral, because she used to say, "Great, I've got 6 to 8 weeks now in one bed. I can stay here." And she was. And what I'm really pleased about, in a slightly sad, obviously, way, is that she was able to pass away in her own bed, really.
Yeah. Look, just briefly, Jobbo, you just mentioned the proclamation might be on Saturday. Exactly what does that mean?
Well, what has to happen is a whole series of formalities, but effectively, the moment the Queen passes, the Prince Charles, as he was, Prince of Wales, he is King Charles, and he will take the name King Charles III. That will be announced at the proclamation itself. You'll get that. I don't know if you can remember that there was footage, wasn't there, years, we've seen it in documentaries of the old Edward VIII when they were shouting out the window and the man with the trumpets, etc. So you're going to get a bit of the old nostalgia and the old tradition. But then there'll be the meeting of all the Privy Councillors, and that is the proclamation where the King is declared in front of the Privy Councillors, and they're politicians and other people such as Camilla, who's a politician, that will be all in the room to so that they can effectively swear in the new king. But he is the king at this moment in time, and I say, you know, this is the point. I'm with the Aussie that just said, you know, let's give him a go. Let's give him more than a go. Let's get behind him, because it's a difficult time.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it sure is. And he's been waiting for many years. He's 73 years old. The Queen was 25 when she took the reign. Thank you very much, Jobo. We'll talk to you soon. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral, bringing an end to the Elizabethan era.
Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. She celebrated 70 years on the throne, her Platinum Jubilee. While her lost mobility meant she didn't take to the streets or Horse Guards parade, she was on the balcony, her great-grandchildren by her side, for a wave to the people for her last milestone hurrah. For the princess, who never expected to become queen. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
This decision has been made less difficult to me by the sure knowledge that my brother will be able to take my place forthwith.
Edward's divisive decision turned his brother's world on its head.
Everything changed for the Queen from the moment that her uncle Edward abdicated. It changed everything. It changed her future life. It changed her father's life. A lot of people say it shortened her father's life as well.
The coronation of the new King George took place in 1937, and from that day on, Elizabeth became a queen in training.
I remember my father making me write down what I remembered about his coronation. It was very valuable.
Just 2 years later, a young naval officer was tasked with entertaining Elizabeth and her sister at a military event. It was then, as legend goes, that the 13-year-old princess fell for Philip over a game of croquet. In 1939, Britain went to war. A teenage Elizabeth and her younger sister Margaret were moved to the safety of Windsor Castle, while her parents remained at Buckingham Palace. Aged 14, Elizabeth, the heir, made her first public speech addressing thousands of evacuated children on BBC Radio, the first of many public orations.
Her Royal Highness, Princess Elizabeth.
I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes to you and to your kind hosts as well.
By 1944, aged 18, Elizabeth had joined the women's branch of the Territorial Army and began her training as a mechanic soon after. Her new role earned her the nickname Princess Auto Mechanic in the British press. When the war eventually ended, Elizabeth and Margaret slipped into the crowds unnoticed to join the celebrations, an anecdote that was turned into a blockbuster film many years later.
We're going out incognito on the most extraordinary night of my life.
2 years after victory brought peace to Britain's shores, Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday. In another national address, she pledged to dedicate her life to the service of the Commonwealth.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, a handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met.
Soon the nation rejoiced at the announcement of Princess Elizabeth's engagement.
I think a lot of people find it hard to believe that she never had another love. He was the man for her.
Philip renounced his right to both European thrones in order to wed, and the Commonwealth celebrated the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. In challenging economic times, the wedding could not be seen as extravagant. Even the heir to the throne exchanged ration coupons for material for her wedding dress.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guardiamaggia, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the Princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death from lung cancer.
The tragic news reached Princess Elizabeth and her husband while in Kenya.
The grief and gravity of that moment reimagined in the series The Crown.
This new Elizabethan age comes at a time when mankind stands uncertainly poised.
Wait.
On the edge of catastrophe.
The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
The coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
Welcomed by around 1 million onlookers as she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the Royal Barge.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. A decade after the birth of Princess Anne, Prince Andrew arrived, and 4 years later, Prince Edward.
Well, I think the Queen herself would have admitted that, you know, she was a very different mother to her first 2 children and her later 2 children. She had more confidence and more time when she was dealing with Andrew and Edward.
A house full of Windsors, 4 children, and of course the family's 4-legged friends. The Queen was a lifelong devotee to her dogs. Her first corgi, Dookie, a gift from her father when she was a child. It's estimated she owned over 30 dogs in her lifetime, a lifelong passion for horses too. When a young man fired blanks at the royals during the annual trooping of the colour parade, Her Majesty's mastery in the saddle was unmistakable.
Duke of Edinburgh, Colonel of the Grenadier Guards.
Hello, some little disturbance. Burmese receiving a reassuring pat from Her Majesty the Queen.
And she's a marvellous rider, so got a marvellous way with horses. Made of strong stuff, you know.
That stern poker face only occasionally slipped while watching her own horses crossing the finish line first.
Her Majesty the Queen only presents 2 trophies during Royal Ascot, and look at the delight there, the sheer joy.
1992 was not so joyful. The Royals were rocked by a terrible 12 months.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure.
Newspaper scandals and the shock divorce proceedings of 3 of her children caused great public embarrassment for Her Majesty. A devastating fire at Windsor Castle destroyed more than 100 rooms.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Her popularity dipped further as the world mourned Princess Diana in 1997.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness.
It is a time in the 1990s when most people will acknowledge that the Queen did put a foot wrong, and she did suffer. I think the royal family collectively suffered a public image crisis, and it took a number of years for that to mend.
But with her stoic sensibility, Queen Elizabeth weathered the storm.
Today is another landmark.
Year upon year, the Queen's traditional Christmas Day message summarised the heartaches and the happenings of the past 12 months.
I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing
and hopes for the coming year.
Christmas will bring back sad memories. It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year.
Christmas at Sandringham would have been a full house in recent years, with 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In recent times, Queen Elizabeth handed over extra responsibilities to the younger generations, who in turn brought some fun to the firm.
Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for. Boom.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But she knew how to have her own fun too, a rare cameo appearance livening up the 2012 Olympic opening ceremony.
Good evening, Swan.
After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian.
Well, I think the Queen's record can be summed up with that one word, and that word is duty. She has always put her duty as the Queen ahead of every other consideration.
Even the pandemic didn't halt public engagements.
She leapt on video calling. She knew that this would be another way to be seen, to be believed, which was one of her mantras throughout her whole reign.
And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
Business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. And the reign of King Charles III has begun here at Balmoral. King Charles, along with the Queen Consort Camilla, remaining here at the Royals Scottish Retreat for the night here before returning to London, no doubt with other members of the royal family here reflecting on the life of a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother before activities shift in the coming days to Edinburgh and eventually Windsor and London, guys.
OK, thank you very much, Hugh. For more on our breaking news now, we're joined by the former Governor-General of Australia, Sir Peter Cosgrove. Good morning to you. A very sad news for Australia to be waking up to.
It is. Obviously, we've been watching our beloved Queen for all these years. People my age, older generation now, we know that there's only ever been one sovereign, Queen of Australia in that time, and it's been this lady. King George VI was there while I was a toddler, but I wasn't aware of anything like that. So from my memories, it's always been this lady, this great woman of her century.
Peter, you met a number of times. What are your fondest memories of the Queen? What was she like as a person?
Well, she's a very warm personality. I mean, obviously, there's the sort of aura that you have around the monarch who's been there for such a long time, and you're always doing your best to be courteous in the extreme. But if you did get the chance to meet her across the years, there was this wry sense of humour, great interest and knowledge about Australia. I mean, she was encyclopedic. I always used to sort of have a bit of a giggle because she had so many prime ministers. I think it was reflected in your earlier broadcast that I was watching. And she would have had, in the most recent prime ministers, she could say, well, Mr Churchill proposed something like that. It didn't work then either. You know, that sort of reference that, would probably make it a little bit awe-inspiring for a British Prime Minister, and her own for that matter. There were some images of our Prime Ministers across the decades, and all of them, like any other person who's had a bit to do with the Queen, are in awe of the lady. She is, without doubt, was one of the great women of our age. Through longevity, and I think Alexander Downer put it nicely when he said one word sums her up, and that is duty. But I think also the word service, in that she put her job and the leadership and example that she provided to people above, I suppose, pleasing herself. She worked on those dispatch boxes and all the public functions, even into her very elderly years, throughout all of the travails of a family, you know, all the things that happen to families that most people don't see on the front page. But whatever her family did was always on the front page, and she nonetheless ploughed on through that and was a wonderful example. We'll all miss her.
Yeah, that's definitely true, isn't it, this morning? Peter Cosgrove, people like you meet an awful lot of people, an awful lot of very important people around the world. When you walk into a palace or a room and meet the Queen, is it nerve-wracking? Does she put you at ease? What's it like?
Well, nerve-wracking was when I got back from Timor and she happened to be visiting Australia, and it was agreed, she agreed that she'd do a small number of investitures of medals for people who had served in East Timor. So a small group of us, including myself, were whistled up to go to Yarralumla, to Government House, where she would do the investiture. And they didn't tell me until I arrived, ready to just stand in front of her, and she would award me with this medal. And they said, "Oh, you've got a 10-minute private audience with the Queen." And I said, "Well, how private's that?" They said, "Just you, just the Queen." So,
That's private.
I didn't have too many. Sort of little anecdotes to throw in there. So, but that was the first of what turned out to be quite a few. And over time, we had some lovely chats. And the one I remember most vividly, of course, is the most recent one when I said farewell to the Queen after Lynn and I had retired from being Governor General and spouse, and we were making the traditional visit to see the Queen at Balmoral. And I had a long call with her, and then we went down and had a picnic in one of the glens with the royal family, quite a number of the royal family.
Wow.
And the Queen was waving us goodbye when we jumped into a car to head back off to the airport. And I knew then, Lynn and I knew then, that the bit of a fairy tale of being Governor General was over, and this was no pun intended, a crowning glory. And then we knew we'd never see her again in the flesh, that even if we were, from that point on, visiting the UK, that we wouldn't be dropping in to see the Queen. And we thought, what a woman this is, what a woman of her age. And I know that there's vast affection in Australia, even from people who probably themselves aren't into the concept of monarchy. They understand that this was a special lady who worked and worked and worked her entire life to provide service and leadership.
Yeah. Peter, as you mentioned, you were first into his team, or you've got a military background. Here's a young lady, when Britain went to war, she was a princess. She drove trucks. She was a mechanic.
Yep.
She's the only royal to have actually served in the military.
Well, there were a few, but they go back into Nelson's time.
Yeah, current royal.
And then, of course. Well, we've got we do have the next heir apparent, which is Prince William, did some time in I think it was the Air Force. Yep. So we've got there. But you mean on warlike operations?
Yes.
Yeah. Look. Well, the Queen Mother said when the thought was on that they were going to evacuate King George and Queen Mary, as she was then, and the two princesses, she said, no, they won't be evacuated. You see, the King won't leave Buckingham Palace while the Blitz is on, and if he won't leave, I won't leave, and if I won't leave, the girls won't leave. So they hung on. And I thought, going through the Blitz was one of those expressions of leadership that you would rather hope from somebody who was at the pinnacle of the nation's attention. Yeah, and they were very inspiring.
Yeah.
You have been with us this morning as well, Peter Cosgrove. Really terrific words about the Queen. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I just wanted to remark that we're on an aeroplane in the US. That's where we are at the moment, and it came over on our telephone, so over the web that you can connect to on an aeroplane, to say that she passed. And there were obviously mostly Americans on this flight, but a couple of very sad Aussies sitting having a look at their screen. So we join all Australians today in saying, well, what a woman that was.
Yeah. Safe travels to you and Lee.
Thank you.
All right, Peter Cosgrove there. Taylor Aiken is at the Governor-General's residence in Canberra. And Taylor, the Prime Minister spoke a short while ago as well.
He did, guys. Good morning, and expressed on behalf of Australia the deep admiration felt by all of us for her dedication to duty, family, faith and service. Many Australians wouldn't remember another head of state, and there's always been a very deep respect held across Australia and the Commonwealth for the longest reigning British monarch. Australians will be waking up to this news this morning with a sense of sadness and grief, summed up quite poignantly by the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
Flags around the country will be flown at half-mast, and there will be 14 days of observance right across the country, including a National Day of Mourning. There will be a 96-gun salute at Parliament House at dusk this evening, 96 being one round for each year of the monarch's long, long life. In coming days, the Prime Minister and the Governor-General will travel to the UK, where they will visit the Queen lying in state. They will also meet with King Charles before attending the funeral at Westminster Abbey. Guys.
Okay.
All right, Taylor. Prime Minister spoke well.
He did, didn't he?
And paid tribute to words like decency, calm, dedication, duty over self. I thought it was a wonderful tribute.
It was, yeah, it was quite powerful,
Yes,
and really heartfelt, we thought, from Anthony Albanese, and talked about her, you know, that first visit to Australia way back in 1954 when 70% of the country turned out and got a glimpse of the Queen. Now, for more on our breaking news this morning, Sunrise Royal editor Rob Jobson joins us. Rob, good morning to you. Interesting, those really sad pictures of the family, particularly Andrew, Edward, Sophie, driving in to Balmoral, and we now know that the Queen must have probably passed away, would she, when they drove in?
Yeah, William was at the wheel. I think they were too late. I think that my understanding was that the Prince of Wales has been at Dumfries House and helicoptered there to be at his mother's side, and Princess Anne was already in situ. So I think that the Queen was with loved ones. She was with Charles, Anne, and Camilla. So, but I don't think the others got there in time now.
Yeah. A real sense of emotion we're seeing in the pictures outside Buckingham Palace, affecting so many people. You know the family really well. You know Charles really well. Give us a sense, you know, how are you feeling? How's the sense of grief of the British public?
I think that it's not going to be in the same way as it was with Diana, with the shock that they experienced. You know, this is a lady that has served, and I thought the Prime Minister of Australia spoke very eloquently. It served with dignity and calm for all those years, but she has lived a very long life. You know, she's 96 years old, and in a way we celebrated that great life with the Jubilee celebrations and all those brilliant moments. So I think there's a sense of calm and peace, really, that, you know, nobody wants to see the Queen struggle with her health, and she was able to, well, I'm pleased that she was able to carry out her duty right up until the end. You know, she was there for swearing in of Liz Truss, her 15th UK Prime Minister, and she was determined to do that. And I just shows you, you know, of a different generation, you know, a different type of people, you know, from that war generation that just do their duty and don't even think about anything else, really. And that's what she wanted to do. And I think that's a sense of pride. But I don't think there's, I mean, yes, there's grief. Of course there's grief. But at 96, you sort of celebrate a life that's well lived rather than the loss of somebody. This would be sad for the family, I think, gosh, and that. But, you know, the Prince of Wales has to prepare himself for this, and he's now got a job to do. This is a job that is an important role, and he's going to have to fulfil it and step up to it. And I'm absolutely sure he will, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, it's interesting, Rob, isn't it? You know, this family that we all watch from such a long way away. Yeah. So Charles is 70, King Charles now is 73 years old. The Queen was 25 when she became Queen. So all those years he has been waiting for this moment, knowing that one day his mother will die and this will be him. It's a strange set of circumstances for most of us to wrap our head around.
And two different roles. I mean, I think that it'd be wrong to sit there and say that the Prince has been sort of sitting around waiting to do this job. I mean, he's been an incredibly active man, setting up, raising multi-millions for charity, doing his work with the Prince's Trust, doing his work with climate changes. But now he's a different role. He acknowledges that role is then, and now he's in the role of the King, and that's a very different role. But I do think that over the last 3 or 4 years, even when the Duke of Edinburgh was alive, he was taking on that role as the patriarch of the family anyway, and doing the heavy lifting. And I think for me what was very noticeable was when he carried out the state opening of Parliament earlier, and I thought that was noticeable. When I heard, as I remember talking to Koshi about this, you know, that she didn't say she was going to come down for the audience, to give the audience to the new Prime Minister, I thought that was hugely significant. I mean, she'd never, you know, she'd always done that in her reign, but obviously she was physically frail and couldn't do it. And I think that was noticeable. But, I mean, I'm just pleased that she was with her family, and unfortunately not all of her family, but with her family at the end in a bed that, you know, that she was found so comfortable in a place that she loved when she passed.
A really nice point to make as well, because that was her happy place, Balmoral Castle, wasn't it? Rob, is it becoming any clearer what happens now in the lead up to the funeral, when that could be? What happens next?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be 10 days from now. What will happen, I mean, the Palace have always said that this could be a changeable feast, but what actually happens is 2 operations are coming. Operation London Bridge is when London Bridge is falling down, that's the Queen has passed. But there's an operation called Operation Unicorn that's in place now, in tandem with that. Now, the body will stay at Balmoral and for the family to pay their respects, and also all the people that lived and worked at Balmoral and known the Queen personally to pay their respects. Then her coffin will be moved to Scotland. She's the Queen of Scotland as well as the Queen of Great Britain and Australia, so there is tradition that will happen there. Her body will go to Holyrood Castle. It's expected there'll be a service too at St Giles Cathedral, and then there's the sad journey home in the royal train the coffin will be loaded on Waverley Station and taken down the east side of Britain back to London, and then we'll start the official moments of mourning. There'll be all this traditional stuff of the gun salutes, but I think in terms of what we will see happen now is the King and Queen, as they are. Charles III will come down to London tomorrow at a reasonable hour, not that early. He will then have an audience with the Prime Minister at some stage, and there'll be all the dealings that he has to deal with there. The actual proclamation with the Privy Council, that won't take place until the Saturday, we think. He will make, I think, a statement tomorrow on television, which I'm sure will be very difficult for him, but he's unfortunately had to get used to it. He did one for his father quite recently, didn't he?
Yes.
So I think, you know, we'll see him leading from the front. He actually has to fly all around the United Kingdom as well, to the different capitals. It's all part of what he has to do. But he's going to be ably supported by William, I'm sure, and the other members of the royal family. But look, you know, he's got the constitutional role to fulfil, but I think most people's thoughts will be with that wonderful lady. And I just keep thinking and smiling about when we obviously there's 2 great moments in the Jubilees, that great Mr. Bond moment from a decade ago, and the most recent one that we were all so joyous about, weren't we, with the Paddington Bear when she pulled out the jam sandwich out of her bag. To me, that sort of summed up the glint in her eye and the sense of fun that the Queen had.
Paddington Bear actually paid tribute to the Queen today as well, kids. So
there's one of that costume, there's a cartoon, and you know how cartoonists actually do tend to get it right. There's a cartoon bit in the papers of them walking away. She's holding Paddington's Bear's hand in one, and she's got that famous bag in the other, and they're just walking off into the distance. So they do tend to get it right.
But Rob, also the fact that her body will be transported by royal train down through the country. That is just going to be a wonderful sort of tribute to her, to see the railway stations packed with, you know, average Brits paying their respect, and what a great opportunity for them.
Well, absolutely, and it's a traditional way of doing it. I mean, I remember writing about that trip all around Australia, the train she took on there, and you know, the fact is it's a traditional form of transport, and there'll be, I'm sure, people, you know, throwing flowers or whatever as well on that journey. It's going to be emotional, but you know, I think when there was the state funeral of Churchill, they said that there were two rivers running through London. One of them was the Thames, and the other was a river of mourners. And I'm sure it's going to be the same with the Queen.
And that's the thing with these sort of events. These sort of worldwide events. Peter Cosgrove, who of course became our Governor General, he did, but he wrote that when he was 6 years old, he remembers standing in a crowd about 6 deep with a homemade periscope at the ready, searching past the suits and the frocks to see Her Majesty, of course, on the her first trip to Australia in 1954. So
yeah, he's a great man. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Peter Cosgrove when he was in office, and he's a tremendous guy. But you know, he spoke so well. Yes. But I mean, no, the last king that did actually serve on the front line, just to clear that one up, was actually George VI when he was the Duke of York. He was at the Battle of Jutland.
Wow. Okay. Look, in the early 60s when she came out, I was at Largs Bay Primary School. I think I was in year 3. We walked to the Port River as Britannia came up the river, and she was on the front. So many Australians have such great memories of her. Rob, she's been steely, she's been dedicated, but she's been a steadying part of so many lives.
Well, she truly has, and you know, I've met all the members of the royal family over the years. I'm not name dropping or anything like that; it's just part of the job. But the only person you slightly got in awe of or slightly nervous about was meeting the Queen. I remember doing it on a number of occasions, and she'd always put you at your ease with, you know, you'd be sitting there worried what you've been writing or speaking about on the telly lately, but she'd smile broadly. You know, she was somebody who used to, what I liked about the stories about her, but talking to one of her old press secretaries, he said to me, really, even at the height of all the troubles, you know, Charles and Diana problems, all the big problems, Windsor Castle burning down, she just used to say, tell me what's happening, or I just need to know what's happening. Don't bluff it, just tell me the facts and I'll deal with it. And that's the sort of pragmatism that I think that we should all learn from, because, you know, just tell me what's going on and I'll deal with it. Don't try to hide it from me. Amazing lady.
Don't sugarcoat it, which is what your grandparents used to say, isn't it? Now, there's this whole program, this whole process that we go through now. When is the state funeral likely to be held, Rob?
Probably 10 days from today, I would have thought. I mean, it won't be on if 10 days is the timing, I think, and it'll happen at, you know, the Abbey, and it'll be quite a, you know, amazing and emotional moment. And when we saw the passing of the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh, it was a completely curtailed event. I mean, this will be huge, and we'll have world leaders from coming over here. It'll be a security nightmare, I'm sure, but it's going to be really history unfolding before our eyes, and I'm sure that we'll all be just glued to the... Other people will be glued to the television, but also there'll be thousands and thousands of people on the streets paying their respects and wanting to just be part of this historic moment.
Rob, thank you so much for sharing your memories. Such an emotional time for the British public, for you, because you know the family so well. We'll speak again soon, very shortly. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
And more on the breaking news of the death of Queen Elizabeth. We're joined by author Kathy Lett now. Good morning to you. Such sad news for people to be waking up right around the world, Kathy.
Yeah. But especially in Britain, of course, I mean, the death of the Queen is seismic. It's completely disorientating because she's sewn into the British psyche. She's been there through every hardship, through every horror, through every ordeal, as a touchstone. And all those words that Koshy was mentioning earlier about decency and stoicism and loyalty and devotion, those kind of old-fashioned words which she embodied. And Britain at the moment is going through a really tough time. You know, there's all this political upheaval. We've got the cost of living crisis where families are choosing between eating and heating, and now the loss of this beloved monarch. So the grief is really profound and deep, and you can see everyone's gathering down at Buckingham Palace and out at Windsor Castle as well, just to feel to come together and feel part of history. Because, of course, this is the end of the second Elizabethan era. So Britain hemorrhages history, and people want to feel part of that and also pay their respects to a remarkable woman. Because, I mean, you know, she was a career woman who juggled, you know, kids and career while wearing heels and a tiara. I mean, whatever your persuasions are, she's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
And I also like what the royal correspondent was saying, that, you know, of course she had a lot of gravitas and dignity and stoicism, but she was also very funny. I mean, you're showing that picture of when I met her wearing my I had a little corgi suit that had corgis printed on it with little tiaras with diamantes sewn on. And when she was going out to Australia for her very last overseas trip, had all the Aussies down to Buck House, you know, to meet her, to kind of get her ear into the dialogue. And I stood in front of her wearing my corgi suit and said, I hope you like my suit. I wore it just for you, although I'm slightly worried that one of your corgis might mate with my leg. Look at the guy on the left. He's about to put me in the tower. The other laughing. And, of course, the Queen threw her head back and giggled and brought Prince Philip over to have a look. And so she did have this twinkle, and she really liked Australians because we didn't treat her like a porcelain monarch. You know, we had a bit of fun with her. She liked that kind of larrikin wit. So that's, I think, what endeared her to people, that this mix of stoicism and also down-to-earth humour. And even though she's, you know, probably the most famous woman in the world, she was remarkably down to earth and did want to reach out and know about people's lives. She was very curious. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet her a lot of times, you know, through the Australian Embassy and the Australian Connection. And in fact, the very first time I met her at Australia House, another example of her humour, I sort of teased her and I said, well, you know, in Australia we have inverted snobbery. If you can trace yourself back to the convict stock, you know, that makes us Antipodean royalty. And I said, you know, I'm first and second fleet. I am the creme de la creme. So from one monarch to another, g'day, you know. And once again, her courtiers kind of did this asthmatic gasp of breath, you know, in shock that I was being so cheeky with her. But she absolutely laughed and twinkled, and she really liked that. And I think that's why she loved Australia so much.
Yeah. They are lovely, lovely stories. And also, you're a pretty good mate of Charles as well. We must feel for him today with the loss of his mum, but also the extra gravitas of becoming King Charles III.
Yeah. Well, of course, and as I am a Republican, although I really do respect Charles for his environmental issues and that he's passionate about environmental causes, and I really like Camilla too because she's a champion of women's rights and she's always making the case against domestic violence and for fighting for women's education, etc. But when I write to him, because I am a Republican, I always say, Dear PC, you know, I don't like to call him the Prince, and now I don't know what to call him, Dear K. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Australia now embraces King Charles III as we did the Queen, because everybody loved the Queen. She was like a stealth, you know, weapon flying under the Republican radar. But whether Australians warm to King Charles III with the same level of devotion is yet to be seen. Because, Australia is the most multicultural nation in the world. We are a human minestrone. And if you talk to most young people about the king who lives 10,000 miles away, will they feel any affinity? But I think through the environmental causes, there is a link. So it'll be interesting to see whether we can make a connection with him, or whether it's time we came in from the reign, from the monarchist reign. We shall see.
That's a good point, Kathy, because for the Republican movement, I guess, here in Australia, a lot of their cause was sort of built upon we can't really do anything in the last few years, and while the Queen is with us. So now, do you think there will be a push to move towards the Republic?
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a push to move towards the Republic, and really, it is time we stood on our own two thongs. And even though we totally respect Prince Charles and we respect the royal family and what they stand for, it is hard to have that allegiance with a king who lives 10,000 miles away. It shows.
Yeah.
We are going to have a head of state in Australia, and perhaps we could have Kylie, or we could have, I don't know, Dame Edna. She's already royal.
All right, Kathy. So wonderful stories. Thank you for sharing them with us. Appreciate your time. Good on you. Our breaking news this morning, Queen Elizabeth II has passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. The King Charles and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends an extraordinary reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. The event took place in Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there: Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car. And crowds are gathering right across the United Kingdom as the public gathers to mourn the monarch. Floral tributes are growing as people lay flowers at Buckingham Palace.
Live to Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whetfield, who is outside of Balmoral Castle. Hugh, a sense of shock and loss as the nation mourns their Queen.
Yeah, Koshi, this is a profound moment. You will remember, as everyone will be watching, where they were when they heard the news that the Queen had passed away here at Balmoral, peacefully, we are told, by Buckingham Palace. Charles and Princess Anne were certainly here at Balmoral. We've been piecing together the timeline here, and it would seem unlikely that convoy of senior royals who arrived from Windsor late in the afternoon, that they made it here in time. They arrived about 5 o'clock local time. We understand that the Prime Minister Liz Truss was told that the Queen had passed away at 4:30 in the afternoon local time. So it's unlikely that they made it. Prince Harry certainly arrived after the public was informed at 6:30 p.m. local time. That's 3:30 on the Australian East Coast. Nonetheless, those senior members of the royal family who are now here at Balmoral are gathered on an evening, a wet evening here at Balmoral that will see them no doubt sharing stories about their own relationship with a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And I think William is probably having long conversations with his father, who is now King Charles III, who released a statement shortly after the public announcement of his mother's death, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." It's been a remarkable week already here in Britain, and there are remarkable days still to come following the death of Her Majesty.
But it is just 2 days ago here that the Queen at Balmoral was overseeing the transfer of power between two Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. Now this is also a week not just of two Prime Ministers, but of two monarchs as well, because following the 70-year reign of Queen Elizabeth II, we are now seeing the beginning of the reign of King Charles III, who remains here with the Queen Consort Camilla this evening here at Balmoral before his expected return to London in the next 24 hours, where there'll have to be a meeting of the Accession Council, a special meeting of the British Privy Council at St James's Palace. I can tell you that there is a debate going on right now within the royal household and with the BBC and the UK broadcasters here as to whether that would be televised for the first time. Now, I can't recall ever seeing pictures inside a Privy Council meeting, and there were no pictures of when previous proclamations have been made of former monarchs. So if we get a chance to see inside that moment of history, that will be a remarkable step forward in terms of tying together the tradition that we are about to see, the traditional events steeped in history over the next couple of days, tying that in with the modernity that we will see through the reign of King Charles III.
Hugh, explain to us what the Privy Council is. What do they do? What's it made up of?
So the Privy Council is made up of about 600 or 700 senior politicians, mainly here in the UK. If you are a member of the Cabinet or a member of the senior opposition front bench, then you are likely to be a Privy Councillor. Oh. And it harks back to ancient times when those Privy Councillors would advise a king or queen when they had absolute power here in the UK before Parliament took relative control. So this is an ancient tradition. Keep in mind that this monarchy has been here for 1,000 years here in the UK. There's a long line of kings and queens that have come before King Charles III. And in fact, on his name, it was only really confirmed by Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, when she mentioned that he would be called King Charles III in her speech outside Downing Street, because he had a choice. He could have gone under another name. The previous two King Charleses didn't meet happy ends. He could have chosen another name, just as the Queen's father, King George VI, did. He was born Albert. So there's lots of history and lots of history to be made in the coming days, of course, as well.
Okay, thanks for keeping us up to date, Hugh. We'll cross back to you soon. Let's go to Royal Editor Rob Jobson, who's in London. Rob, a new era begins now with King Charles III, which we're learning that is what he's going to take, the name he's going to take. What can we expect from the new monarch?
Yeah, I mean, there was some consideration that he could have been called George VII. I mean, that was a serious consideration, but out of respect to his grandfather. But yeah, what can we expect? I think you're going to see a lot of activity from the King, and he'll be in London tomorrow with the Queen Consort, and that will be the start of a lot. And I think we'll see him on television as well. That's the point. He will address the nation, and that address will then be put out around the UK and around the Commonwealth. So I think it's going to be a moving story, and a quite quick moving story. And yes, it will focus on the when the funeral will be and all the trappings around the traditional stuff that goes with the royal family. But I think essentially what you're going to see in a nutshell is the swearing in of a new king, and the new king actively going about his business and his constitutional business, which is liaising with the politicians back in the UK, but also around the world with all the other realms, as they say. He'll be speaking to the Prime Minister of Australia, New Zealand, and of course of Canada too.
Yeah. Robert, you've written a book about Charles. You know him well. Yeah. Why did he stay with Charles? And just following up from Hugh's explanation, what happened to the other two Charleses?
Well, I think why he stayed with Charles is when you've been Prince Charles in the press for so long, even though he was the Prince of Wales, you know, it's difficult to change it. It's like changing Koshy, isn't it? We know you're Koshy, and we can't suddenly have you as somebody else. You know, like it's difficult. So I think that's number one reason why he's picked Charles III, and that makes absolute sense. Charles I, was the Stuart kings didn't end well, did they? You know, you had the chopping off the head, Civil War, and then you had Charles II, who was a bit of a philanderer as well. So I think the Stuart reign, the Stuart dynasty actually didn't end very well, and it ended with the Civil War and the end of the monarchy. So, and then it had to then be brought back after Oliver Cromwell died. So I think that the Stuart side of it is actually quite complicated. Then they went and found themselves a Protestant king who was actually the German side of things, and he was like a 54th cousin, and that's where you get the Hanoverians and Victoria and the Windsor line. And in fact, when William becomes king, it'd be the first time to unite the Stuarts and from the reign, because his mother Diana was actually related to the previous Charles II.
Geez, I'm almost sorry I asked a question now.
They were kind of indicating that, but you went there.
Yeah, you've got a long history, but it can be confusing at times.
Exactly. So you think King Charles will be a lot more public, do you, than the Queen has been?
Well, certainly in the last few years, the Queen has been pretty inactive. Her mobility has certainly been difficult. We've had the pandemic too, where she played an incredibly important role with that statement and that speech that she delivered. I think that'll be one of the most famous speeches to remember her by. But yeah, I think he's going to be active. I think he's a very fit guy. He's 73, but he will make his mark. I don't believe everyone's talking about he'll just continue the way that the Queen did and he'll be following her legacy. Yes, of course he will, but each monarch will reign in the way that they want to do, that within their parameters. And I think he will be someone who will be slightly more controversial. And I think on big issues where it's not a partisan issue, climate change and saving the planet, he's not going to stop talking about that just because he's king. He'll be trying to get people together who can make a difference to actually do something about it. And I think, I remember speaking to him quite recently up in Scotland, and he was talking about he likes to paint and as a way of relaxing, like so many people do, as do I. And I said, well, do you get a chance to paint? He said, I really haven't got the time. And I think this is a man in a hurry, knowing that the time is against him, but he's got a lot to do.
Yep. The role of William as well, do you think that'll step up as well?
Yeah, William now becomes the Duke of... he's not only the Duke of Cambridge, he becomes the Duke of Cornwall. Now, that's where the money is. That's where the Duchy of Cornwall is. He will immediately inherit something like... he'll be getting an estate that generates something like 40 million Australian dollars every year. So he's not going to be short of a few bob. But he will be preparing, I think, alongside his father, the next stages of the monarchy. And both of them will be working in tandem together. But this is Charles's time, not William's. So a lot of people will try to jump and say that's the case. William doesn't become Prince of Wales and Catherine, Princess of Wales, which is a reminder, of course, of Diana, straight away. That doesn't happen straight away. He's become the Duke of Cornwall and Cambridge. After the coronation, which could be 6 months away, I don't know, it could be even more. That's where I think he might be made up to the Prince of Wales. It's something within the gift of the monarch. I'm going on about history again.
That's right. It's fascinating.
Well, it shapes the future, doesn't it? As we're seeing today, this is an example, and this will be written about for generations. Look, we're just going to go back to those pictures, which the crowd's growing outside Buckingham Palace. But this is outside Windsor Castle. Have a look at the floral tribute. So, Rob, it's just nearly 11:15 at night, London time, and we are going to see these grow for days. It's going to be incredible.
It really is. And of course, Windsor is the place where the Queen had really made her home in recent years. During the pandemic, she was there with the Duke. And the people of Windsor, it's very much, she's very much their own Queen. You go around the shops, all the pubs are named after royal names, and all the souvenir shops. It very much is, it's a royal town, it's a military town, and they'll be really hurting there, I think, this evening, because it was where she lived for the last few years and was the focus of attention. I think but London will become the focus of world attention pretty soon. I'm sure you guys will be here, and it's going to be quite something when all the world leaders start arriving in a few days' time, for the funeral, and there's going to be a massive security operation. But I think it's then that we're going to start realising just how much Her Majesty meant to people around the world. And, you know, she did. When you said the words "the Queen," you thought of Queen Elizabeth. You didn't think of anybody else. You know, she was the most famous woman in the world, and, you know, a great icon for women too. You know, this is a person that came to the throne at just in her mid-20s as a young mum, and had to take that role on. And there was a lot of expectation placed on those young shoulders by, you know, people like Winston Churchill, who knew that Britain was coming out and the empire was crumbling and Britain was coming out of the war, and it was a different time. And she helped, you know, keep people's pride and determination after the terrible World War II, but really at a time of transition for Britain and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob, thank you so much for your thoughts. We'll check back in very soon. Really special to have you on the show today. You wrote Charles's biography. You know the family well, so thank you, mate, and all the best to you. I know you're very emotional about this as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Now, political editor Mark Riley is in Canberra for us this morning. Mark, the Queen's death being felt deeply in Australia. The Prime Minister has made a very heartfelt statement.
It was, Nat. The Prime Minister addressed the nation a little over an hour ago to note that a historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service had come to an end, a day of great sadness for Australia and the world. Of course, there is and always has been a very deep emotional bond between Australia and Her Majesty since the time that she first visited Australia in 1954, the biggest event in Australia's history. Still, 7 million Australians came out on the streets to see the young Queen and Prince Philip at that time. That's 70% of our population, which shows the fascination and the admiration for one of the great leaders of all times, and certainly one of the greatest leaders of the modern era of any country. So there is a very set, established official plan that will now be followed here in Australia. It's one that's been handed from Governor-General to Governor-General over the years, and it begins today as Australia enters a 14-day period of official observance. There'll be a 96-gun salute at dusk here at Parliament House this afternoon. One shot for every year of Her Majesty's life, and Parliament has been cancelled. All the flags around the country are flying at half-mast, including here at Parliament House. Condolence books will be opened at Parliament House and Government House, but also for people who can't get to those official buildings, there'll be condolence books online through the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet on their website soon, so Australians can leave their personal tributes there. The flags there at half-mast around Australia, that in Sydney, and all official buildings around the country. Governor-General David Hurley was in Adelaide and on his way back to Canberra to Yarralumla now. He'll lead a public ceremony at Parliament House this weekend, we believe on Sunday, reading the official proclamation of the Queen's passing, followed by another 21-gun salute. But let's have a listen to something of what the Prime Minister said this morning in that very appropriate and touching tribute.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
So Scott Morrison is the last Australian Prime Minister to officially meet with the Queen at Windsor Castle last year. He's issued a statement calling the Queen the rock of the Commonwealth, and he also noted that in that conversation with the Queen, she noted her great admiration for the strength and resilience of Australians over the years through all sorts of natural disasters. Of course, Australia's always had a fairly conflicted conversation, a debate and a referendum debate about being a republic, but is the strength of this woman and the universal admiration for her that really has bound the country together. And that's a conversation for another time. It obviously will now re-emerge with the passing of the Queen. Floral tributes can be left at the forecourt of Parliament House and Government House here, although the message from Government House here is that the royal family's requested that instead of flowers, people might like to make a donation to the charity of their choice. An appropriate tribute, one imagines, to a Queen who was a patron of countless causes over her years. And officially, Mr Albanese will travel to London in coming days with David Hurley, the Governor-General, to meet the new King and personally convey the nation's sorrow and represent the nation at her funeral. And there'll also be a national memorial service here, guys, on his return with a minute's silence at 11 o'clock on that day. Queen Elizabeth was... the second was Queen to 16 Australian Prime Ministers in her historic reign. That is an amazing thing. And that first visit, of course, was just an amazing time in Australia's history. The last time she came here, guys, I did see her when she came to Parliament House in 2011 with Prime Minister Julia Gillard, and had the pleasure of meeting her and speaking to her very briefly as she went around the room. There are people that you encounter in your life who walk into rooms, and there are people who fill them the moment they come through the door. She was certainly that person.
Yeah, and so many people reflecting on their moment or their glimpse of Her Majesty when she came to Australia the first time, as you say, in 1954, and even seeing her through the crowd. Those memories are flooding back this morning. Also, yes. Our Prime Minister's speech, Mark, she exhibited a timeless decency, an enduring calm, a sense of duty over self. A lot of even the British commentators saying they were wonderful words that he spoke this morning.
Yeah, they were, and I think they relate the feeling of a nation, and I think it's interesting coming from Anthony Albanese too. Of course, his disposition would be for a republic, yet he, along with all of us, just has that deep respect for the constancy, the consistency, the leadership of the Queen through decades of turbulence and torment, and also that connection, because there was a very deep family, and still is a deep family connection between the royals and Australia. Of course, Prince Charles spent quite a number of years here, and the royal family's visited so many times, and unfortunately after times of natural disaster that we all endure, but has been a constant, a rock and an inspiration for Australians for decades.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Riles, thank you for now. Let's take a look at the moment the Queen's passing was announced on the BBC. Hugh Edwards first breaking the news from Buckingham Palace that the Queen had died. Take a look.
A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Palace has just issued this statement. It says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Within the past few minutes, Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
For more now on the breaking news on the death of Queen Elizabeth, we're joined by Daily Mirror Royal Editor Russell Myers. Russell, sad day. Before the world, how's the UK reacting? Just since we've been on air, the numbers of people have swollen outside Buckingham Palace. The floral tributes outside of Windsor Castle have become from a little trickle earlier to basically a sea of flowers. An incredible outpouring of emotion.
Well, they have. Good morning, Koshi. Good morning, Nat. I mean, this is something that I don't think we will have seen for many, many years. Certainly, I mean, from when Princess Diana died, I remember the scenes that came over the next few days. But this is an outpouring of emotion across the world that I think we have never seen before. And that gives you an indication of what sort of person the Queen was, how many lives she touched. I mean, we're talking millions of people have flocked to the social media, all news websites across the world to really get a sense of this tremendous occasion. And I think that the scenes you're seeing outside Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle and at Balmoral will just multiply and multiply as the days go on, because the people really want to get a sense of the occasion, to pay their respects. I think people have been absolutely overawed that this is a day that they never thought would happen, even though the Queen was in such her later years, 96, and had been in ill health recently. But the Queen was like an aura. She was a person that was always present, and I think the world looks very, very, very different to her.
And she was an aura right through to almost the end, Russell. The last public photos taken were those ones released, of course, of her greeting the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, in that beautiful room. And she was on her feet. Of course, she had the walking stick, which we've seen her many times, but she looked lovely.
She did that, and how beautiful that these pictures show her smiling. I mean, it tells an awful lot about the woman, perhaps her final legacy, that she was absolutely steadfast in her duty. I mean, we hadn't seen her in public since July the 21st, when she arrived at Aberdeen Airport for her beginning of her Scottish holiday. She'd been taking it very, very easy, I understand. Also, her mobility problems have been increasing, unfortunately, in recent weeks, and sort of stopped her ability to get about as much. But she was absolutely determined that she would welcome Liz Truss as her 15th Prime Minister. And she had a packed schedule that day. And people that I've spoken to today who said they saw her on that Tuesday said that she was still bright-eyed, she was still smiling, getting on with the job. And sadly, it does seem that did take an awful lot out of her and has led us to this tremendously, tremendously sad day.
Yeah, Russell, what are you hearing on the streets as you walk to the studio? My daughter's been sending me photos of course, all the bus shelters have electronic billboards now. They're all of the Queen, portraits of the Queen, everywhere through London.
Well, just to give you a sense of what is happening in the city, I mean, I've been, across different parts of our offices and studios, and everywhere you go, people are, it seems time has stopped still. Piccadilly Circus, I mean, one of the world's busiest junctions, has stopped. The black cabs in London paying their own silent tribute earlier today. People in London hugging strangers, crying, sharing details of perhaps stories of their favourite story when they may have even seen the Queen or someone met someone. I mean, this is just something that it really, really is unquantifiable. The world does seem to have stopped. And I think over the next few days, we're going to see a tremendous outpouring of grief, just not only listening to the world leaders and paying tremendous tributes to her, but there will be millions upon millions of people who will not only across the world, but maybe even flock to London to try and gain a sense of the atmosphere and this tremendously huge occasion.
This is on every bus shelter throughout London.
Oh, that's the photo.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
isn't it just lovely?
All these images that we're seeing of the Queen give you a sense of her longevity. I mean, 70 years on the throne, never to be repeated, I'm sure. And the lives that she has touched, I mean, is unquantifiable at this stage.
And Russell, interesting that people want to be, I mean, it's, 11:30 p.m. in London right now, and we're still seeing, many people out in the streets. This is a live shot of outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. People wandering around, wanting to be out with others to sort of share, to remember.
Well, absolutely. And I've just spoken to one of our reporters at Buckingham Palace, and he said it was even getting busier as the last couple of hours have gone by. And floral tributes will, of course, be laid at the main palaces. I think, as you said, this outpouring of grief is absolutely tremendous, and it won't be just in the UK. I know that the level of affection for the Queen is absolutely huge. So over the next few days, I think we're going to see some extraordinary scenes.
Yeah. Russell, what's next for the royal family? How long will they be in mourning?
Well, royal mourning officially goes on for a month. The national mourning lasts a week, and it's quite interesting because the Queen has died in Scotland. Of course, there are so many plans and so many different instances which could have happened, but dying in Scotland really does set a new plan in place. I mean, Operation London Bridge is the code name for the plans that were deployed on the event of the Queen's death, but Operation Unicorn is something that is deployed in the event of her death in Scotland. And of course, we don't know the specific details because the announcement came so late at 6:30, just after 6:30 p.m. in the UK. The D-Day essentially is tomorrow, so I imagine we will find out an awful lot more plans of how long the Queen will stay in Scotland, when she will return to London. We do know that King Charles III now will return to London with the Duchess of Cornwall tomorrow. So there is an awful lot of moving parts, and I imagine that the members of the royal family want to pay their own silent, respectful tributes over the next 24 hours, and then we will get a much bigger indication of what is going to happen.
Yeah. All right, Russell, thank you for that. And we were just seeing then the official notification on the gates outside of Buckingham Palace there.
Yeah.
And that's just how it's done, short, to the point. For more on the breaking news on the death of Queen Elizabeth, we're joined by the Sun's royal commentator Emily Andrews. Emily, reaction from right around the world, most extraordinary reaction out of the United States with, for the first time ever, the death of a foreign leader, the flags at half-mast. This has never happened before in the US.
No, it hasn't, and I think it's a sign of the special relationship between America and the UK that President Joe Biden, who of course did meet the Queen last year, has ordered that all flags to be flown at half-mast all across America. I mean, you know, the Queen is not Queen of America. The Americans threw us out, remember? They got rid of the monarchy. And so it's extraordinary. I know, they don't hold a grudge. But it's extraordinary, really, that they've afforded her this huge mark of respect. And I think, you know, all jokes aside, I think, you know, a lot of Americans are very proud of their Republican status and, you know, are very anti any type of monarchy, but the Queen transcends that. This is a tribute to an extraordinary individual, and you know, for a worldwide figure. And I think it's lovely actually that President Biden has said that all flags should be flown at half-mast.
Yeah. Just talk us through what people are saying around you, because it's interesting this morning. We knew that she was an elderly woman, you know, 96 years old, but everyone feels like they're in shock today. It felt like it came quickly.
Yes, I mean, I think talking to, you know, other journalists here in the studio, talking to my mum, my 7-year-old daughter, my 75-year-old mother-in-law, I think everyone was really quite shocked here. It's sort of happened very quickly, which, when you look at it rationally, seems a bit ridiculous because, of course, she's 96, and anyone who's a nonagenarian, who's reached that great age, of course, the likelihood of them passing, obviously, inevitably, becomes that much more inevitable. But I think for the Queen kind of almost transcended, you know, physical humanity. You know, she did look frail in the last pictures that we saw her, but I think we all thought she'd kind of go on forever. And certainly those last pictures from a couple of days ago when she met Liz Truss, we had those public images of her meeting the British Prime Minister, and she had a private audience with Boris Johnson, her outgoing 14th British Prime Minister. I think we thought that it was really good to see her, and she looked on great form, and here she was doing her job. But unfortunately, I mean, she had a really busy day on that Tuesday. She was determined to meet Boris Johnson and his wife Carrie, the outgoing Prime Minister. She was determined to greet the new Prime Minister Liz Truss and her husband Hugh O'Leary. She cancelled her appearance at the Braemar Games just 2 days before, which is a real highlight of her calendar every year. And she hadn't been able to go because of the pandemic, because of COVID for the last 2 years. She cancelled her appearance there, but she was determined to do her duty. And I think it's really rather poignant, actually, that her very last time we saw her was her doing one of her most important constitutional roles, which was accepting the resignation of a Prime Minister and inviting a new Prime Minister to form a government. She was determined to do that. And she also did a private investiture that hasn't been made public, but it was a personal honour to a senior member of her household. She made him a Lieutenant of Victorian Order, and it was a private thing. There was no, pictures released. But this senior member of her household, it meant so much to that person. So even on that really busy day when she'd been doing those public duties, she still found the time and the strength to do this private honours ceremony. And I think perhaps that just took it out of her. And then she had to cancel the Privy Council engagement yesterday. And then, of course, it happened very suddenly. There was this morning, it was only this morning that, behind the scenes, royal correspondents like myself started to hear things. And then, obviously, we got the announcement at 12:30 from Buckingham Palace that she was under medical supervision. And that really meant that, we knew what was going to happen. We hoped it wouldn't. And then the family were called up to Balmoral, Prince William, Prince Andrew, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and Sophie. Of course, Princess Anne and Camilla were already up there. And that's, I think, really when we knew. But I think one of the most heartbreaking pictures, actually, tonight is of Prince Harry. He knew that his grandmother had already died when he got to Balmoral Castle. He's dressed in a black suit and a black tie. You can see that he's been crying. And when you think about the personal dramas that have riven that family recently and all the dramas with Harry and Meghan, it's really sad, actually. I think that the Queen died with those personal dramas still outstanding.
She was his biggest supporter, wasn't she?
I know, and at least Harry was in the country, he was nearby.
Yep.
That's one thing. Emily, thank you very much for your insight. We appreciate it this morning.
Australia is waking to news of Queen Elizabeth II's passing across the country. We've seen touching tributes on what is a solemn day for the nation in Brisbane. Landmarks lit up in purple in Her Majesty's memory and in honour of her history-making reign. Same in Adelaide, a beautiful display, flags flying at half-mast on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, a Parliament House in Canberra and at State Parliament in Melbourne. Here's how Australians have responded this morning.
Significant. She's the longest serving monarch we've had. She did a wonderful job through world wars.
Very sad. Yep. We'll all miss her, I'm sure.
What do you think of King Charles?
Oh, I think he'd be fine. Just give him a go.
It's devastating. It's a bit of a shock, really. I know, you always thought she'd never die. I'm actually British myself, so yeah, I think she's a bit of an icon. And I think, yeah, she's lasted a fair amount of time, but hopefully, yeah, she passed well and, peacefully.
A bit of a tear in the eye when I heard it on the news this morning. It was very unexpected, for sure.
She had such an extraordinary reign, didn't she?
She did, yes. 70 years on the throne. It's unbelievable for her age, but she did really well. Yeah, so unfortunate, but it happens to all of us in the end, but still very sad.
She was a real great person. Yeah, I love to watch everything about her and about the royal family. So, yeah.
A sad day.
It's sad, yeah, very sad for Australia and whole world.
It's remarkable. I mean, who works that long for, and that hard, and just wonderful.
She lived a pretty awesome life, didn't she? And she
life.
went through a fair few things in life. Wow. That's going to change the world a little bit.
Yeah, that's an understatement, isn't it? People reacting in Australia there. And we're joined now by royal commentator Angela Mollard. Good morning to you, Angela. So she died at Balmoral, one of her favourite places.
Oh, she absolutely loved Balmoral, and I think it's really touching that she died there. That was where she was most happy with Prince Philip. It's where he would, tend the barbecue. She apparently loved to make the salad dressing. She wouldn't let anyone else dress the salad. She had to dress the salad herself. They would have these beautiful picnics out on the River Dee. I think it's touching that obviously for long parts of her life, this is where she spent the summer months. Lots of other people hate it, but Fergie hated it, Diana hated it, but she's always loved it. I think the other lovely thing is that what those people were talking about on the streets of Australia today is what they're grieving for is majesty, and that's what she encapsulated. Her, she was called Her Majesty, and I'm not sure we will see that sense of majesty and mystique again.
What happens next in terms of the traditions that are going to be followed? Charles has officially king right now, isn't
The very second she died, he became king. He is likely to be officially proclaimed king tomorrow, usually it should be around 11 a.m. Then there's a really interesting thing takes place. He has to sort of go around the country, so he has to go to Ireland, Wales, Scotland and England, sort of as services of remembrance, so we can fully expect that to happen. The Queen's body will be brought back to London via train, and then it will go there, just as King George did, to be seen by the public. And on top of the coffin, bearing in mind that Diana's coffin weighed half a tonne, this is how heavy these coffins are, the orb, the spectre and the imperial crown will be placed on top of the Queen. And presumably, if this is like what happened when Diana died, the members of the public will be allowed to go in. There'll be a remembrance book. 305,000 people visited after King George died, so I think we can expect a lot more. And as somebody who was in London and covered the death of Princess Diana, I think we will see the growth of those flower displays. I think that we will see, I mean, every day that I covered it, we were in Kensington, opposite Kensington Palace, every day that those flowers just grew over that week until her funeral. But how it's managed, it's behind the scenes, it's called D-Day, it's the day of her death, and then D-Day +1, D-Day +2, D-Day 3, and then we'll see the funeral around day 9 or 10.
So, let's just look at these pictures, because we've been seeing the really sad pictures of the royal family driving in, which now we understand must have been after she died. We thought they may have made it before she died.
That's all right. That's right. There was, I mean, Prince Charles, we believe, was there, and Princess Anne, but other members of the royal family didn't get there in time. We just heard that Harry didn't get there in time. They would have, of course, been informed. All Commonwealth leaders were informed an hour or two before the public, before that news release went out. But yes, they would have been going up there knowing. We don't know to what extent she was being kept alive for hopefully for her to come. But I think that the extraordinary thing that we saw those pictures just 2 days ago, and that picture of her before she welcomes Liz Truss, it's a beautiful final picture. I think we're very lucky to see that. But yes, this family, it's going to be very difficult for this family now, because of course the Sussexes are in London. Does Meghan go up there? And we of course saw there was a bit of a shambles in terms of the messaging, whether or not the Sussexes were both going to go. They were initially both going to go, then that changed, and the note was put out that it was just going to be Harry going to go. I think Meghan's role and what happens in the next few days. Of course, the Cambridge children only started school yesterday, so they're all at a new school. Kate will be there to want to support them through that, but of course, they will. Those children will be there for their great-grandmother's funeral.
Yeah. The Queen passed away at 1:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time this morning, which was 4:30 p.m. in the UK. But just devastating, that photo of Harry, as Nat was mentioning. She was his biggest support in a family that had turned on Harry. He's visibly upset and crying. He's going to miss her. What's his role going forward in the family?
I think the Queen's relationship with her grandchildren, particularly Harry and William, of course, changed that moment. They were with her when their mother died, and there is no way that is beyond being a queen, being a woman. You know, in her speech, she mentioned when Diana died as a grandmother. She cares about those boys. She carries and she's also, you know, as you get older, the little things that bother you don't bother you so much. She was a woman who accepted things. She wouldn't have wanted Harry and Meghan to have moved away, but she tried to make that work. She cares deeply about her children, her grandchildren, and look, they did have a lovely relationship. He did see her, of course, when he was over here for the Jubilee. She did get to meet Lilibet, the lovely great-granddaughter named after her. But it'll be difficult for Harry, I think, because other members of the royal family will be very concerned about what they say and about what they pass on, and that sharing of grief. It is a difficult time for all of them.
It will be a focus.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much, Angela.
Thanks.
Now, the news of the Queen's passing is breaking right around the world at the moment. Eddie, you've been following the coverage.
And as you mentioned, Koshi, the news broke early our time this morning, but it was 6:30 p.m. in the UK. So it did allow the papers to print special editions commemorating the Queen's passing. This one behind me is from the Financial Times, a beautiful photo of the Queen resplendent in her official garb as the monarch and longest reigning monarch in the UK, turning next to the Guardian paper. As I say, all of these released just in the last couple of hours. This photo we're seeing a lot online, shared widely on Twitter and chosen by a lot of the papers as their special front page edition to commemorate the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Turning to the Daily Mirror now, another daily paper in the UK, just with a simple message there, and one that's being shared around the globe today. Thank you. This one, the Daily Telegraph. This is the UK Daily Telegraph. Our beloved Queen is dead, breaking the news to so many people across the UK. And this quote here, we also heard from our Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, that grief is the price we pay for love. And I think we're going to hear that a lot over the next couple of days. Also, a special edition in our own papers as well, coming out at 6 o'clock this morning. This from The Sun, still in the UK. We loved you, Mum. And also a message there from the new King Charles III, and a special edition too from our local papers were released this morning at 6 o'clock. Of course, the news breaking too late to make the front pages of our papers here, but no doubt we'll see wide coverage shared over the coming days. Yes, thank you very much, Eddie. I think we will over the next 2 weeks. It's a worldwide outpouring of grief this morning. Sunrise Royal Editor Rob Jobson joins us now. The end of an era, Rob, and we've just heard about our Prime Minister speaking about the Queen's passing, and it was quite well received in Britain.
Absolutely. I think Mr Albanese spoke with great eloquence, actually, and it was quite moving what he said, because, you know, obviously he has his political position, but I think we all agree that the Queen served not only Britain but Australia and all the countries that she was Queen of with distinction, calm, and a sense of duty that's probably never going to be repeated again. I think she's an amazing lady, yeah. And I think some of the tributes coming in from Peter Cosgrove and other people, you know, he's speaking of that sense of, well, that's sort of a person that was just got on with the job, really, and that didn't moan, didn't have concerns about anything, really, but she just did the job that she was asked to do, and I think a lot can be said for that, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Now, the Privy Council meets in the next day or so, don't they, is that to confirm King Charles III? Is that role?
Well, the Charles is Charles III now already, and he's the king now. So, you know, there's the moment the Queen died. Yeah, essentially. But, I mean, it goes back. I'm not going to give you another history lesson, Koshi, but if you can imagine everyone in wigs and gowns and Victorian times, and, you know, and then going back even further to madness of King George, and then even further to Elizabeth. Privy Councillors have been around all that time, and these are the people that are, if you like, the leaders of the country. They've either been Prime Ministers or government ministers. Right. But people like Camilla is a Privy Councillor, and they're all in that room, and William too. So they're all in that room ready to essentially rubber stamp the king is the king, but he is the king at
so
that
where
moment.
is that room? Is that in,
that'll be,
in the House of Parliament?
It'll be actually where, in the. I think it'll go actually to the palace, but the fact is that the palace is under a major reconstruction, so it'll be wherever the king chooses it to be. The palace is knee deep in builders at the moment. So,
and there was talk that was going to be possibly televised for the first time in history.
Yeah, I think that would be a good move, and I think that it would set a precedent that we are in the 21st century and we have to record these incredible historic moments. And, you know, we've had the Coronation of the Queen was the first televised coronation. I think for that to happen and us to all see that moment in history, I think would be really worthwhile. And I think it would show that the King is he may be 73, but it's a different era and a different time, and we have to adapt to it.
OK, speaking of the coronation, when's that likely to be held? And sort of, that'll be televised even more closely. So the closest we got was watching it during the Crown, with all the little oils they had to put on and all that sort of.
It'd be better. I know they spent I know they spent a lot of money on the crown, but I'm sure it's going to be better than that. But I think that the coronation is usually a long time after this. You know, we have the period of mourning, and when Parliament is suspended, then you have the period of mourning. I think actually, you know, it has been up to a year after the becoming the monarch. I mean, Edward VIII was never crowned. Remember, he was a king for nearly a year, and he was never crowned. And the coronation his coronation was used by his brother. So I got a sense that this will be quicker. I think this might well be within 6 months or something like that. I think Prince Charles probably doesn't want to not be known as the king who wasn't crowned.
Right. Jeez, you get reminded on occasions like
this.
That's
King Charles, not Prince Charles. I've got to keep saying that.
Just the history that you have over there,
I know,
and how long it is, and how sort of short our European history, our Indigenous history, a lot longer, of course. But it's right. King Henry VIII didn't even get crowned.
No, Edward VIII.
Edward VIII.
No, Henry VIII did. No, but there's a book. You've got a book in Australia, and I was shown it. It was actually not far from the centre, and I went to a church there, and there's a book that was brought over, a Bible that was brought over with the original guys, and in it all the kings and princes that have visited Australia have signed it. And it's quite amazing. And it was actually at the church just at the top of Essex Street. I remember the vicar just took me in there once and showed me this incredible Bible. I think it's now been put somewhere more safe, but it had them signed by all of the people that had been over. And it was quite something. So you've got quite a lot of history on your doorstep. Don't worry about that.
Well, we are going to be learning a lot more in the next 2 weeks. I can tell you that much. We're going to be talking to you a lot. So just in the next few days, once there's the service in Scotland, her body will lie in the ballroom, we hear, and then there'll be the service in Scotland, and then the train trip, which we, all agree is going to be so unusual and poignant from Scotland down to London. Then her body will lie in state. That will be something else too, won't it? How long will that last for?
Well, there'll be a lot of people that will want to pay their respects, and so that could be a couple of days. I mean, we've got a 10-day period from now, and the funeral will take place on the 10th day. And then, of course, you've got, after that service, then, of course, the body will be taken to, the coffin, the body will be taken to Windsor, where she'll be laid to rest at St George's Chapel. So, alongside Prince Philip, and also in the same vault, I understand, as the King George VI, the father and the mother.
Okay, well, Rob, thank you very much. We will talk to you very soon to get more. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
Now, throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth visited Australia 16 times. Eddie takes us through those trips.
Yeah, the first, of course, Koshi, was in 1954. She sailed here, and it's estimated 1 million people came out to greet the royal couple. Keeping in mind the population back then of Sydney was just close to 2 million, it was the first of many successful trips to our shores.
To the shores of this, her southern realm, the royal barge bears Elizabeth II. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom, Australia, and her other realms and territories.
On February 3rd, 1954, the Queen first set foot on Australian soil, arriving in Sydney Harbour.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you.
And Australians were happy too, welcoming Her Majesty with a huge ticker tape parade.
Boisterous, open-handed Sydney, painting the big town red, white and blue.
Enthusiastic crowds followed the royals on their 2-month tour of cities and towns right across this country. The 1954 was the first of many.
February the 18th, 1963. The Queen returns to Australia.
It was a less formal trip in 1963, as the Queen visited every state capital, travelling more than 14,000 kilometres by air and sea.
Let me say at once that we are both delighted to be back in Australia for the Jubilee celebrations of the capital city. I do not intend that this should be my last visit to Australia. And next time...
From the beaches to the outback, the crowds gathered to welcome the monarch.
In Adelaide, at Victoria Park Racecourse, the children are assembled in their thousands. 65,000 children from all over South Australia to give the royal visitors an overwhelming reception. Little cause here for Her Majesty to doubt the future of her Australian Commonwealth.
Or her Australian fans. The Queen and Prince Philip returned in 1970, and that visit was more of a family affair, with Princess Anne and Prince Charles joining their parents. The tour was a popular one, and large crowds turned out to see the royal family. It included a visit to Brisbane, where the royal yacht Britannia sailed up the Brisbane River. In 1973, Her Majesty was back to open the Sydney Opera House.
Streamers broke from her bow, balloons rose like champagne bubbles.
My belief is that she really loved the role, and she made many visits to Australia. If she could, she would have made more. And I think every time she went, she received a huge welcome.
In 1977, the Queen returned for her Silver Jubilee tour, marking the 25th anniversary of her accession to the throne. After officially opening the 30th session of Australian Parliament in Canberra, there was a spectacular Silver Jubilee parade. In 1986, the Queen bestowed honours at Government House in Canberra, but it was the Royal Australian Navy celebrating its 75th birthday that commanded the most attention, and the Queen shared a laugh with some veterans. Excited crowds greeted the Queen in an open car drive through Sydney. Thousands watched on from wherever they could. The monarch walked through and chatted with onlookers, her hands filling with flowers and beaming at the crowd. Obviously happy to be there, the Queen taking time when she could for a brief chat.
They move down towards the boat, stop, and she'll go over to take some flowers. I spoke to that lady very early this morning. She's been waiting for that, and a highlight of her life, I'm sure.
Well, her father actually told her that to remember as a little girl that when you meet people, that it may just be a handshake to you, and another one of many hundreds, but for many individuals doing that, it'll be something they cherish for the rest of their lives.
Parramatta Stadium in Sydney's west, and a royal performance for the VIP guests. In 1988, the Queen joined our bicentennial celebrations and officially opened the new Parliament House in Canberra.
It is fitting, therefore, and a great pleasure for me to offer my best wishes to all those who will be giving their service to the nation within these walls, and to declare open the new Parliament House of the Commonwealth of Australia.
In 1992, the Queen's 12th visit made global headlines, but for all the wrong reasons. When Prime Minister Paul Keating made his unforgettable breach of royal protocol by placing his hand on Her Majesty's back during a reception at Parliament House. And as the Republican movement gained some momentum here, the Queen stayed away for the rest of the decade. And a year after the failed Republican push referendum, the Queen returned. Despite the Republican movement, the Queen showed she could still pull a crowd. On this trip, she visited Sydney Olympic sites ahead of the Games later in the year.
Probably the best way to sum up how the Queen felt about being Queen of Australia is that when England were playing cricket against Australia, someone was going, "Are you rooting for us?" She said, "Well, I'm not rooting for it. I'm rooting for both sides because I'm the Queen of Australia."
2011 was to be the Queen's final tour to our shores.
I think she had a soft spot for Australia, and one of the regrets that she had of not being able to travel after she stopped doing international travel in her later years was the inability to travel to places that she knew and loved so dearly.
The last tour offered an opportunity to meet our first female Prime Minister, Julia Gillard. Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth were on this itinerary.
Ever since I first came here in 1954, I have watched Australia grow and develop at an extraordinary rate.
The 11-day visit concluded with enormous crowds in Perth.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Tens of thousands of people gathered to catch a glimpse of the Queen and Prince Philip at a farewell big Aussie barbecue.
We can't tempt you with a little taste.
It was a fitting end to what was to be the Queen's final tour to Australia.
We have enjoyed this visit immensely and thank all those who have come out to welcome us. We have been overwhelmed by your kindness and support.
A welcome received on a remarkable 16 tours over 57 years, leaving lifelong and unforgettable memories of a much-loved and admired Queen who captured the hearts of so many Australians.
It's so wonderful today, so many people sharing their memories of those 16 different tours. I remember when she came to Whyalla in 1986, and it was such a big deal for a small mining town in South Australia to get a visit from the Queen. And Kochi, you have recollections too of when she came here in the 60s, and I think so many people share those memories, and she was so approachable, strangely enough, for someone so incredible.
Yeah, gee, make me feel old. No, 1963, Largs Bay Primary School. The whole school walked to the Port River, and we had our little Union Jack flags, and Britannia, the royal yacht, sailed up the Port River and docked at Port Adelaide.
Oh, wow.
So, yep.
Did you do a seaweed bouquet for us? Would have been nice.
Port Adelaide by royal appointment.
Well, so many people will have those homemade periscopes.
Yes.
Which, you know.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you did to get through the crowd, because, of course, they're crowds. Look, I mean, that gives you an idea, but they were 10, 15 deep. There was no way you were going to see through them, so people made the periscope out of cardboard.
I'll teach you how to do it. We used to do them as kids.
Yeah. Even I remember that. Thank you very much, Eddie.
You're not that old.
No, I do.
All right, I believe you. Our breaking news this morning, Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after an incredible 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. King Charles III and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends a record-breaking reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. In a break from tradition, that event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there, Charles, Anne, Andrew and Edward, with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car.
This is the scene outside Windsor Castle. Since we've been on air, when we first came on about 4 or 5 hours ago, there was just a single line of flowers, and you can see that trickle is turning into an enormous floral tribute. Windsor Castle, of course, has sort of become the London home, hasn't it, of the Queen over the last year or two. Buckingham Palace undergoing major renovations, and she spent so much time there, and the grandkids are there. Both William and Harry both have houses on the estate.
And it's a beautiful place, isn't it? We were
stunning.
there, of course, the week before Meghan and Harry's wedding, in that lead up. And many Australians would have spent time there on their trips to England, or many people have lived in England. And isn't it interesting? People obviously not wanting to just turn up and pay their respects and plant some flowers. They want to stand around, they want to talk, they want to be with other people, because this is a moment in history. This is something that you will not forget.
And there are still thousands outside Buckingham Palace in London. Remember, it's just gone midnight there, and numbers have been swelling all through the night. We've been following this for the last couple of hours and thought it would start to peter away, but no, it's actually grown. It's just gone midnight, as I said, and still lots of people coming together, and they want to feel that shared sense of community, grief, tribute, emotion, as you do.
when
Just
someone
human,
dies.
yeah.
And someone particularly like this, you know, we will never see this again. 70 years on the throne. She became queen when she was just 25 years old by a twist of fate. She was never supposed to be.
No.
This extraordinary set of circumstances made her queen, and she promised to serve through her life. And
They're
boy,
great
did
photos, great pictures, aren't they?
Beautiful. We're seeing a lot today, and we'll show you a lot more. The Queen's last Christmas message, of course, was in 2021. She spoke movingly about her late husband as she empathised with families missing loved ones.
But she also gave hope for the future.
Although it's a time of great happiness and good cheer for many, Christmas can be hard for those who have lost loved ones. This year especially, I understand why. But for me, in the months since the death of my beloved Philip, I have drawn great comfort from the warmth and affection of the many tributes to his life and work, from around the country, the Commonwealth, and the world. His sense of service, intellectual curiosity, and capacity to squeeze fun out of any situation were all irrepressible. That mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him. But life, of course, consists of final partings as well as first meetings. And as much as I and my family miss him, I know he would want us to enjoy Christmas. We felt his presence as we, like millions around the world, readied ourselves for Christmas. While COVID again means we can't celebrate quite as we may have wished, we can still enjoy the many happy traditions. Be it the singing of carols, as long as the tune is well known, decorating the tree, giving and receiving presents, or watching a favourite film where we already know the ending. It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines. We see our own children and their families embrace the roles, traditions and values that mean so much to us, as these are passed from one generation to the next, sometimes being updated for changing times. I see it in my own family, and it is a source of great happiness. Prince Philip was always mindful of this sense of passing the baton. That's why he created the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which offers young people throughout the Commonwealth and beyond the chance of exploration and adventure. It remains an astonishing success, grounded in his faith in the future. He was also an early champion of taking seriously our stewardship of the environment, and I am proud beyond words that his pioneering work has been taken on and magnified by our eldest son, Charles, and his eldest son, William, admirably supported by Camilla and Catherine, most recently at the COP Climate Change Summit in Glasgow. Next summer, we look forward to the Commonwealth Games. The baton is currently travelling the length and breadth of the Commonwealth, heading towards Birmingham, a beacon of hope on its journey. It will be a chance to celebrate the achievements of athletes and the coming together of like-minded nations. And February, just 6 weeks from now, will see the start of my Platinum Jubilee year, which I hope will be an opportunity for people everywhere to enjoy a sense of togetherness, a chance to give thanks for the enormous changes of the last 70 years, social, scientific and cultural, and also to look ahead with confidence. I'm sure someone somewhere today will remark that Christmas is a time for children. It's an engaging truth, but only half the story. Perhaps it's truer to say that Christmas can speak to the child within us all. Adults, when weighed down with worries, sometimes fail to see the joy in simple things, where children do not. And for me and my family, Even with one familiar laugh missing this year, there will be joy in Christmas as we have the chance to reminisce and see anew the wonder of the festive season through the eyes of our young children, of whom we were delighted to welcome 4 more this year. They teach us all a lesson, just as the Christmas story does, that in the birth of a child there is a new dawn with endless potential. It is this simplicity of the Christmas story that makes it so universally appealing. Simple happenings that form the starting point of the life of Jesus, a man whose teachings have been handed down from generation to generation and have been the bedrock of my faith. His birth marked a new beginning. As the carol says, the hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. I wish you all a very happy Christmas.
Yes, the Queen's 2021 Christmas special. Christmas won't be the same, will it, without the Queen's message?
I know, and I hate to say it, but she was starting to look a little bit thinner. You know,
I know.
I know, but it's just sad looking back on it, isn't it? Let's go live to our reporters. They're in the UK and in Canberra. Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield is at Balmoral, where, of course, Her Majesty passed away just a few hours ago. A sense of shock and a sense of loss has really swept the nation.
Yeah, enormous sadness, Nat and Koshi, particularly when you consider that despite the fact that the Queen was 96 years old, we saw her just 2 days ago appointing a new British Prime Minister. This is now a week of 2 Prime Ministers and 2 monarchs here in Britain. The Queen's health had rapidly deteriorated over the last 36 to 48 hours after that meeting with Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. The royal family rallying around her here at Balmoral in the final hours of her long life. Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, a handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met. After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guadjamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death. The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
Her coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian. And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. It's just after midnight here at Balmoral. King Charles, his wife, the Queen Consort Camilla, together with Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, Harry and William are all here at Balmoral, mourning the loss of a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Her Majesty's coffin will be moved into the drawing room here at Balmoral in the coming hours, giving them and their staff and members of the household a chance to pay their own tributes to the late Queen.
Thank you, Hugh. Royal Editor Rob Jobson is in London for us. Rob, this is a very emotional time for a lot of people. I think it will hit a lot of people in waves, won't it?
Well, it will now. I mean, when we were just watching that Hugh's, recording there, it was very emotional, and it summed up that with all those pictures we saw and of the things that you remember the Queen saying. It's hard to believe that she's gone, but she has. And the focus of attention now is on the new king and what happens next. I mean, it must be very sad, I think, for the other children, Andrew, Edward and his wife Sophie, and also Prince William, of course, and Harry, that never made it there in time. But, of course, she was surrounded by Princess Anne and Camilla and Charles, I'm sure. So it's just a very sad moment. But I think that a lot of people have come out and paid their respects at Buckingham Palace, laying flowers outside Windsor Castle too. And I think over the next days we'll come to realise what an incredible lady she was, and a great public servant.
Oh, I was going to say that Rob. Certainly sadness now, but the realisation that we've witnessed a towering female of history, haven't we? And we've observed her. Yeah. She's been extraordinary.
Well, when you think that she's been the leader of a nation, well, the head of the Commonwealth, leader of a nation for 70 years, at a time of tremendous change in the world, but also for women as well. I mean, she's a great role model, I think, to so many women, and I think that she did it in such a classy way. She really, she got on with the job, but she also would put people in their place. You can imagine if a Prime Minister was out of line, that would have been a pretty stiff conversation, as you say, when people say, well, I don't think, and she would be, I think, from what I understand, slightly gently reminding these sort of young bucks who have come in as Prime Ministers or whatever, just say, Well, I don't think Churchill did it that way, or I don't think, you know... In fact, when I spoke to Alex Douglas Hume or Anthony Eden, he did it this way. So I do think that must have been quite a difficult thing for new Prime Ministers to deal with, you know. But my understanding is she was a great listener, and she would only have to say a couple of words, really, to make that Prime Minister, who might have been on a particular path and direction, have a think again about what they were doing. I mean, she had great relationships with Prime Ministers over the years, and one of them being Harold Wilson was one of her favourites, and I think that's when she'd really grown into the job, and they had a really great relationship.
Yeah, she was no pushover, was she? She challenged Prime Ministers, basically saying, you're looking after my country, you explain to me the reasons behind decisions.
And that actually is quite good for a Prime Minister to have that, because, of course, anyone with any amount of power, you know, you're the boss in the Cabinet Office, and, you know, to be reminded that it's not all down to you. You've got an answer to reader number one is important. I mean, she had, you know, a clash with Thatcher over the Commonwealth, and she basically won that out when Thatcher was saying she couldn't go to a Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and she made sure she did. So, you know, there are moments where she sort of overruled the... overall the Prime Minister. She wasn't a pushover, no.
And then, Rob, all those conversations, if you met the Queen and had a conversation, wasn't there a rule that you couldn't talk about it? All those conversations, will we hear more about what was said over the years? Now, will people sort of tell?
I'm sure they will. Now she's not here, but I mean, the Prime Ministers weren't supposed to speak, but of course they have done, and we've had that famous one when the referendum happened about the Scottish referendum and Scotland leaving the United Kingdom, and Cameron said she purred like a cat, I think, and that came out, and he had to ring and apologise. It's quite strange, really, for Liz Truss, of course, leading the nation in all this, because she literally had one audience with the Queen. You know, I would have probably, and we've not heard a dicky bird out of Boris. I suppose it's now led to Liz Truss, and what a strange thing to be having to deal with in your first few days as Prime Minister.
Yep. Rob, you're the expert on King Charles III now. You've recently written his biography. You know him well. What can we expect from Charles as king?
Well, I mean, the one thing that's very important is he understands there's a distinction between the role of heir to the throne, the Prince of Wales, where he was very active and quite controversial, to being king. He understands that he cannot be in any form clashed with his government, because then you have a constitutional crisis. But I don't think he's just going to be a pushover. I don't think he's going to, as some people suggest, he's just going to be following on from the Queen, which is her legacy. No, this is his time now. He is the king. You know, the Queen is dead. Long live the king. It's now, it may be a very short reign. It may be, 10 years or so. We don't know. It could be more. But the reality is, I'm sure he's going to stamp his mark on that reign, and I think that he will absolutely be challenging world leaders in his role, which is now an elevated role, to do more to save the planet. And I, for one, hope that is the case, because we really do need people with big voices getting behind that.
And so over the next couple of weeks, there are these official names for what's happening. Operation London Bridge, Operation Unicorn. Could you explain that to us?
Well, London Bridge basically was the code for when the Queen died. The actual phone call would come through to Downing Street. London Bridge has fallen down is the expression, as it were. And also Operation Unicorn, that's basically the operation for if the Queen died in Scotland. And what will happen with that? It works in tandem with the other one. Is what will happen. She goes first to Edinburgh to lay in state there. Then there'll be a service at St Giles Cathedral before the emotional train comes down, and then that's when it really becomes Operation London Bridge. So it's just a way of organising the system, but essentially it's not one to get too head up on. I mean, there'll be a series of things. I think there'll be changes to it, actually, because I think they realised after the Prince Philip's death and the way that things were done, almost like they were done when the King died, it was too slow. It was, people didn't want it to be like that, and I think there will be alterations along the way and changes along the way, such as maybe the televising of the swearing in and things like that.
Yeah, okay. It's going to be fascinating. Of course, we'll be bringing all that to you as it occurs. Rob, for now, thank you.
And one of the last times, of course, we saw a glimpse of the Queen's cheeky sense of humour, shall we say, was in this video, Her Majesty's collaboration with much-loved children's character Paddington Bear. Let's watch that video now.
Thank you for having me. I do hope you're having a lovely Jubilee.
Tea?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, terribly sorry.
Never mind.
Oh dear. Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here. For later.
The party is about to start, Your Majesty.
Happy Jubilee, ma'am. And thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
How cute is that?
That was a
And kids,
favourite.
Paddington Bear has put out a statement saying, thank you, Mum, for everything.
Oh.
So well done, Paddington.
Yeah, that was great.
For more on our breaking news this morning, we're joined by Amber Kemp, an Australian who was a former Buckingham Palace housemaid. Amber, great to see you, joining us from Harndorf, just outside of Adelaide. You worked in the palace between 2005 and 2006. What was it like working for the Queen and Duke?
Hi, good morning. It was an incredibly surreal experience, as I think anyone would imagine. I think the biggest takeaway for me, though, was that the Queen and the Duke and the whole royal family are just very normal people in very extraordinary situation. They were all incredibly lovely, and I think the thing I loved the most was seeing those very ordinary family moments. So, you know, hearing the Queen chat about the day or watching Countdown, which is a game show in the UK, and, you know, trying to guess the word and just overhearing those little conversations or, you know, seeing her and her family and their gorgeous Christmas cards and just the whole process of it being a very normal family in a very extraordinary situation.
Amber, so when you're first in the presence of the Queen, what is that like? How strange?
I started at the Palace in October 2005, and I met the Queen in my first week that I was there, which is supposed to take a bit longer. There's supposed to be a little bit of a kind of probationary period, but I was needed, and it was a very quick pass by. There's a lovely, albeit a bit outdated tradition that whenever the Queen has an audience, there must be a female with a female. There must be a female attendant standing near the nearest toilet in case the woman needs help. Never happens anymore, but I was waiting there as my duty as a housemaid, and the Queen's piper came through first to an incredible gentleman who leads her through the palace often and literally plays the bagpipes for her every morning. And he just said, oh, she'll be coming through in a minute. And one of the corgis ran through first, and then the Queen came through and, you know, did my little curtsy and said, good afternoon, Your Majesty. And yeah, it was very much a incredibly surreal moment of going, wow, that's the Queen. That's the lady I've seen on TV and on the coins and on everything my whole life, and there she is.
Hang on, she doesn't walk through the house behind a bagpiper all the time, does she?
He's not playing the bagpipes, but he does lead her around and introduce her in some of the audiences. So, yeah.
Okay. You don't ever think she's normal, but did you ever hear her yell at anyone like we all do, or get angry with the kids or the grandkids? You know, stop yelling.
I never heard her raise her voice, but it was just hearing her have ordinary conversations with that voice that is so iconic was incredibly surreal. I mean, we all, particularly, you know, coming from Australia and, you know, hear it on the TV and on the radio and have heard that voice my whole life. And to hear it in benign conversation seemed wrong in a way. It's such an important, regal voice that when she just talked about everyday things, it was a bit odd.
Oh, like, pass me the marmalade, will you? You know, that sort of thing.
Amber, she doesn't wear sort of tracksuit around the palace or anything, does she? Is she sort of, you know, still regal?
The most casual I've seen her is about the same as the most casual everyone's seen her. And her outfit at Balmoral when she's walking, you know, walking the corgis, her tartan skirt and little twin set is about as casual as I think anyone ever saw her. Apart from her private dresses, obviously, but, you know, that stays private for a good reason.
Yeah. Look, how did you hear the news this morning, and how did you feel at the time? Someone who's worked for her.
My father's in the UK at the moment, and he sent me a message early or during the night saying that, you know, that the news had broken that that she was unwell and that all the family had been called to Balmoral. And then I woke up to my friend sending me a text message who I met and I was friends with in London, and he said, thinking of you. So I was like, oh, she must have passed. That's not great news. Turn on the TV and, of course, you know, the coverage is everywhere. It is sad, but at the same time, I think I feel a great sense of relief that she can finally rest. And she just, I mean, she promised that she would work to her dying day, and she literally did that. And I think anyone can take, if anyone wants to see an example of great work ethic, then the Queen is definitely at the top of that table. You know, I think she hasn't been the same since the Duke passed. Their relationship was very obvious. In their rooms, they had beautiful photos of each other from their younger years, and it was very touching to be able to see Christmas cards that were signed, you know, from Phil, dear Lilibet, and it was just such a beautiful love story, and it really did continue the whole way through. So I think she was very heartbroken when he died, and I'm glad that they're back together again now.
Yeah, that shot at the funeral service of her sitting alone is just etched in everyone's memory, isn't it? It was just so heartbreaking during COVID. Did you get a sense that her sense of duty was passed on to the family, that they all felt that and it was sort of passed on because of her?
I think so. I think, you know, before I started at Buckingham Palace, I did a bit of reading up on the history of the family. Just, you know, my friend gave me a book as a joke. She said, you know, you might want to do some homework. And I'm glad that I did, because it was, I think it's important for people to understand how much of an impact her uncle's abdication made on the whole family, and her sense of duty and her sense of, this is a job that I have for life. I wasn't supposed to have it, but now I do, and I'm taking this completely seriously. And I think, you know, there was talk for many years, there's been talk of whether she would abdicate and pass it on to Charles, and I never thought she would. You know, she really did take her oath very seriously. And I think that the rest of the family really does have that, well, particularly if you're directly in line. I mean, I don't think that I think Harry is in a much more difficult position, obviously, because he's not directly in line. And why does he need to live under that kind of spotlight if you don't have to? Yeah. But I do think that I think Charles will certainly take it very seriously, and I don't believe that he'll give it up in a hurry for Will either. I think he'll do his bit and follow his mum's example and lead as long as he possibly can.
Amber, as a young woman, a younger generation, how do you describe the Queen to your friends, to other young women?
Yeah, I describe the Queen and all the royals for that matter as really lovely people that are upholding a gorgeous tradition. And I think that one of the things that's the most amazing about England is these beautiful ancient traditions that they have. I mean, in Australia, we don't, well, obviously we've got incredible Aboriginal traditions, but we don't have that very structured, manufactured sort of long-standing history. And I think the gorgeous traditions that they would continue, like the Knights of the Garter marches, and the outfits they would wear for these things are just the most divine things. And if the royal family stopped and didn't exist and those things stopped happening, then you would lose this incredible chunk of history that everyone should still be able to marvel at and still be able to enjoy. And I think, you know, while they might be seen to not have a huge amount of relevance, I think the history that they add and the incredible legacy that they have should continue. I really do. Like when you're in the palace, if anyone gets the chance to go in and visit the staterooms when it's open in the summer, the articles that you see, the pieces of porcelain, you know, I remember my first week there, I was dusting a piece of porcelain that was worth more than I would earn in my entire lifetime. And
you'd be nervous dusting
while
that.
That's a very scary thing to do, it was incredible to see that it's a living palace and people touch these items. Like we literally clean them every day, and they're not just in a museum behind glass. And I think that makes it so much more special.
Yeah.
Well, Amber, thank you. It's an amazing insight to talk to someone who's actually not only been into the palace but worked for Her Majesty and the Duke. So thank you very much for your time.
Corgis every day, which was gorgeous too.
That's an added extra. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Now, political editor Mark Riley is in Canberra for us this morning. And Mark, the Queen's death being felt deeply in Australia, the Prime Minister has really captured the mood and been praised for his words this morning right around the world.
Yeah, an appropriate and quite touching tribute, Koshi, early this morning from the Prime Minister, who quoted Her Majesty's own words. Grief, he said, is the price we pay for love. And I think that's a price that all Australians, certainly everyone in the Commonwealth and a lot of people around the world are paying today, expressing the great sadness of a nation at the end of what he described as an historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service. A Queen revered in Australia with great admiration for her strength, indeed her stoicism, resilience, consistency, and I think above all, her great example of leadership. Australia now enters a 14-day period of official remembrance under a plan that has been set down for many, many years and handed from Governor-General to Governor-General. It begins today with a 96-gun salute at dusk here at Parliament House this afternoon, one shot for every year of Her Majesty's life, and Parliament's been cancelled. All flags around the country, these ones we're seeing there on top of the Sydney Harbour Bridge at half-mast, including behind me at Parliament House as well. And condolence books have now opened in Parliament House and Government House, and also there'll be one online on the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet website soon for Australians to leave their personal tributes to a Queen whose reign spanned 16 Australian Prime Ministers from Menzies to Albanese. Let's have a little listen to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese paying tribute this morning on behalf of the country.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth, and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. and over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
Prime Minister Albanese will sign the condolence book. It's just opened at the front of Parliament House here in about 20 minutes or so, and then lay a wreath at the Queen's Terrace, which appropriately is above the entrance to Parliament House in tribute. Governor-General David Hurley is on his way back from Adelaide. He was there on official business. He'll be arriving in Canberra very soon. He'll lead a public ceremony at Parliament House this weekend, we believe on Sunday, reading the official proclamation of the Queen's passing, followed by a 21-gun salute. Floral tributes can be left for the forecourt of Parliament House and Government House, although the royal family has relayed a message through Government House here that people might like instead to make a donation to the charity of their choice, which is an appropriate tribute to a Queen who was patron of countless causes. Mr Albanese will travel to London in coming days with Governor-General David Hurley to meet the new King and personally convey the nation's sorrow and represent the nation at her funeral. There'll be a national memorial service here in Australia on his return with a national minute's silence at 11 a.m. on that day. Queen Elizabeth II, as I said, was Queen to 16 Prime Ministers in her historic reign, first visiting here in 1954 with Prince Philip, of course, many times since, including what became her last visit here to Parliament House, meeting Prime Minister Julia Gillard in 2011. Mr Albanese said that Australia's heart goes out on a day of great sadness for us and the world. It was really interesting to hear Rob Jobson earlier talking about the Queen, how imposing it would be for Liz Truss and other Prime Ministers to meet a woman who could retell in great detail her meeting with leaders such as Winston Churchill, Wilson, Thatcher and the rest. A very imposing figure, but one who deserved and was given the respect of the world. And this, guys, is certainly a moment where history freezes just briefly, and for a moment that will be remembered, I think, forever.
Yeah, well said, Riles. And the world's leaders, the world's media and many, I think, just average people will be heading to London right about now in the next few days, because they will want to be and see, you know, and commemorate the life of Her Majesty. Thank you very much, Mike Riley.
Thanks, guys.
Now, in 2020, the world was in the grip of the coronavirus crisis, and the Queen addressed the nation and the world. Before that, she'd only delivered 3 speeches in response to current events during her entire reign. One
was about the Gulf War, the second after the death of Princess Diana, and the third after the passing of the Queen Mother. Her address about COVID was calm, hopeful, and it was what we all needed.
Today, once again, many will feel a painful sense of separation from their loved ones. But now, as then, we know deep down that it is the right thing to do. While we have faced challenges before, this one is different. This time we join with all nations across the globe in a common endeavour, using the great advances of science and our instinctive compassion to heal. We will succeed, and that success will belong to every one of us. We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Let's bring in the Sun's royal commentator, Emily Andrews. Emily, this message gave a lot of hope right around the world, didn't it? What was the impact, the effect in Britain?
Well, actually, Koshi, just listening to that speech again has actually made me very emotional, bizarrely. I think that she was the grandmother of the nation, and she spoke for so many of us in that really testing time back in March 2020, when we really didn't know what the impact of the pandemic was going to be and what was going to happen. We had just been told here in the UK that we had to effectively stay inside, not go outside, not go to work, not go to school. And there was a real sense of fear and anxiety about what the pandemic meant, how many people were going to die. We'd seen, obviously, pictures in Europe of awful pictures in Italy of people just dying of COVID. And it was terrible, but actually her message of hope, of pulling together, the fact that she had served and had been served in the Second World War and had lived through the Second World War, and she talked about how it was our turn, our generation's turn, to be able to answer, would we have been able to do that too? And the answer is yes. And that final line, that tripartite, we will meet our friends again, we will be together again, and that final, we will meet again, to echo Dame Vera Lynn, of course, that famous wartime song, We'll Meet Again. It was so moving, and it was in a way that no other Prime Minister or President could do. I think it really brought the nation and the world hope, comfort. We were all pulling together for the same reason, and she really spoke to every person individually, but also spoke for the nation, that we were doing this for the greater good. And I can't really think of many other people in the last couple of centuries who could do that. Gandhi, Mandela, possibly Princess Diana, but, you know, the Queen sort of is one of those special people who was able to pull everyone together, but also yet speak to us all and for us all. And hearing her words again, and how masterful and insightful, and it's made me really quite emotional. And I think we are going to miss her more than any of us can ever say.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was the way she did it, wasn't it?
Yep.
Because we were all shutting down countries, people were angry, people were frustrated. As you say, people were dying, and, you know, world leaders were grappling, and, you know, everyone was angry. And she was so calm, but she was so measured and almost reserved in the way she spoke. But it just resonated right around the world.
Well, I think because she was so calm, and I think that was very comforting. And of course, for someone of her age, she was 93, about to have her 94th birthday. She was absolutely in the zone of, you know, in that zone of elderly people that COVID was the most threat to. But yet here she was saying, I'm not worried. You shouldn't be worried. We'll all pull together. We'll all do our bit. And I think it was calm, comforting, reasoned, and it was incredibly moving. And I think that, as you say, it was only the fourth national address that she had made due to current events. The first one was the Gulf War, the second one was the death of Princess Diana, and then the third one was the death of her own mother, the Queen Mother. And I think because she didn't do, I mean, it's bizarre. I'm finding it strange, actually, to even use the past tense, because she didn't do that very often. When she did make those extraneous announcements, they were very, very impactful. They were very powerful. And I think a lot of people, myself included, I watched that and actually felt much better after she'd spoken to us. And I thought, yeah, you know what? It's OK. I can do homeschooling. I can look after my children. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to miss my family. I'm going to miss my friends. And I think a lot of people took a lot of comfort. And in fact, in Piccadilly Circus, one of the... You know, people have been to London, it's one of the massive tourist landmarks in the UK. A big picture of the Queen was beamed up on the billboard in Piccadilly Circus with her words, "We will meet again." And it was left up during the pandemic. And although London was completely empty, obviously those pictures kind of went viral, and people found it really helpful and really comforting in a way that a Prime Minister, I don't think a Prime Minister or a president is never, ever going to have that kind of impact.
Emily, how was she regarded by the younger generation, the new generation of Brits coming through?
Well, I think for many Brits, for many younger Brits, their sort of introduction to the Queen has actually been through The Crown. You know, the drama.
Yes.
That big, you know.
Through Netflix, like everything else.
Yeah. And in fact, actually, you know, I was talking to a young person yesterday and they said, Emily, you know, I love The Crown. And I said, you do know it's drama, don't you? They said, really? I said, yes. It's based, but you know, it's based on real life, but it is a drama. But of course, I think it means that, you know, younger people have only ever seen the Queen as like a grandma, a twinkly grandma, you know, the grandma of the nation, you know, that old lady that sort of lives in the palace. Whereas The Crown introduced them to the glamorous Queen, the young Queen, the Queen who was swept off her feet by the, you know, Duke of Edinburgh, the Queen who had the power and responsibility and the crown thrust upon her head at a very, very young age. And so I think actually that has kind of almost gave her a sort of new set of fans all over again.
She was
because,
the original influencer. Without the original.
Exactly.
And of course, young people forget that old people were young at some time.
Yes. We were young once. We were all young once now.
Exactly. Emily, thank you very much. We really appreciate you talking to us.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's go to Eddie. And Eddie, lots of reaction from around the world.
So much reaction, Koshi, Nat, from world leaders, celebrities, sporting clubs, many other famous names as well have taken to social media this morning to pay their respects to the Queen and recognise her as the icon that she was. Let's go through some of those responses. Firstly, from Boris Johnson. Of course, 2 days ago, he was handing over to Liz Truss as Prime Minister of the UK, so one of the last people to actually see her at Balmoral. Here's his statement. This is our country's saddest day. In the hearts of every one of us, there is an ache at the passing of our Queen, a deep and personal sense of loss, far more intense perhaps than we expected. We're not sure if we'll see Boris Johnson on camera later on today in the UK, but that's his statement so far. From the US to an outpouring of emotion from Barack and Michelle Obama. Like so many of you, Michelle and I are grateful to have witnessed Her Majesty's dedicated leadership, and we are awed by her legacy and tireless, dignified public service. A very long statement from Barack and Michelle. They were lucky to meet her on a number of occasions, and they also spoke about how she brought considerable humour and charm to moments of great pomp and circumstance. She actually met 13 sitting US presidents in her time as Queen. She didn't actually meet with President Biden directly, but he issued this statement: a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and consistency who deepened the bedrock between our two nations of the US and the UK. And of course, we've seen also the flag flying at half-mast over the White House this morning. So much emotion shared from the US to their close neighbours, close friends in the UK. Closer to home in Europe, we've also heard from the French President Emmanuel Macron. He released this statement saying, "I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and this century, gave all to her kingdom with a special place in the hearts of the French people." And then wider from across the Commonwealth, of course, not only Queen in the UK, but head of the Commonwealth. So here are the thoughts of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
She was our Queen for almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious, deep, and abiding love and affection for Canadians. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
This is a time of deep sadness. Young or old, there is no doubt that a chapter is closing today. And with that, we share our thanks for an incredible woman who we were lucky enough to call our Queen.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern there, the news breaking early here and early in New Zealand. Also many tributes from celebrities who brushed shoulders with the Queen over the years. Elton John said she was an inspiring presence to be around and led the country through some of our greatest and darkest moments with grace, decency and genuine warmth. Of course, we know Elton John was a very close friend of Princess Diana. She played at her funeral and also had many connections with the royal family. Mick Jagger wrote, "Queen Elizabeth II has always been there. In my childhood, I can recall watching her wedding highlights on TV. I remember her as a beautiful young lady to the much beloved grandmother of the nation. My deepest sympathies are with the royal family. That sentiment shared by so many people today, Koshina.
Yeah, she was a great supporter of the arts and music, wasn't she? Let's go now to commentator Peter Ford in Melbourne on that. Pete, you were in London for the Jubilee celebrations just a few months ago. Her impact really can't be underestimated, can it? And the way she did support entertainment and music and the arts.
Yeah, very much embraced media and to a large degree show business, all those Royal Command performances, the royal premieres of the big movies, particularly the James Bond movies. But I was at those Jubilee celebrations and there'd been a lot of talk at the time, is the Queen going to be able to participate at all? So it's wonderful that there she was, that moment and that roar of that crowd, that sea of people. And the Queen never really gave away anything, but you almost got the sense that she was thinking, maybe I didn't mess this up, you know, and it gave the public a chance to actually visibly express their love for her and to thank her for that service. And I think that everybody in the back of their mind kind of knew it was going to be her last big hurrah. So it was just the most extraordinary few days and very selfishly, the best money I ever spent to go over there and to be a part of that. And it was just great because you know, I'm not a crazy royalist at all, but for most of us around my age in Australia, she's always been there. When you're at state school, there was a photograph of her in the classroom. You know, that I pledged an oath to her and I became a scout and then a Queen Scout after that, you know. So it's, my mum and dad took me and we went to see her. She drove past, she arrived on Britannia. We went down to Port Melbourne and you know, I really felt like she waved at me as she drove past. So, you know, I've always had this great affection for her. How could you not? How could anybody not have anything but such respect for this woman who all those years ago on the day of that coronation, people should go on YouTube and have a look at those vows. And it was like taking a priest or a nun would take vows, you know, to hand over their life to a certain service. And she never, ever once let us down. I mean, never failed. There she was 2 days ago, still at it. Remarkable, remarkable woman.
Yeah, it really was. And as you say, even if you're not a crazy royalist, even if you're a Republican, even if you're not a fan of the royal family, you still loved this woman. You still admired the Queen, didn't you? Maybe because she stayed relevant all these years later. Who could forget her appearances with Paddington Bear for the Jubilee? James Bond for the Olympics. She was on Zoom all the way through COVID.
Yeah, no, I thought the James Bond thing was great because there she was, supposedly hanging off the helicopter. And I mean, you've got to have a sense of humour to be willing to do that. And oddly enough, she actually played comedy quite well because she played it quite straight. But to get her to do this for the London Olympics and then to do the Paddington Bear thing quite recently, you know, that's someone who, A, has a sense of humour and secondly has a sense of show business and knows you can afford to have a laugh. And I think particularly in the last few years, we have seen the Queen increasingly smiling and relaxing a bit. And, you know, she was never going to let her guard down totally, but I think we saw a softer side of her, a more content side in recent years, despite all the family dramas.
Yeah, and talking about keeping relevant, yes, she had her favourite performers that would perform at every royal, you know, Tom Jones, but then to Ed Sheeran as well, who was just adored her.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all the young performers did. I mean, and certainly that most recent concert, the Party in the Palace, if I was to find anything to criticise, I was a bit disappointed there wasn't some more of that old guard there, like Sir Cliff Richard and Shirley Bassey, etc. But nonetheless, it was a brilliant concert. You know, it's done for television, done for a worldwide audience, so they had to keep it pretty broad and keep it current. But yeah, but much beloved by all performers, and any performer who got to appear on a Royal Command performance on their CV, you can be guaranteed that's right at the top. You know, I appeared on a Royal Command performance.
Yeah. Well, Peter Ford, thank you for that. You're watching outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. You didn't get inside the gates. One person that has and knows it firsthand, our Australian royal correspondent, Mark Beretta, who's actually been in Buckingham Palace and is mates with some of the royals.
So I got to go for the handing over of the Queen's baton for the Commonwealth Games for the Gold Coast, right? So they've made me MC, which was an incredible experience. So it starts off the day, I walk out of the hotel, jump in the black cab, and I get in the cab and I said to the cabbie, off to Buckingham Palace, thanks. He said, what, you going to meet the Queen, are you? You know, a bit of a joke. I said, yes. So we're off to a good start. And it sort of dawned on me this was a pretty big day. So to go through those gates and get in...
you there.
Yeah, it did. Yeah,
Boy from Geelong hadn't realised that by then.
So here's what happens as the day unfolds. Kurt Fearnley has the honour of bringing the baton down the Mall and with the Scots Guards, magnificent, you know, great moment, brings it in, parks it up. Cody Simpson performed that day. Anna Mears is there waiting to be the first baton holder along with Victoria Pendleton, the two great cyclists. Anyway, we go through this 45-minute show and it's Commonwealth Day in the UK and every head of state of every Commonwealth nation is sitting there in the crowd in front of us, and on the outside of the gates is the normal crowd of about 10,000 people have lined up. So we're live on the BBC across the UK and back here as well, and we get to the moment after 45 minutes where it's time to introduce the Queen. So she's coming out for the last 15 minutes to hand over the baton and make a speech, everything. So I'm there as MC and I do my ladies and gentlemen, would you please be upstanding and welcome Her Majesty the Queen. Nothing happens. And great moment in my career.
Hung out to dry.
She just wasn't ready. So I'm panicking at this. So you know what it's like that moment where something's supposed to happen and everyone's looking at you, every Commonwealth leader.
Did you tell a joke?
Watching. Well, I didn't, because what happened was I had an earpiece and the director from the BBC said, don't say anything, the Queen will come when she's ready. And I'm like,
that was in your ear?
Yeah. I'm like, really? So 3 minutes, it took the longest 3 minutes of my life. And we're all standing there. But the amazing thing was, no one left, no one looked away. There was dead silence. For 3 minutes, time froze at Buckingham Palace, right?
Wow.
That's a long time.
And I'm facing out the gate. So if you imagine, Palace is there, stage is there, gates are there. So I'm facing out towards the gates, right? And I knew she was coming because across the crowd, I just heard 10,000 people go, and selfie sticks went up. Like 10,000 selfie sticks just went up at once, and I knew she was there, and we continued on. But quite amazing, and to be that close to her, to be, you know, from you to me, Nat, was just amazing.
For such a diminutive stature, sort of, she was a giant, wasn't she?
She commanded the world, she commanded the room. But having said that, she didn't make you feel small or, you know, insignificant. She made people feel at ease, which was a great gift, you know, and I think that's what we've heard time and time again.
What a lovely story.
Yeah, it's special to have,
Yeah, you'll remember that forever. Brett, that was great.
Might even tell the grandkids.
Yeah, thank you.
I reckon you will. Breaking news this morning, of course, Queen Elizabeth II has passed away at age 96 after 70 years on the throne.
Her death was confirmed by the royal household with an official announcement from Buckingham Palace. The statement said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon, UK time. King Charles III and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral overnight and will return to London tomorrow. It ends a record-breaking reign, one that will most likely never be seen again.
The Queen had been suffering from mobility problems since the end of last year, but her health deteriorated in the last few days. She was last seen just on Wednesday, our time, when she greeted the new UK Prime Minister, Liz Truss. In a break from tradition, the event took place at Balmoral, not at Buckingham Palace.
In the lead up to the Queen's passing, doctors had placed her under medical supervision. The royal family members rushed to her side in Scotland. All her children were there, Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward, along with Prince William. Prince Harry arrived at Balmoral after the Queen had passed away. The Duke of Sussex looked visibly upset in the back of the car. Let's go live to our reporters in the UK and Canberra. Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield is at Balmoral for us. Hugh, a real sense of shock and loss has swept across the nation.
Yeah, and I think, Nat, that people are relatively shocked at how quickly this has really all happened this week, considering that just on Tuesday we saw the Queen up and about, albeit using a walking stick, to oversee the transfer of power between one Prime Minister to another. Now, this week, there has been 2 Prime Ministers here in the UK and 2 monarchs as well. It is truly remarkable. The royal family spent the day scrambling to get here to Balmoral when the gravity of the situation became clear. Prince Charles was at Dumfries House in the south of Scotland, one of his Scottish residences. Princess Anne was also in Scotland. They managed to get here quite quickly. Other members of the royal family, not so much. A plane carrying senior members of the royal family, Prince Andrew, Prince William, Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, touched down at Aberdeen Airport. They were driven here, but looking at the timings now, it looks as though they didn't make it, because we are now told by Downing Street that Liz Truss, the British Prime Minister, was informed at 4:30 p.m. That is before they all arrived here. The Queen's death marking the end of a remarkable life and an extraordinary 70-year reign. Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family, to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, a handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met. After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guadiamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death. The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
Her coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian. And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. One of the first acts of King Charles' reign, releasing a statement about the death of his mother. He said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." King Charles, we're going to have to get used to this, King Charles here at Balmoral tonight alongside his wife, the Queen Consort, members of the royal family with them following the death of the Queen.
On this extraordinary day in history, His Majesty the King. We will have to get used to that. It's very difficult, isn't it? Now, this is a shot of the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Let's have a look. He's signing his condolences to the royal family in Canberra right now, and those condolence books will be open to the public to sign. Of course, many Australians have fond memories of Her Majesty, meeting her or seeing her in probably a long line of visitors trying to catch a glimpse of her on her many visits to Australia. And you'll be able to pay your respects by signing one of the condolences books in Canberra and other places around Australia. We'll tell you about that soon.
Let's go to Sarah Greenhalgh at Buckingham Palace. Sarah, people flocked to the palace when they heard the news, and they were in enormous numbers through till late in the night. It's what now, 9 minutes past 1 a.m. London time.
You're right, Koshi. 10 past 1 and there are still crowds of people at the gates of Buckingham Palace. We have obviously spoken for so long about the Queen's age, the fact that she was 96, that she was looking frail, that she was having those mobility issues for about a year or so. But it really feels tonight that the nation wasn't ready for this, despite the inevitability of it all. Buckingham Palace over the years has been such a focal point for celebrations when it comes to the royal family. It's actually a little bit surreal standing here. I was just thinking about the fact that the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations were only 3 months ago. She stood on that balcony twice, unexpectedly, for Trooping the Colour on the Thursday and then again on the Sunday. And now there is such a sombre mood here. People coming to pay their respects to the Queen and to the royal family. They are aware of how sad they would be this evening and what a tough also 14 months it has been for them, given that Prince Philip only passed away last April. They say they feel like they have lost someone they know. The people who've come down here, we've spoken to Aussies, to Americans, to Brits, people from all over the place. I think we've got one of those people here to play you now.
Walking down here and I noticed the flag at half mast, and that's the first I knew. So yeah, it's quite surreal, quite sad.
And she's been my queen all my life. And to hear, it's very strange hearing King Charles and you go, she's really gone. She's just been such a part of all our lives. She's been the most incredible queen. It's been the most glorious second Elizabethan era.
Wow, that really shows you the emotion, doesn't it, Sarah? And of course, you're outside the Queen Victoria statue outside Buckingham Palace, and we've seen people up there on the statue all evening. Thousands and thousands of people wanted to get out of their homes and just be there, talk to each other, shed tears. Remember this moment?
Nat, totally. There was one young girl we spoke to who usually walks past the palace every day on her way home from work. She only lives about 5 minutes away. Today she didn't because it was raining, so she decided to take the bus. So immediately when she got home, she turned on the television, she saw the news, and she came back with a bouquet of flowers because she felt it was the right thing to do. And she said she was doing it also on behalf of her entire family because the Queen has meant so much to all of them. There has been spontaneous rounds of applause here. There's been impromptu renditions of God Save the Queen, 3 cheers for the Queen, and it's also it's young people, it's older people, it's such a cross-section of people who want to pay their respects. It's also, I should mention, quite eerie driving through the streets of London this evening. All the bus stops where there would usually be advertising billboards on the side, there is now just a single, the same image of Her Majesty on every bus stop. And in Piccadilly Circus, again, one beautiful image of the Queen. It says Her Majesty the Queen, 1926 to 2022. Also in the tube stations. And here at the Palace now, we've had a cherry picker actually just come through here in the past few moments. They're putting up flags. They are also preparing now for what lies ahead in the coming days. We understand also that the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, her cabinet ministers and the Metropolitan Police have held a high-level meeting this evening at Downing Street to coordinate those plans for the next few days, because there will be so many people flocking here to central London. In the aftermath of Diana's death in '97, 60 million bouquets of flowers were left outside various royal residences. So you can only imagine what the floral tributes will be like as more people come out over the next few days. The weather was incredibly grim this evening. The heavens opened in the past 48 hours for the first time in a long time. So there'll be plenty more people here when the sun rises tomorrow.
So, thank you, Sarah. So much emotion. Rob Jobson, she's been my queen my whole life. Wow.
Yeah, she has. I mean, but also so many people, that is the truth. I mean, people like my mother, of course, remember the King, but born in 1939. But apart from that, so many people, she's been our queen our whole life, and that's the strange thing. We've now got a king, and it's going to be a change, and it's going to be a transition. But I think there's a lot of people at this moment just remembering what a great job she did.
Yeah, and Rob, I think in these moments, you know, a lot of people have talked to us about this family underneath all the pomp and circumstance being like any other. And I think we saw a glimpse of that when we saw many of them driving in to Balmoral late this afternoon, you know, ashen-faced, knowing probably at that time that she had passed away. We've got the pictures here.
Yeah, Prince William at the wheel, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, next to him, and the Wessexes about Edward and Sophie. No Harry. They flew up together. I don't know why Harry wasn't on that plane. We can only speculate.
Yeah, he came later, quite a bit later, a couple of hours. But that's Harry arriving after the rest of the royals looking really distraught.
Yeah, I mean, it is sad. I mean, they clearly missed the final goodbye, which is always sad for anybody whose family member has passed. And but luckily, and I think fortunately, they all had a chance quite recently to see her. Not Harry, actually, because he chose not to, but he did see her at the Jubilee, and he did introduce his children to her. So that's going to be some consolation to him. But I think there's now a big shift towards really Prince William and Prince Charles, as he was, King Charles. But William now has got a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders as the heir to the throne, and also his dad is 73, so things are moving quite rapidly. The fact is, I expect the Prince of Wales is a very fit guy to be around for some time, but the moment has come where it's pushing in that direction for William too.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Rob Jobson. We will cross back to you very soon, our team in London there.
Yeah, now the last Australian Prime Minister to actually meet the Queen was Scott Morrison, and he joins us now. Scott Morrison, how did you feel when you heard the news this morning?
Well, I was just very sorrowful, David, and Nat. Actually woke up to it with you guys today. And Jenny passed on the news to me as we woke up, and and just full of sorrow, but at the same time thankful for an amazing life of service, of grace, of dignity, of duty, of love for her family, but for all of those she served all around the world. So a real combination. We all knew this day would come. And as Prime Minister, we were always prepared for it, as the Prime Minister now is. There was always arrangements that would be followed. But when the day actually comes, it does cause you to stop and reflect, and on the times that you had, the moments, and the impact that she'd had on your life over a very long period of time and on over so many generations.
Yeah, you're right. We knew, obviously, she's an elderly woman, 96 years old, and we knew her time was coming, didn't we? But we're showing shots of you and Jenny meeting her. What was she like up close? Because most of us, obviously, will never know.
She was incredibly warm. That's my sort of lasting impression of our meetings, and there are a few of them, and conversations we would have on the phone. She was incredibly warm. She put you at ease. She was very aware of the fact that she was the Queen, the monarch, and the regal things that went with that. But there was a real regal humility that went with that, and we had wonderful conversations about things that she was passionate about. She really did love Australia. She was deeply interested in Australia, and she followed what was happening in Australia. She particularly was interested and empathetic with the people in rural and regional Australia. She understood the hardships they faced over many, many generations. I mean, one thing, when you're sitting there with her, you're very mindful of the fact that this is the same Queen who sat down with Sir Robert Menzies, the same Queen that sat down with Winston Churchill, and you're just overwhelmed by the length of her service and the wisdom she's picked up from that. But with all of that, she's sitting there, and we're joking about a book that John Howard suggested I should give to her, which was the biography of Winks. And we joked about the fact that Winks was so good, she probably could have written her own autobiography. And she just had a good, kind sense of humour, and we just relished the time. It was a great honour and privilege.
What did Jenny think of her? Was she equally as respectful to partners? I reckon that's the mark of a great person, because so often, partners get ignored. What did Jenny think of the Queen?
Adored her. And I must admit, in that first conversation, I think I was the third wheel in that conversation. Such was her interest, and she'd ask Jenny about family and things like this. Nice. She was just a very kind woman. And look, she was also a woman of deep private faith. Let's not forget that, yes, she was the monarch, but she was also the head of the Church of England. Yep. And she took those responsibilities incredibly seriously. And the messages that she would give over the course of her life, for those who, have a similar faith, you can see the thread of the impact of her faith on her life, on her service, and on her duty. And so the world mourns her passing, and the Commonwealth does. I described her today as the rock of the Commonwealth, and she was the rock of many people's lives that enabled them to just press on and carry on in that fine tradition. But she was also the head of the Church of England, and I think did an amazing job in that regard as well for people of the Anglican faith all around the world.
So you obviously met a lot of people in your time as Prime Minister, a lot of them very important. Yeah. So when you and Jenny are going in to meet the Queen, do you have a little chat? Is it nerve-wracking? What's it like when you go in to meet this woman compared to everyone else?
Nothing tops meeting with Her Majesty. Nothing comes close. Nothing. Wow. Nothing. And I've had many great honours, whether at the White House or other places, and very grateful and respectful of those two. They were wonderful. But meeting the Queen, there was no equal to that. And I must admit, we're sitting in the little ante-room there with her lady-in-waiting, who'd been with her for decades as well. And we're sitting in this little room, and they were explaining to us what the protocol was, and Jenny and I were terribly nervous, and we're looking at each other and sort of practising a bit as to what we had to do, and I think we nailed it when we went in. But then she so quickly put you at ease, and we're sitting and talking, and there's this, they say to you, look, after about 20 minutes or so, she will just politely press the little button, and we'll come in and we'll escort you out. Well, 20 minutes came and went, and we're still sitting there chatting, and then even as we were leaving, I think we're over there for about almost 40 minutes, you know, she's still telling us stories, and she's showing us photos on the piano in the room at Buckingham Palace. And it was just, you know, it was one of those life experiences that you'll always treasure. And so today, you know, there is quite a bit of emotion, you can probably tell, and there are for so many people around the world, and people who would never have met her, and she would have had that profound effect on them. And so, you know, how thankful are we? You know, God bless Her Majesty, and now, God save the Queen, we'd say. I said on my post today, but now she rests with him eternally, and she's with her beloved Philip.
Yep.
And how good's that?
Yep.
She really clearly missed him.
And she's always shown great affection to Australia, hasn't she? When you work in the UK, you know, the Poms are ribbing you all the time about, oh, you convicts, we set the worst to Australia. But when it came to the Queen, she never had a bad word to say about us.
Well, that's right, and I think it was a place of real fondness for her from her many, many visits here, particularly when she was sort of younger. You can imagine how important they were in her life at that point, and the fond memories she would have had of being here over that time. But I must say that she felt the same way about, you know, Commonwealth countries all around the world. We often, in our meetings, we sometimes spoke about the Pacific nations, and you know, their close connection to Papua New Guinea and the Solomons, and well, Fiji's a republic now, but Fiji and so on. And she had a deep love for every single corner of the Commonwealth, and took her responsibilities as seriously to all of us in the Commonwealth as she did, I think, in the United Kingdom. So, yes, we extend our great sympathies to the people of the United Kingdom, and particularly to King Charles III and to Prince William and all the family. But we don't do that as extending sympathies to them as for their Queen. We do it as siblings, and we do it because she was our Queen too. And she knew she was our Queen, and she deeply respected our constitution, our country, and you know, this is the end of an era, literally.
And the beginning of another, as you said, King Charles III. As someone said on the streets of Australia today, I think we'll give him a go. Do you think that will be the view around Australia?
I think so, and I certainly hope so. I mean, I think particularly over these 10 days of the official period of mourning, it's not really the time to be canvassing some of those broader political issues that go to the monarchy. People know my position about this, but that's not a time to even make those points. I think they will. It's one thing to be the Prince of Wales, it's another thing to be the King. And I think he will bring his own dimension to all of this, his own perspective. I've also met Prince Charles, now King Charles III, on many occasions as well. And I've always enjoyed those meetings. He's got a great sense of humour. And he also loves Australia. Really loves Australia, and deeply interested in things in this country. So you know, God save the King.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Morris, I really appreciate your time and your memories, and again, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for being with you, and well done on the coverage, guys.
Thank you very much. Now, despite being in the public eye for decades, people were still fascinated by the Queen, especially what happened behind those palace doors.
Absolutely. This appetite for the Queen's story has been a draw card for the entertainment industry. Eddie has more.
Nat and Koshi, from Helen Mirren to Claire Foy, some of the biggest celebrities in the world took on the role of a lifetime, stepping into Her Majesty's very big shoes for award-winning roles and some lighter ones too.
It's the theme song we all know and love. The Crown hit our screens through Netflix, offering a glimpse into what the royals and Elizabeth were really like. It was based on historical events, following the political and personal events that shaped the Queen's reign.
This restlessness of yours, it has to be a thing of the past.
Claire Foy took on the monster role first for 2 seasons in Elizabeth's early years.
To do nothing is often the best course of action.
I can't see anyone but you.
that. History was not made by those who did nothing.
Before handing over the role on the hit series to Olivia Colman, who won a Golden Globe for her performance.
Age is rarely kind to anyone. Nothing one can do about it. Mr. Wilson, the duty befalls me as sovereign to ask you to form a government in my name. Congratulations, Prime Minister.
And finally, Imelda Staunton will play Her Majesty in Season 5.
I'm delighted to be here, inheriting the role of Queen Elizabeth from two outstanding actresses.
In 2006, Dame Helen Mirren was spectacular in The Queen. She won an Oscar, Golden Globe and a BAFTA.
We do things in this country quietly, with dignity.
The film follows the royal family's response to Princess Diana's death in 1997.
Something's happened. There's been a change, some shift in values. Maybe he's got a point. What if my actions are damaging the crown? I prefer to keep my feelings to myself. Foolishly, I believe that was what the people wanted from their queen.
Then in 2012, fellow Brit Emma Thompson played the Queen. Playhouse presents Walking the Dogs is about a real-life break-in that happened at Buckingham Palace in 1982.
I always think of love like a mountain or an ocean or God. Surely it's a fact of life, isn't it?
But love needs two people, doesn't it?
That's not always true.
Freya Wilson was just 11 years old when she played a young Princess Elizabeth in The King's Speech alongside Colin Firth.
Your Majesty.
Kristen Scott Thomas played the Queen in the stage production of The Audience. It follows Her Majesty's meetings with Prime Ministers over 60 years.
As Queen, it is my duty to ask you if you are in a position to form a new government.
And again, Helen Mirren also took lead in the same play on Broadway. But it wasn't always a serious portrayal. Writers have had fun over the years poking fun at the royals.
We're about ready for the first pitch ceremony with the Queen of England ready to toss out the first ball.
How about that Queen, ladies and gentlemen?
Churchill, The Hollywood Years, is a satire with a young Princess Elizabeth who helped save Britain from the Nazis. And The Queen's Corgi follows Her Majesty's beloved Pooch on a grand adventure. The biggest comedy shows in the world had their own version of Queen Liz, with appearances in Family Guy.
Get us away from that lunatic!
And The Simpsons.
Lady, please. Get back in your overturned car. Let the guys handle this.
We'll deal with him, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty?
Dad, you rear-ended the Queen of England.
The Queen of what?
Fred Armisen brought us a crass version of the Queen on Saturday Night Live.
You think you could just, like, show up and take over, yeah? Do a bit of queening and that, right?
I beg your pardon, Your Majesty, but why are you two talking like that?
This is how we really talk, love. Not so nice, right? But it gets the job done, don't it?
And Jeanette Charles was oh so brilliant in films like National Lampoon's Vacation.
Wonderful.
Hey, Chuck. How are you? Good to see you again.
Beautiful.
Elizabeth II was loved through the generations. Her Majesty even made an appearance in children's programming right across the world.
It appears Monty rather likes you.
He's so cute.
Oh, yes, and quite the handful.
It's fair to say not all representations of the Queen are created equal, and we're not still sure whether she loved them all. Of course, I'm sure she didn't, although we do have some reports that they did watch The Crown in the palace. Of course, she was the ultimate representation of herself with the best sense of humour, including with that clip with Paddington Bear at the Queen's Jubilee. This was just so fantastic and apparently resonated so very well with the Queen's great-great-grandchildren whose ears pricked up when they saw this come on the big screen at the Jubilee. And this morning, Paddington has actually tweeted saying, "Thank you, Mom," and that tweet has been retweeted 10,000 times, liked over 600,000 times. So it's wonderful to see her taking the mickey out of herself over the years as well, guys.
Isn't that lovely?
Isn't it? And look at her acting.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I know. Forget Helen Mirren, she should have played herself. Yeah. Thanks, Eddie. Despite being in the public eye for decades, people were still fascinated by the Queen, especially what happened behind palace doors.
Now, this appetite for the Queen's story has been a draw card for so many people, as Eddie was pointing out then. Let's go to Sarah Greenhalgh, who is outside the Queen Victoria statue live from Buckingham Palace, the only person there at the moment, Sarah. But crowds have flocked there, the love, the affection for the Queen, probably boosted by the appearance of Paddington Bear.
I was on the Mall that night on the Saturday of the Platinum Jubilee, the party at the Palace as they called it, when that skit was played, and the reaction from the crowd was just so wonderful, and it's exactly what you would expect. People loved it because she was so cute, she was so good in that skit, and from all accounts, people who met the Queen, they say that that's what she was like, that she was very warm, and we didn't get to see a lot of that publicly in the various vision that the Palace put out, but you'd see glimpses every now and then, and I think that skit was one of the best. But people here are just so genuinely sad. Plans for the Queen's death, guys, have been in place, as we've talked about throughout the morning, for so long, for decades. There have been these official plans, Operation Lion, in place, but this nation was not ready for this moment. I guess it's been such a tough couple of years with COVID, with Brexit, with a new Prime Minister only this week, of course all the drama surrounding Boris Johnson, an energy crisis that this country was so focused on coming into winter, and now this. So I think it's all compounded, and people are really genuinely very sad. I've spoken to people from so many different countries today, Bangladesh, Romania, America, Australia, and of course so many Brits, and they all just say that they needed to come here, as we will see so many more people over the next few days, to pay their respects to the Queen and to let the other members of the royal family, King Charles, Prince William, and the other siblings and grandchildren also know that they are thinking of them. Here is some of those people we spoke to a little earlier.
Yeah, I just happened to be walking down here, and I noticed the flag at half mast, and that's the first I knew. So yeah, it's quite surreal, quite sad.
And she's been my queen all my life. And to hear, it's very strange hearing King Charles and you go, she's really gone. She's just been such a part of all our lives. She's been the most incredible queen. It's been the most glorious second Elizabethan era.
That woman told me she was so surprised that she was so overcome with emotion. People here just weren't expecting it, and I think I even felt the same. We talk about her so much. Living here in the UK, she is such a constant. I think we will hear that so many times over the next week and a half or so. Such a constant in all our lives. An extraordinary life, an incredible reign, a universally admired and adored woman, no matter what background someone is from, where they have come from. They all have respect for her commitment to duty, her service. The fact that she was carrying out a constitutional duty just 48 hours before her passing speaks volumes. I should mention, because you can probably hear some of the background noise, yeah, there is a lot of activity now here happening at the Palace. Actually, excuse me, cameraman, not usual cameraman, would you just actually mind showing our host, Koshi, just a bit of what is happening? Isn't that terrible? A sign of how what the night's been like. Just a bit of what is happening, given that you can hear all this noise. So there's all these cameras. He can only go so far, but there's basically all these cameras set up, as you can imagine. And then behind
Sarah,
there's now scaffolding being moved around.
Yeah, we're using an international agency here, so you've just jumped into one of those first cameras. But I think we have a big wide shot that we've been using during the morning of Buckingham. There we go, which gives us a better idea of what's happening. Just obviously they're expecting tens of thousands of people to come and pay their respect outside Buckingham Palace tomorrow, and they're preparing for it.
100%. They're also building what will essentially be a media village here, because there's obviously lots of international media here at the moment, but over the coming days there will be more. There will be so many different people flying into London, in addition to the dignitaries, in addition to people who are coming to pay their respects. So this will all be created. They are starting to build it right now. As I mentioned before, there was a cherry picker that actually came right through here before, so all these marquees that we're standing under were lifted up, hoisted onto the grass. All the cameras were moved, and then everything was moved back into place. So it's a bit of a moving feast at the moment as they prepare for what will be a huge few days.
Okay.
But 60 million bunches of flowers when Diana died. So you can only begin to imagine what it will be like now that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away. She's just so universally adored by people here.
Yeah, so Sarah, you're there, and these are live pictures, obviously. So the intention is to block off all that area outside of Buckingham Palace, do you think, or squeeze the roadway in to cope with the number of people?
The roads right around here have now been shut off at various points, Koshi, so we had to be dropped off and then walked in. The Mall has been closed right throughout today. So at the moment it is all construction workers, if you will, who are setting this up. The public, as I understand, will still be allowed, though, to be near the gates of Buckingham Palace. You wouldn't be able to stop them, given the amount of people who want to come here and show their respect. So they will be allowed to leave flowers there, and likely, like happened last year, I'd imagine, in the case of when Prince Philip passed away, those flowers were often collected and then moved elsewhere because the volume that will be placed there will be so great that they can't just leave them there for the 10 or 12 days until the Queen's funeral, so they will be moving them.
So the Queen passed 9 hours ago, and now they're setting up for the next week.
Already doing that.
This is the first step in the operation.
And look, it's 25 to 2 in the morning, London time. And we remember we were there in the week lead up to Meghan and Harry's wedding. And you have to book a little slot. And as you say, there are thousands and thousands of the world's media. There will be hundreds and hundreds of world leaders.
Totally.
There will be thousands of people from around the world, as well as Brits, people from the UK who just want to be there. The world will converge right where you are, Sarah, in the next 10 days, won't it?
You're right, Nat. So in addition to the grief, the emotion, the fact that people here are trying to process this, and they do feel, so many of them, like they have lost their own grandmother figure. So in addition to all of that, there is this logistical process. So we've heard about this high-level meeting that has taken place at Downing Street this evening with the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, her cabinet ministers and the Metropolitan Police, because they need to coordinate how they are getting these huge amounts of people into central London when the Queen is lying in state. Again, you can imagine the flow of people in, the flow of people back out. This might sound silly, but there's been rolling train strikes here over the past few months, which has caused huge disruption to transport. And again, I feel so rude not knowing my cameraman's name before, given that he is an agency cameraman. We'll chat later and get to know each other. But again, to explain to you the reason that we couldn't use our own facilities, which we usually do to bring you live crosses, was due to the sheer volume of people here who were here. It was like being at a concert earlier in terms of phone reception not working. You couldn't send a message because there were so many people, tens of thousands of Brits, who had brought themselves down here in the immediate aftermath of that announcement. And many had also followed this throughout the day. They'd seen that initial lunchtime statement from Buckingham Palace, that unprecedented statement saying that doctors were concerned about Her Majesty. So while they were in their offices or at home, they were checking. They were constantly, across this rolling coverage. And so when they heard the news at about 6:30 local time, they made their way here.
You would be a very brave union to continue rolling strikes during a period of mourning with the death of the Queen. I'd expect that to finish quickly, particularly when her body's transported back to London. Sarah, thank you for that. You're live from outside Buckingham Palace. We'll keep crossing back to you so you can keep us up to date with how things are moving there and preparations for what is to come. In the meantime, let's go to our royal editor, Rob Jobson. Rob, tell us what we can expect to happen from here. Sarah's in the midst of a hive of activity there outside Buckingham Palace. There must be an expectation that there is going to be tens of thousands of people congregating outside Buckingham Palace to pay their respects over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, when I was there not that long ago, the whole of the road's been blocked off. The Mall have been blocked off. The police are getting ready because they're going to make sure for security as well what the situation is. So, they've got a whole load of people coming in from, high-level dignitaries as well coming into the country. They're going to make sure the place is safe. But I think tomorrow you're going to have the Prince of King Charles III come down with the Queen Consort and do the actual process of state, really, and deal with the the actual machinations of actually taking power. He is immediately the king, but he's got to be sworn in and before the Privy Councillors, and there's a whole load of other things he's got to be dealing with too, including telephone conversations with prime ministers all around the world. So it was quite interesting, I think, when Scott Morrison was talking about the Queen. I think when he was talking about her love of Australia, I think there's a great anecdote that sums it up about how much she loved Australia. Is that when people, she was always a winner, because when Australia were playing England at cricket, they used to say, well, which team are you supporting? She says, well, I support the winner because I'm the queen of both. So that was how she used to deal with it.
She was very savvy, wasn't she? She was nobody's fool, Rob.
Nobody's fool, but I mean, lately, of course, she's got the New Zealanders to deal with as well. But the fact is that that's how she, and she loved Australia. And I mean, I was fortunate enough to be on several visits with her there, but she really had a real fondness for it, and she was very well informed. And when there were major problems, such as the floods or the fires, or she was the first to make an announcement and sending her condolences to those who've been lost, and to praise to the fireys that have been dealing with such difficult times. So she's someone who was passionate about the countries of which she was queen.
Yeah, and Rob, she's no pushover. Everyone says she was like the grandmother of the Commonwealth, the grandmother of Britain. She would meet her prime ministers and she'd refer to them as my prime ministers on a regular basis and give them a grilling.
Yeah, well, she would certainly, I don't know about grilling, but she would certainly make them question themselves. I mean, you've got to be, if you think about it, if you're like someone like Prime Minister Trudeau in Canada, his dad was her Prime Minister as well. I mean, there's things like, so it's quite difficult for him to play out. And I always love that clip when President Bush says, George Bush, George R. Bush says about, she gave me a look like no other, only a mother could. I thought that was a fantastic moment too. But I think that she wasn't a pushover. She was politically very astute. She was a student of the Irish political situation, and one of her great legacies, I think, is that visit in 2011 to Ireland after all the conflicts that had been going on. She was there, and that was an amazing moment when she made her speech in Ireland and talked about reconciliation. I thought it was so important. But apart from that, the Commonwealth itself is something that's hugely important to her, and I'm sure that the Prince King Charles will carry on and support that as much as he can.
See, it's hard to say. It's going to take us a while to say King Charles III, isn't it? And talk about on-the-job training. She was 25 when she became Queen. Can you imagine your 25-year-old self, or any young, mid-20s kids looking at this today, taking over what she did and learning what she did? Well,
I mean, my son's nearly 21. I can't imagine him taking on well, that's a bit harsh, but no, I think it's quite incredible what she achieved and then what she did at that stage. She was very much supported by the Duke of Edinburgh, and she had a great Prime Minister, in those times of Churchill in the UK, people like Robert Menzies in Australia. So she was supported by some giants of the political times as well. And I think that she was able, as a result of that, to grow into that job. I mean, Churchill famously said, he was weeping at the loss of the King, and said, but she's just a child, when they said, but the Queen will need your support. The thing is, it was difficult to start with. And there were a lot of expectations. Her great tour in 1952-53 that took in Australia and New Zealand was so important in cementing her reign. And for Churchill, it was so important that he wanted that to happen. But I think that by the 60s, she'd absolutely grown into the role, and that's why she was able to have such good relationships with people like Harold Wilson, who I think was probably one of her favourite prime ministers in the UK. But she had great relationships with world leaders around the globe. Her relationship with Nelson Mandela was so close. He used to call her my friend Elizabeth, and when she invited him, just when he wasn't president, to join the state banquets, the Commonwealth banquet, that was a big moment, because it showed that she knew she could read the runes. It was going to be soon President Mandela. Let's just move it forward. She was somebody that was a very, very astute politician and political person, as well as being a figurehead. She wasn't just that figurehead. I mean, I think when you were talking to the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, I thought he summed it up very well with the way that she was a woman of great faith too, and that is something that really did see her through, I think, some of the more difficult times.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Great memories. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Now, over her 70-year reign, the Queen embraced all sorts of new technology, particularly Zoom and video messages over COVID and as her mobility deteriorated. But in wartime Britain, it was the radio that helped her communicate directly with her subjects.
Yeah, here is a Princess Elizabeth in her first public speech way back on the 13th of October 1940, giving a radio address along with Princess Margaret to the children of the Commonwealth, many of whom were living away from home due to the war.
In wishing you all good evening, I feel that I am speaking to friends and companions who have shared with my sister and myself many a happy children's hour. Thousands of you in this country have had to leave your homes and be separated from your fathers and mothers. My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all. To you living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy, and at the same time we would like to thank the kind people who have welcomed you to their homes in the country. All of us children who are still at home think continually of our friends and relations who have gone overseas, who have travelled thousands of miles to find a wartime home and a kindly welcome in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the United States of America. My sister and I feel we know quite a lot about these countries. Our father and mother have so often talked to us of their visits to different parts of the world. So it is not difficult for us to picture the sort of life you are all leading, and to think of all the new sights you must be seeing, and the adventures you must be having. But I am sure that you too are often thinking of the old country. I know you won't forget us. It is just because we are not forgetting you that I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes, to you and to your kind hosts as well. Before I finish, I can truthfully say to you all that we children at home are full of cheerfulness and courage. We are trying to do all we can to help our gallant sailors, soldiers and airmen. And we are trying too to bear our own share of the danger and sadness of war. We know, every one of us, that in the end all will be well, for God will care for us and give us victory and peace. And when peace comes, remember, it will be for us, the children of today, to make the world of tomorrow a better and happier place. My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
How cute is that? Remember, for a lot of Australians, you wouldn't realise Britain was being bombed. It was the Battle of the Britain, the Blitz. They were shipping children to the country, even to Australia. The war was so bad, the Second World War. And that was her first radio speech to other kids of Britain to console them.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Wow.
How well did she speak?
What an era. And when people talk about wartime Brits and how steely and resilient they are, it is because of that, isn't it?
And she epitomised it, didn't she?
Yep.
Now, for more on our breaking news, we're joined by Dr. Jess Carneil, a royal family researcher who can tell us about what comes next. Morning to you. So, Operation London Bridge, as they call it, is a very intricate protocol. What is it? What can you explain?
So Operation London Bridge was first developed in the 1960s, and each member of the royal family has their own bridge that's associated with their death and funeral plans. So London Bridge is the one for Queen Elizabeth II. This enters us into first a period of official mourning, but it also describes all of the logistics of how it is that we deal with this. So the closure of Parliament and the processes of proclamation. So tomorrow we'll have the official proclamation of King Charles III, and then he'll be meeting with the British heads of state, so the Prime Minister and his cabinet. They'll offer their formal condolences, and he'll welcome them into his Parliament. So that's the initial step of it. We also have a closure or suspension of Parliament in Australia and in the rest of the Commonwealth. Operation London Bridge also describes the process of organising the funeral and all of those periods of mourning. So the funeral will be held within 10 days. But the bit that we don't really talk about as much is there is an additional plan to this called Operation Unicorn. And this was developed specifically for the contingency that the Queen would die in Scotland at Balmoral Castle, which, has occurred and was considered very likely because of her great fondness for that place. So that's actually the bit that we're in right now. And so she'll be... the coffin will be taken to Hollywood Palace, where she'll lie in state for 72 hours, and then she'll be taken down on the royal train to lie in state at Buckingham and then at Westminster Palace.
Okay, so when is the body likely to be transported from Edinburgh down to London? And how long will that take? Will that be a slow process to give people in the regional areas of Britain time to show their respects as the train passes?
I don't know exactly the speed that the train will be travelling at, but I imagine it won't be too rapid, but there won't be a chance for it to stop at particular places. Certainly when people do see the royal train passing through, it is very likely that we will see people gathering at stations and offering their respect in those spaces as well. But the coffin will be travelling down within the next 3 days. So it'll lie in state for 3 days and then travel down, and that will take a few hours or a day to get from Edinburgh to London.
And so then what happens once it reaches London? Where does the body go?
So she will lie in state and in Westminster Palace, which is where most of the public will have the opportunity to go in and pay their respect to her.
Okay. And the funeral itself, you're saying within 10 days.
10 days.
Is it next weekend or that it's likely? Saturday or Sunday? We did have a commentator earlier say unlikely to be a Sunday, so it will either be the Saturday or the Monday.
Yes,
UK
that's
time.
Yes. So it will be 10 days is the usual protocol, but if it's unlikely to be on the Sunday, then they'll probably do it the day after, I would imagine. And this is something, again, it's part of that London Bridge where there are all the plans put into place. Her service will be delivered by the Archbishop at Canterbury, and then her body will be laid to rest at Windsor Castle in St George Chapel alongside her husband, Prince Philip.
Windsor Castle.
Right, and as we say, the plans have been in place for many decades, but tweaked a little bit because she passed away at Balmoral. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, Jess. We really appreciate it, explaining all that, because it's complicated. It's something that most people wouldn't know about, and it's also interesting. This is a shot right now of Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews, who is laying a wreath outside Government House. There is a temporary memorial there in Melbourne where the public can sign a register and also lay flowers in tribute.
Now, the Queen's passing has sent shockwaves through the UK and throughout the world. Her Majesty touched so many lives during her historic 70-year reign.
She was a towering figure and also, of course, an inspiration to many. Needless to say, her loss is being felt profoundly from city to city, country to country. Here's US correspondent Tim Lester.
Washington pays its respects. Joe and Jill Biden travelled to the British Embassy to sign a condolence book.
We mourn for all of you. great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
The news had broken.
Is CNN breaking news.
The Queen has died, very sadly. She died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
So here's the thing.
As the Biden White House briefed journalists.
Okay. All right. Well,
we are coming on the air with somber news from Buckingham Palace.
The president ordered Washington's flags lowered as the National Cathedral tolled its funeral bells 96 times, once for each year of the British monarch's extraordinary life. She defined an era, Joe Biden said in a statement. Of the US-UK alliance, she helped make our relationship special. Her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history and in the story of our world. And so the world is mourning.
I'm having trouble believing that my last sit down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats.
Her Majesty embodied Britain's continuity and unity, says President Macron, a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen.
A strong memory I will have of her is her laughter. She was extraordinary.
Wall Street paused for a minute to mark her passing, so too the United Nations, as America applauded a queen who met 13 US presidents after she rose to the throne.
We are delighted to be here in Washington.
A 14th...
As Princess Elizabeth and the Duke leave the capital.
World War II leader Harry Truman she met as a princess.
But never before have we had such a wonderful young couple who so completely captured the hearts of all of us.
From Barack Obama, he is in awe of her legacy of tireless, dignified public service. From Donald Trump, calling the Queen extraordinary.
We do things in this country quietly, with dignity.
And from a woman who played the Queen, I am proud to be an Elizabethan, Helen Mirren told social media followers. We mourn a woman who, with or without the crown, was the epitome of nobility.
Yeah, she sure was. Yeah. Tim Lester there with the reaction from around the world. Obviously, this is leading news right across the world. Eddie has what the newspapers are saying.
Well, Nat, the news broke, of course, overnight here, but in the UK around 6 o'clock in the evening, which allowed the papers to print special editions to commemorate the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Let's have a look at a few of them now, starting with the Financial Times. A beautiful picture there, unique to this particular paper, and you can imagine that these front pages were selected a long, long time ago for this very day. From The Guardian, this is the front page, a photo we're seeing a lot from the Queen's coronation. We're seeing that shared a lot on social media, simply marking her lifetime there, 1926 to 2022. From the Daily Mirror, a simple message, thank you, and that's being shared right across the UK today, right across the world, and of course across the Commonwealth. This next paper showing, of course, the Daily Express, a beautiful headline there, our beloved Queen is dead, and a lovely photo from her later years. A lot of people sharing, of course, some more photos from her private times, from her private life, of her as a mother, as well as also a queen, and also our papers here, 6 a.m. editions came out as well as the Daily Telegraph from the UK, and a quote that was shared by Anthony Albanese when he spoke just earlier this morning, that grief is the price we pay for love, a quote from the Queen that we'll no doubt hear over the coming days, guys.
Thank you, Eddie. This is Sunrise on 7 with special live coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth.
Breaking news, the death of the Queen. Elizabeth II has died. Her Majesty passed away at Balmoral Castle at the age of 96, her family rushing to be by her side.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on. It's a question of maturing into something that one's got used to doing and accepting the fact that here you are and it's your fate. It is a job for life.
The monarch mourned. No other British ruler has served as long, her passing bringing to a close the end of the second Elizabethan age, the Queen of Australia. the first monarch to visit our shores. From 1954, 16 tours, 16 prime ministers, beloved by millions. Grieving their loss, the royal family mourns their mother, grandmother, great-grandmother.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
Sharing their heartache and sadness, her marriage to Prince Philip, the longest in royal history.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
A love story transcending time and turmoil, decades of dedication.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Long to reign over us.
Most people have a job and then they go home. And in this existence, the job and the life go on together because you can't really divide it up.
Remembered and revered, our strength and stay for generations.
If you live in this sort of life, you live very much by tradition and by continuity.
Queen Elizabeth II, etched in our history, forever in our hearts.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
This is a special edition of Sunrise. Our breaking news this morning, Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
It ends a record-breaking reign, one that will most likely never be seen again. Born Princess Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor, but forever known as Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom, Queen of Australia and her other realms, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith. No one has served as long, visited more places or met more people than Queen Elizabeth.
One day, into this truly Victorian atmosphere, there came the picture of a princess whose destiny was to become the destiny of an empire, Princess Elizabeth.
Born to the Duke and Duchess of York in London's Mayfair on the 21st of April 1926, Princess Elizabeth was never meant to be Queen. But her uncle's love affair with American divorcee Wallis Simpson and then abdication meant her father became a reluctant king. Her parents never had a son. So from the age of 11, Elizabeth was destined to sit on the throne.
She has no huge opinion of herself or anything, but has given up her life to that particular job that she was called to.
At 13, she met a handsome naval officer named Philip Mountbatten. She didn't know it then, but he would be by her side for over 7 decades.
He is someone who doesn't take easily to compliments, but he has quite simply been my strength and stay all these years.
It was during wartime that the Queen's sense of duty was formed. Country before self. She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, where she trained as a truck driver and mechanic. To this day, she is the only female member of the royal family to have served in the military.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
The promise she made at 21 is one she kept until the very end.
It's just incredible to know that someone at that age appreciated and understood exactly what was expected of them, and to basically put duty ahead of everything else.
In November of 1947, Philip married Elizabeth. It was broadcast to 200 million listeners on radio.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered, as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
The newlyweds didn't take long to start their family, Charles and Anne coming in quick succession.
A day of great pride as well as joy for all the family.
But the happy times were cut short. The stress of the war and a heavy smoking habit took a toll on her father, King George VI. He died after a long illness in 1952.
He went to Sandringham, where so soon afterwards he passed away peacefully in his sleep.
It was Philip who told his wife she would be Queen while on tour in Kenya. She was 25.
She handled it with an effortless grace. And I think at that point you really realised who this person is.
2 years later, in a ceremony dating back 900 years, the Queen was crowned in glorious Technicolor.
Receive this orb set under the cross, and remember that the whole world is subject to the power and empire of Christ our Redeemer.
It appeared effortless, but it jolly well isn't.
Over the course of her reign, the Queen visited our shores on 16 occasions. The first in 1954 after her coronation. The Queen and Prince Philip spent 58 days in Australia and visited 57 towns. She has seen 16 Australian Prime Ministers come and go.
There is nowhere on this planet that I can think of that she hasn't been.
And while she was one of the most public women in the world, she was also intensely private. For most, this is the closest they got.
I wish you a peaceful and very happy Christmas.
Her annual Christmas message was a tradition for over half a century.
Television has made it possible for many of you to see me in your homes on Christmas Day.
But Elizabeth II wasn't just a monarch. She was also a matriarch.
I have no idea how the Queen has managed to do it with four children as well of her own.
4 children, 8 grandchildren.
Ow! It's my foot you're standing on.
And 12 great-grandchildren.
She put up with all of us. That's quite an achievement, I think.
At time, being head of state looked just as challenging as being the head of her family. All but one of her children divorced. In 1992, she suffered a series of blows. The end of the Prince and Princess of Wales's marriage. The divorce of Princess Anne and her first husband. The relationship between the Duke and Duchess of York then exploded in full public view. And Windsor Castle went up in flames, almost reduced to ruins. It all led to the Queen giving the most revealing speech of her life.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
But another horrible year was just ahead. 1997 saw the death of Princess Diana.
Diana, Princess of Wales, is dead.
Many criticised the Queen for her handling of the tragedy, calling her cold and distant. Some say that for the first time, she misread the mood of the country. So for many years, her mantra was never complain, never explain. But on this occasion, Her Majesty was left with no choice.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
Then in 2002, Her Majesty lost the 2 women closest to her. First, her beloved sister, Princess Margaret, whose funeral took place on a painful anniversary, 50 years to the day that the Queen buried her father at the same chapel. Then just 6 weeks later, the Queen Mother died. However, the regenerative power of the monarchy carried on.
Coping with so many different challenges and complications and always being there, really, in that remarkable way. Steadfast.
The Queen occasionally let us in on her softer side.
Now everybody can enjoy themselves. I don't like getting cold and wet. Good evening, Sir.
Good evening.
Oh, really? Please.
Boo. She's never dictated what we should do. It's her quiet guidance. It's sometimes never seen, but it's always there.
She's been very generous and not sort of being forceful at all in any of her views, but she's just, I feel she's been there sort of a gentle guidance really for me.
Then came Megxit.
Did you blindside the Queen?
No. I've never blindsided my grandmother. I have too much respect for her.
Prince Andrew's relationship with disgraced billionaire Jeffrey Epstein has been a source of sorrow for the Queen in recent times.
You were staying at the house of a convicted sex offender.
It was a convenient place to stay.
The Queen always had to put duty first, but there had to be a release. For her, it was horses.
This is a prima donna. I don't know whether you noticed her looking at you. Conscious to say, do I look all right?
The residents of her stables were like old friends.
Horses respond to her. They love her. It's a two-way relationship. They both love each other.
And as the world changed, the Queen remained the one constant.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Then in 2021, we saw the most personal and poignant images of Elizabeth II's reign. Her head bowed, alone as she farewelled her strength and stay, Prince Philip.
We have been inspired by his unwavering loyalty to our Queen.
Their love story, perhaps the greatest in modern history, and now reunited.
You can take it from me that the Queen has the quality of tolerance and abundance.
In February of this year, the Queen caught COVID, leaving her tired and exhausted. Her public appearances were reduced, but for her Platinum Jubilee, as people celebrated on the streets. The Queen made an appearance on the first day of the celebrations. While I may not have attended every event in person, my heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Mobility issues have plagued Her Majesty for most of 2022, and for the first time in her reign, she swore in the country's new Prime Minister away from London at Balmoral. Then, in a worrying sign for many, the palace issued a statement saying the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. And just hours later, she passed at her home in Balmoral, Scotland, with her family by her side. Millions will mourn her unrivalled life of service, a chapter in the United Kingdom's gloried history closed. The second Elizabethan age comes to an end. Britain must now bury her Queen as the Commonwealth mourns a monarch who served it so well for so long.
Well, it is after 2 a.m. in the UK. Let's go to our reporters there. Sarah Greenhalgh is at Buckingham Palace. Sarah, news of the Queen's death sent people flocking to the palace to reflect and pay their respects.
Yeah, it certainly did, Nat. Constant, steadfast, embodying the virtues of stoicism and duty. That is some of the ways that Her Majesty has been remembered today. For so many decades, the Queen's routine remained largely unchanged day to day, year to year, as reassuringly predictable as the seasons, if you will. She strived through so many decades to be constantly worthy of our trust, which is the vow she made during a broadcast on the night of her coronation, and trust her people in this country did. One today told me that they feel like the country is a little bit lonelier this evening without this figurehead, this universally respected and adored woman. Here is what some of the people we spoke to a little earlier had to say.
The whole country is very upset, shocked and saddened by the news.
She had an impact through all generations. So the older generation, us, and also, daughters to come. How she'll be remembered? Humility, respect, dignity, the old-fashioned values that she brought into the modern society.
She's been a role model for so many people
old-fashioned values, everything that we could ever have wanted and more besides.
We've spoken so much in recent months, well, really since October last year when those mobility issues became, they presented themselves about the Queen missing engagements or moments, but a reminder, guys, of what she did carry out. 21,000 plus engagements in her 70-year reign, which is really quite incredible. Yeah. It's easy to stand here and rattle off figures like that, but it's really hard to imagine the Britain of 1952 when she became the Queen. It is even harder to imagine the Britain and the world now that we have lost such a loved figure, guys.
Yeah. Sure. Great words there, Sarah. Amongst all the clanging in the background, you're live outside Buckingham Palace as preparations already underway in the middle of the night for the tens of thousands of people that are going to turn up in the morning, as we said, just past 2 a.m. and expected so many Londoners, Brits to pay their respect by gathering outside Buckingham Palace. Rob, it's an incredible time, isn't it? Almost Britain and I think Australia this morning has stopped and paused to put this in perspective.
Well, I think that's right, Koshi. I mean, you wonder where you were when famous moments in history happen, and this is a famous moment in history. Yes, it doesn't have the same impact as of a Kennedy and the assassination or the Diana's tragic death, but because of her age, her great age. But it's still quite a surprise to people because she's always been there. It seems that when there were moments of real problems in this country, from the war onwards and around the world, that she's always been there. And particularly with the pandemic, where she spoke so brilliantly, I think, and drew the nation together and made people say, look, don't panic, we've been through worse, we'll get through this, and there's light at the other end of the tunnel. So I think that sort of reassurance you don't get from a politician. You do get it from someone who's mingled with world leaders for all those years, because she says, look.
Yes, and as one of the people we spoke to in that package said, old-fashioned values, and so many people respected that, didn't they? Well, it must be 8 hours ago or so, and then... No,
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't mobilise a bit quicker, but the fact is Prince Charles Princess Anne was up there anyway, so both, her 2 oldest children were there, and their spouses, Admiral Tim Lawrence and Camilla, the new Queen Consort, so they were all there. Sadly, the rest of them didn't make it in time. They left about in the middle of the afternoon, never got there till after, sadly, the Queen had passed away. Prince William looked like he was, at the wheel of the car, driving his Uncle Andrew and Uncle Edward, as well as Edward's wife, in that Range Rover at top speed, but sadly didn't get there in time. Harry didn't get there in time either. Yeah,
because, Rob, when we were talking to you the other day, and those... gorgeous, happy photos of the Queen, and Liz Truss was there. You did mention at the time you're a bit nervous about her. You thought she looked frail, and a lot of people pointed to the bruise on her hand and sort of the swollen ankles. But I remember you commenting to us that she, even though that beautiful smile was there, and it's a lovely photo. You were hearing that there were concerns.
Yeah, I remember saying there's something afoot, Koshi, and you sort of paused. I remember that, yeah. And look, I'd spoken to people that I know, and there was a flurry of activity. There was some issue over whether or not she would even be able to do that audience with Liz Truss. That's what I'd heard, but she was adamant that she wanted to do it, and she did it. And actually, that photograph was a terrific photograph of her when she's in that room, and although she's standing with a stick, and she did look very frail, there's no doubt about that, but she had the glint in her eye, and she was still determined to carry on. It's that cheeky glint in the eye. And I tweeted a picture of that, actually. I would just say, God save the Queen, around about the same time as we spoke. I got massive response on it, because I think people just... I just said, we were lucky to have her. God save the Queen, and I think that basically sums it up. We were very lucky to have someone of her stature, her character, her dignity, and her grace, and I think she served all the countries that she was Queen of with great compassion, and I think a lot of people loved her for it.
They sure did. She said she would serve for life, and she absolutely did, didn't she? Rob, thank you very much for your time.
Pleasure.
Good on you, Rob.
Now, the Queen's death is being felt deeply in Australia. Here are some new pictures from Brisbane, where locals are laying wreaths of flowers at the entrance to Government House, and that is happening all across Australia and all around the world today.
Yeah, Dan Andrews did it earlier outside Government House in Melbourne, laid a wreath. Condolence books are being set up outside government houses as well. Our leaders are all honouring the Queen this morning. 7 News political editor Mark Riley is in Canberra. Mark, the Prime Minister has paid his respects, which are really being applauded around the world.
Yeah, Koshi, quite touching and appropriate, Anthony Albanese's words this morning in an address to the nation shortly before 7 o'clock. He quoted the Queen in her own words on the passing of Prince Philip, that grief is the price we pay for love. No more appropriate, I think, words today to describe the feelings of people in Australia, the Commonwealth and around the world, expressing the great sadness of a nation. The flags around Australia, including here on the top of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, the Australian flag and the Aboriginal flag flying at half-mast in respect at the passing of the Queen. What the Prime Minister described as an historic reign coming to the end, a long life devoted to family, duty, faith and service. A Queen revered here for her strength and her stoicism, her consistency, as we've been saying this morning, that while all else around the world roiled in uncertainty, we look towards Britain to see that stoicism and consistency of the Queen. Some feelings that were expressed quite well by the Prime Minister this morning, as you say. Let's have a listen.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. It is a time of mourning for the people in Britain, across the Commonwealth and indeed around the world. There is comfort to be found in Her Majesty's own words. Grief is the price we pay for love. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change. Through the noise and turbulence of the years, she embodied and exhibited a timeless decency and an enduring calm. Her Majesty served our nation and the Commonwealth for 70 years. From the moment the young princess became Queen, Her Majesty's dedication to duty and service over self were the hallmarks of her reign. Performing her duty with fidelity, integrity and respect for everyone she met. We saw those qualities each time she visited our shores, and she graced us on 16 occasions during her reign, travelling to every state and territory across our vast continent.
So Anthony Albanese, the 16th Australian Prime Minister to have served the Queen, going way back to Sir Robert Menzies. A lot of those Prime Ministers, the surviving Prime Ministers, making their feelings known today. John Howard, Tony Abbott, Kevin Rudd, also Malcolm Turnbull, and among them Scott Morrison, who shared his thoughts with us here on Sunrise a short time ago. Let's have a listen.
Thankful for a life of grace and service, and duty and diligence. Thankful for her reign. Thank you for the person that she was, her kindness, her empathy, her strength, because that inspired so many around the world and here in Australia. Through some of the most difficult times they faced, she was a rock for so many here in Australia and right around the world.
Yeah, so Scott Morrison was the last of Australian Prime Ministers to have met the Queen. Of course, she had relationships, associations with all the Prime Ministers at different times throughout her reign. Her loss deeply felt here in Parliament House, where she visited several times and is remembered as fondly as she is anywhere in the world, guys.
Yeah, big change right around the world, isn't it? Mark Riley, have we heard from the Mint over what happens because, of course, her face is on all our currency.
Yeah, well, preparations are made all around the world and the Commonwealth particular for this event, hoping it never happen, but of course accepting in the reality of life it will. So the Mint have been preparing new currency to reflect our new monarch, the King Charles, and that will be released reasonably soon on the 20-cent coin and the $5 bill. So I think there'll be a few people squirreling away the old currency today in tribute to the Queen. That will happen in fairly short time, guys. If I can just share one vignette with you, when the Queen last visited here in 2011, I had the pleasure of meeting her very briefly and going to a dinner here in Parliament House and sitting with a couple of the ladies in waiting who are terrific company. And I observed to them that just how stunned I was at the brilliance of the Queen's tiara and the magnificence of the diamonds she was wearing. And one of the ladies in waiting shared with me a little secret. There's no proprietary product that was used to polish the crown jewels. She said, oh no, I get to it with a rag and just a little bit of gin that I take out of the sidecar. So I just thought, what a wonderful story, but how incredibly appropriate that the alcohol in the gin took away all the grime and dust on the diamonds and left it in its brilliance. So there could be no more appropriate statement than royal jewels being cleaned with a rag and gin.
I hope that's not the top shelf.
I wonder if the Queen
it'll be the
knew.
good stuff. It'll be the good stuff.
No. Okay.
Oh, that's a great story, Riles. Thank you for sharing that. That's terrific.
Now, the Queen led the royal family, of course, during a time of great internal turmoil. Much of their dirty laundry splashed on front pages at home and around the world.
But rather than shy away, Her Majesty addressed the controversy head-on in her famous speech in 1992, in which she reflected on what had been a horrible year for the House of Windsor.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis. No institution, city, monarchy, whatever, should expect to be free from the scrutiny of those who give it their loyalty and support, not to mention those who don't. But we are all part of the same fabric of our national society, and that scrutiny by one part of another can be just as effective if it is made with a touch of gentleness, good humour and understanding.
Well, let's bring in our royal commentator, Angela Mollard. Morning to you. Obviously, at 96, we know she was an elderly woman. We knew this was coming. How much preparation does the palace have beforehand?
Decades. This has been discussed for decades. She's been part of that discussion. She's chosen her own hymns. She's made decisions about what she wants to happen at her own funeral. Look, that will evolve, as Rob Jobson said earlier. The nature of modernity means that things change more quickly. It'll be very different to the aftermath of Diana's funeral, because it was Diana's funeral, we didn't know it was going to happen, and there was a lot of involvement with the British Prime Minister and his right-hand man, Alistair Campbell, in terms of what was being said, the discussions with the Queen about the speeches that she was given. We will hear from Prince Charles within the next 24 hours. There will be a statement from him. We will know that the bells will toll at Windsor Castle, one for every year of her life. There will be that gun salute, again, a gun firing for every year of her life from Hyde Park. That should happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. But what's really interesting is that, of course, the Queen's Private Secretary, Sir Edward Young, becomes he has to now work with King Charles's private secretary, and they have to go forward together. And of course, it's just like any other workplace. Somebody moves on, and there's a new boss, and so behind the scenes, it'll be very interesting to see who takes authority in there.
How big is the team working on this? Because Sarah Greenhalgh is live outside Buckingham Palace at the moment. The last probably 4 crosses, there's been banging and clanging in the background. They've started to move already to prepare. She was saying the flags and new bunting is going up down the Mall. They've just got into action.
They'll have had this already. It will be the most detailed process already. I mean, you have to block off the roads, obviously. There's certain things like, will the stock market close? When will the stock market close? Will it close on the day of the funeral? Is the funeral going to be on a weekend, on a Saturday, or is it going to be on a Friday or a Monday? So those decisions, I think, we'll hear with, fairly promptly when a funeral will be. But as you say, it has to move quickly because, of course, the public are flooding into London. Yep. They will be there tomorrow morning. Those flowers that we've seen at Windsor and we will see at Buckingham Palace, that will just expand massively. And of course, what we do know is what they've put in plan. What we don't know is how the public responds, because we can never really know that. We didn't know in the aftermath of Diana's death. There was the Queen was a touchstone for so many people. So how they respond, we now live in an age where we talk about our feelings a lot more. So it's pretty unprecedented.
And security.
Exactly, which is a different time than when Diana died.
The nagging in the back of their mind, won't it?
Well, and of course, after what happened in Japan with the former Prime Minister there, I think there will be definitely those issues. I mean, there's obviously issues within the family. How are they going to run the church service? Who's going to sit where? There's a lot to, will the children be there? And of course, there's roles of people like Prince Andrew. What role does he play? Pallbearers are having to be chosen. There will likely be 10 pallbearers, and they will be practising out of bounds, out of sight. Those sorts of things all have to be decided.
That's a really good point, Prince Andrew, the controversy. Harry and William, who haven't obviously been talking for ages. And also, which a lot of families have to confront. Do you take little kids to a funeral? And what part do they play? All those little nuts and bolts decisions.
I think we'll absolutely, of course, see Prince George and Princess Charlotte at that funeral. I mean, George is the heir to the throne. He's 9 now. Charlotte's 7. They played a huge part in the Jubilee celebrations. Louis possibly not. He wasn't quite on message for some of the events that he went to. But yes, we'll have them there. And then obviously decisions being made about King Charles when he speaks, and then the proclamation, which is obviously due to happen shortly.
But hey, the Brits do this the best in the world. It is going to be a spectacle, isn't it?
It will be, and it will rearrange how British people think. They're very attached to their monarch. I think we'll initially see that allegiance to King Charles, but what happens after that, and how he manages his the issues that he's talked about in the past, with, of course, now being the monarch.
All right, Angela, thank you for that.
Well, for more on the passing of the Queen, we are joined by former Prime Minister Tony Abbott. Good morning to you. You met the Queen, of course, back in 2011. Tell us your reaction first when you heard this morning.
Nat and Koshi, obviously this is a sad and sombre day, but it's also a day to give thanks for a great life. We are all the better for the life of Queen Elizabeth II, who has been an absolute exemplar of duty and service. And while we're sad and bereft today, we will always have her memory, and I believe that her example will be a light forever.
How will she be remembered, do you think?
She will be remembered as someone who was absolutely true every day of her long life to that pledge she made on her 21st birthday, when, as you remember, Koshi, she said, "My whole life, be it long or short, will be devoted to your service and to that of our great imperial family to which we all belong." Now, obviously, times have changed and the empire has become a commonwealth, but the Queen was dedicated to us every day of her long life, and it's so typical of the woman that just a day before she died, she was swearing in her 15th British Prime Minister.
It really was incredible. She made that promise and she fulfilled it.
Never wavered.
Yeah, it's incredible. What are your memories of her?
I was extremely conscious on those times I met her that this was someone who was part of history. She'd had, at that point, probably about 14 or 13 British Prime Ministers. She'd had roughly the same number of Australian Prime Ministers and US Presidents. She had known them. In many cases, she'd counselled them. She'd certainly been briefed on everything. She'd thought through everything. She was curious about everything, and she brought to everything she did an extraordinarily strong character and a very well-formed set of values. And I think this is what we saw from the Queen in all of those addresses that she gave us at times of trouble, and in all of those wonderful Christmas messages. That combination of human empathy and faith in the things that matter.
You've also met now King Charles. What kind of king do you think he'll be?
And look, on this sad and sombre day, I suppose we can't help but say the Queen is dead, long live the King, because again, that's how our system works. He's certainly been quite an activist as an heir, but I am confident that he will be very much his mother's son now that he's ascended to the throne. And I think that as Australians, we will want to give the man a fair go out of respect for his mother.
I think it's interesting you say that, because we've had several ordinary Australians say exactly the same thing this morning, give the guy a go. In your moments that you met the Queen, what was it like? You know, you were obviously Prime Minister, you were an important person, but she was even more important.
Were you intimidated?
What was it like?
Look, I think probably sort of respectful and gratified is how I approached those meetings. I always thought that I was incredibly lucky and privileged to have the positions of leadership that I had, and I always thought that we were incredibly lucky and privileged to have a claim on this wonderful institution, particularly when it was embodied by such a remarkable human being.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Tony Abbott, appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Koshi. Thank you, Nat.
Thank you very much.
Now, throughout Her Majesty's reign, Queen Elizabeth visited here in Australia 16 times. Eddie is here to take us, I reckon for many of us, down memory lane, Eddie.
Yeah, so many people still do remember these trips, Koshis, and have such fond memories of coming close to the Queen. She made 16 trips, as you mentioned, here to our shores, the first just after becoming Queen.
To the shores of this, her southern realm, the royal barge bears Elizabeth II. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom, Australia, and her other realms and territories.
On February 3rd, 1954, the Queen first set foot on Australian soil, arriving in Sydney Harbour.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you.
And Australians were happy too, welcoming Her Majesty with a huge ticker tape parade.
Boisterous, open-handed Sydney, painting the big town red, white and blue.
Enthusiastic crowds followed the royals on their 2-month tour of cities and towns right across this country. The 1954 was the first of many.
February the 18th, 1963. The Queen returns to Australia.
It was a less formal trip in 1963, as the Queen visited every state capital, travelling more than 14,000 kilometres by air and sea.
Let me say at once that we are both delighted to be back in Australia for the Jubilee celebrations of the capital city. I do not intend that this should be my last visit to Australia. And next time...
From the beaches to the outback, the crowds gathered to welcome the monarch.
In Adelaide, at Victoria Park Racecourse, the children are assembled in their thousands. 65,000 children from all over South Australia, to give the royal visitors an overwhelming reception. Little cause here for Her Majesty to doubt the future of her Australian Commonwealth.
Or her Australian fans. The Queen and Prince Philip returned in 1970, and that visit was more of a family affair, with Princess Anne and Prince Charles joining their parents. The tour was a popular one, and large crowds turned out to see the royal family. It included a visit to Brisbane, where the royal yacht Britannia sailed up the Brisbane River. In 1973, Her Majesty was back to open the Sydney Opera House.
Streamers broke from her bow, balloons rose like champagne bubbles.
My belief is that she really loved the role, and she made many, many visits to Australia. If she could, she would have made more. And I think every time she went, she received a huge welcome.
In 1977, the Queen returned for her Silver Jubilee tour, marking the 25th anniversary of her accession to the throne. After officially opening the 30th session of Australian Parliament in Canberra, there was a spectacular Silver Jubilee parade. In 1986, the Queen bestowed honours at Government House in Canberra, but it was the Royal Australian Navy celebrating its 75th birthday that commanded the most attention, and the Queen shared a laugh with some veterans. Excited crowds greeted the Queen in an open car drive through Sydney. Thousands watched on from wherever they could. The monarch walked through and chatted with onlookers, her hands filling with flowers and beaming at the crowd. Obviously happy to be there, the Queen taking time when she could for a brief chat.
They move down towards the boat stop and she'll go over to take some flowers. I spoke to that lady very early this morning. She's been waiting for that, and a highlight of her life, I'm sure.
Well, her father actually told her that to remember as a little girl that when you meet people, that it may just be a handshake to you and another one of many hundreds, but for many individuals doing that, it'll be something they cherish for the rest of their lives.
Parramatta Stadium in Sydney's west, and a royal performance for the VIP guests. In 1988, the Queen joined our bicentennial celebrations and officially opened the new Parliament House in Canberra.
It is fitting, therefore, and a great pleasure for me to offer my best wishes to all those who will be giving their service to the nation within these walls, and to declare open the new Parliament House of the Commonwealth of Australia.
In 1992, the Queen's 12th visit made global headlines, but for all the wrong reasons. When Prime Minister Paul Keating made his unforgettable breach of royal protocol by placing his hand on Her Majesty's back during a reception at Parliament House. And as the Republican movement gained some momentum here, the Queen stayed away for the rest of the decade. And a year after the failed Republican push referendum, the Queen returned. Despite the Republican movement, the Queen showed she could still pull a crowd. On this trip, she visited Sydney Olympic sites ahead of the Games later in the year.
Probably the best way to sum up how the Queen felt about being Queen of Australia is that when England were playing cricket against Australia, someone was going, "Are you rooting for us?" She said, "Well, I'm not rooting for it. I'm rooting for both sides because I'm the Queen of Australia."
2011 was to be the Queen's final tour to our shores.
I think she had a soft spot for Australia, and one of the regrets that she had of not being able to travel after she stopped doing international travel in her later years was the inability to travel to places that she knew and loved so dearly.
The last tour offered an opportunity to meet our first female Prime Minister, Julia Gillard. Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth were on this itinerary.
Ever since I first came here in 1954, I have watched Australia grow and develop at an extraordinary rate.
The 11-day visit concluded with enormous crowds in Perth.
Her Majesty the Queen.
Tens of thousands of people gathered to catch a glimpse of the Queen and Prince Philip at a farewell big Aussie barbecue.
We can't tempt you with a little taste.
It was a fitting end to what was to be the Queen's final tour to Australia.
We have enjoyed this visit immensely and thank all those who have come out to welcome us. We have been overwhelmed by your kindness and support.
A welcome received on a remarkable 16 tours over 57 years, leaving lifelong and unforgettable memories of a much-loved and admired Queen who captured the hearts of so many Australians.
And of course, we've seen Charles and Camilla, the younger royals, here since then. I think Jobbo really summed it up really well in that we didn't treat her with kid gloves, so to speak. Maybe Paul Keating took it to the extent there, but we treated her as one of our own and really embraced her and gave her such a warm welcome every time she came to our shores. Obviously, the Queen in the UK, but very much our Queen. I think that was felt right across Australia as she travelled around.
And so many Australians would remember so many of the memories in that package. 1963 tour, I was at Largs Bay Primary, and the entire school walked down to the Port River. We had our little sort of Union Jack flags that we waved, and she sailed down in Britannia to berth at Port Adelaide for the Australian part. Never forget her.
And you'd never forget it, but as Rob Jobson said, if you ever met her, that will be a moment you remember through your whole life. Even if you caught a glimpse of her, you'll remember it through your whole life. Now, the new king has had a lifetime of preparation as well. Unlike his mother, who was not first to the throne when she was born, Charles has always known.
Yeah, when he was a young man, outwardly modern life seemed to be passing him by, but the causes he championed proved him to be future-focused and, if anything, ahead of his time.
When you succeed the longest reigning monarch in British history, you are likely to have served a long apprenticeship. 7 decades as first in line, heir apparent since the age of just 3. We should have a good idea of what kind of king Charles is going to be. But do we?
My lords, pray be seated.
As he said emphatically to a television interviewer in 2018, Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, may be very different to King Charles III.
I'm not that stupid. I do realise that it is a separate exercise being sovereign. The idea somehow that I'm going to go on exactly the same way if I have to succeed is complete nonsense, because the two situations are completely different.
It is no mere figure of speech to say Charles learned the job at his mother's knee. Since he was a toddler, there was never a moment in his childhood or adolescence when he wasn't a heartbeat from the throne. Unlike his own son, there was no carefree years to build slowly towards the responsibilities of office. Aged 9, he was both playing on dodgems and being created Prince of Wales. Invested at Carnarvon Castle at just 20, aware even then that just being himself was not an option.
At one time, you were reputed to be a very shy boy. Do you now find it much easier?
I think I do find it easier a bit, yes. I'm still fairly shy. I think one has to conquer this, it's just one of those things that comes as you grow older. I don't, I think, make friends all that easily. Perhaps, the position one is in builds up a little bit of a barrier. But I find now that I am making more friends, I think, yes.
A successful military career, first as a pilot in the RAF, then the Royal Navy, ending as commander of a minesweeper, gave little indication of what was to lie ahead, because it soon became apparent that royal restraint on expressing any public opinion on anything was not going to be his style. First in his sights was modern architecture in general, the extension of the National Gallery in particular.
What is proposed seems to me like a monstrous carbuncle on the face of a much-loved and elegant friend.
He went further. Modern architects had done more damage to London than the Luftwaffe, he declared, and that was just the start. The man who's now the head of the Church of England said he wanted to change the title, first adopted by Henry VIII, of Defender of the Faith.
What is proposed seems to me like a monstrous carbuncle on the face of a much-loved and elegant friend.
He went further. Modern architects had done more damage to London than the Luftwaffe, he declared, and that was just the start. The man who's now the head of the Church of England said he wanted to change the title, first adopted by Henry VIII, of Defender of the Faith. He said he would be defender of faith, to include other religions in multicultural Britain.
All I have ever wanted to do, basically, is to help build bridges that could span these chasms and reunite us with the patterns of divine harmony in our souls and within the world.
It now seems he will, after all, use the original title, but the belief that his role goes beyond the Church of England to incorporate all faith is still strongly held. As he sought to define his role as Prince of Wales, Charles realised he could use his privilege to help those in need. He often went out of the way for those who were hard up, and he used his Navy severance pay to set up the Prince's Trust, encouraging young people to further their careers.
Part of my cunning plan has really been to invest in the future, in the lives and the abilities and the talents and the potential of so many young people. And now, you see, we have a growing number of remarkable young ambassadors.
The writing of dozens of letters to ministers on matters that concerned him was controversial, though hardly improper. But now that he's king, there may be no more of what he himself called meddling. The one exception might be the environment. If any issue defined his long wait for the throne, it has been his passionate campaigning on environmental issues.
I know you all carry a heavy burden on your shoulders, and you do not need me to tell you that the eyes and hopes of the world are upon you, to act with all dispatch and decisively, because time has quite literally run out.
He was early to the debate about genetically modified foods, organic farming, improved land use and sustainability. A contribution generously acknowledged by President Biden at COP26 in Glasgow.
He needs you badly.
Oh, you're very kind to say.
No, not just saying it.
Yeah.
The whole thing going. That's how it all started.
Even as he took on more responsibility from his mother, he didn't shrink from high-profile environmental tours, whether with penguins in the South Atlantic, releasing turtles onto a beach in Malta, or feeding endangered orangutans in Borneo. In this, the prince could be said to have caught the spirit of the age and been at the forefront of a movement whose reach and urgency have only increased. Such activism and meetings with activists like Greta Thunberg may now be toned down, but are unlikely to go away. However he plays it from now on, King Charles ascends to the throne in partnership with the woman long considered to have been the love of his life. Camilla is now Queen Consort, a title confirmed by her mother-in-law during the Platinum Jubilee, resolving the long-held issue on how she should be known. It is easy to forget how close his love for her came to undermining the monarchy and thus the succession. The playboy prince who was persuaded, or perhaps persuaded himself, into what seemed the perfect fairy tale marriage to the young Lady Diana Spencer. But fairy tale it was not. And as it broke down, the confession of adultery by the heir to the throne took the monarchy to a new low.
Did you try to be faithful and honourable to your wife when you took on the vow of marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
And you were?
Yes. Until it became irretrievably broken down.
After the couple divorced, he needed to redefine his role. But that process was barely underway when Princess Diana was killed in a car crash in Paris. The repercussions of her death were profound. His sensitive, sympathetic response and the love and care he so visibly gave to their two sons brought public opinion back on his side. And with time and great tact, gained acceptance for his choice of partner and ultimately wife. They will reign together.
Any chance of any slowing down at all?
Well, I don't know. You may see it slowly but surely.
Managing the family and all its dramas is another part of his inheritance, whether it's his brother Andrew with his reputation in tatters, or the relationship between the next generation of brothers, in particular keeping Prince Harry from drifting further away from his British family. It will require more of the tact and diplomacy of which the Queen had seemingly inexhaustible supplies. The new patriarch at the head of a multi-generational House of Windsor may find family one of his toughest assignments. The monarchy will look and feel very different, but the new king's greatest concern will not be the look or the style or the manner. It will be continuity.
Well, it's the day we knew was inevitable, but had hoped would never come. Queen Elizabeth II passed away aged 96 after 70 years on the throne.
It's the end of an era which has lasted longer than most people's lives. She's being remembered for her leadership, her zest for life and her famous sense of humour.
The Queen will be honoured during a 12-day event, and Sunrise will be there every historical moment. And 7 News will continue special coverage right through the day.
Thank you for being with us all morning on a day that will go down in history. Queen Elizabeth II will be etched in our hearts and minds forever.
A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
The King and Queen Consort were referenced there to Charles. He automatically becomes King, will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow.
The whole country is very upset, shocked and saddened by the news.
She's been a role model for so many people, so many people.
We're in her house this afternoon for a tour, and during that time she probably passed away.
Yeah.
Very sad.
She had an impact through all generations. So the older generation, us, and also, daughters to come. How should be remembered? Humility, respect, dignity, the old-fashioned values that she brought into the modern society.
Happy and glorious, long to reign over us, God save the King.
The deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade. May she rest in eternal peace.
Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was extraordinary.
Better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Hello and welcome to Seven's rolling coverage on a very sombre day for our country and the world. Queen Elizabeth II has died at the age of 96.
She passed away in her Balmoral home in the Scottish Highlands. It's understood Charles, now King Charles III, and Princess Anne were by her bedside, other senior royals arriving at Balmoral shortly after. We're seeing moving tributes from all corners of the world.
Live images now from outside Buckingham Palace, where it has just turned 3 a.m. in the morning. Some crowds in the distance, many thousands expected there by the morning. Back home, we have reporters standing by live across the nation as Australians turn out to remember the monarch. The flag's at half-mast there on the Harbour Bridge. First, let's go to our political reporter, Rob Scott, who's live in Canberra. Rob, the Governor-General has travelled to Government House this morning. What are the next steps there?
Yes, Michael, he flew back to Canberra this morning from Adelaide, but before he boarded that plane, as protocol dictates, he was the person who officially announced to Australia that the Queen had died. It was a short statement, passing on his condolences to Her Majesty's family and describing her as a truly remarkable person. Tonight, he will make a more formal national address to the country. That's at 6:55 p.m. I'm told he will share some of his own personal memories of Her Majesty, but also try to encapsulate what she meant to Australia and what her lasting legacy will be. Here's a little bit of his earlier address now.
Good morning. It is my solemn duty to inform you that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has passed away on the 8th of September 2022 at Balmoral in the United Kingdom. I have informed the Prime Minister, and the Australian Government will advise on arrangements for national mourning and other arrangements in the coming days. I will have more to say concerning Her Majesty's reign in a national address this evening. But now, I pass on our condolences to the members of the royal family. I join all Australians in mourning and reflecting on Her Majesty's tireless service. She was truly a remarkable person. As our Queen, she served our nation with distinction for more than 70 years. When I reflect on my own memories, and she was my Queen for my entire life, I think of Her Majesty's dignity and her compassion, her dedication and her work ethic, and her selfless and unwavering commitment to those to whom she served, to us. Her death will sadden all Australians and be felt around the world. As we mourn, we should also take inspiration and give thanks to the remarkable contribution Her Majesty has made. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
We've also, of course, heard from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, a live televised address very early this morning where he described today as a day of profound sadness for the world, making the point that Australia will feel this loss deeply. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
Australian hearts go out to the people of the United Kingdom who mourn today, knowing they will feel they have lost part of what makes their nation whole. This is a loss we feel deeply in Australia. Queen Elizabeth II is the only reigning monarch most of us have known, and the only one to ever visit Australia. And over the course of a remarkable 7 decades, Her Majesty was a rare and reassuring constant amidst rapid change, from floods and bushfires to wars and a pandemic. Her words and presence were a source of comfort, hope and solace for millions of Australians. In the coming days, the Governor-General and I will be heading to London, where we will meet the King. We will convey the sorrow of Australians, as well as our best wishes to him and the Queen Consort as he takes on his duties as sovereign. Over the next 48 hours, more details will be shared about the arrangements for the Queen's funeral and memorial. Today marks the end of an era, the close of the Second Elizabethan age. This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade. May she rest in eternal peace.
Former Prime Minister Scott Morrison has also joined the chorus of condolences. He described meeting the Queen, which he did on a number of occasions, as his greatest honour. He says he is full of sorrow today, but at the same time he's thankful for an amazing life of service, of grace, of dignity and of love.
Sorrowful, but thankful. Thankful for a life of grace and service and duty and diligence. Thankful for her reign. Thank you for the person that she was, her kindness, her empathy, her strength, because that inspired so many around the world and here in Australia through some of the most difficult times they faced. She was a rock for so many here in Australia and right around the world. A person of great warmth, a person of great interest in what was occurring in Australia. She loved Australia. She loved Australians. She admired Australians' resilience and strength in the face of adversity, particularly people in rural and regional communities. She can rest well now with what she has done.
Now, in terms of what happens from here in Australia, there'll be a 96-gun salute at the front of Parliament House. That's one shot for every year of Her Majesty's life. Condolence books have also already been set up around Parliament for the public to come and to sign. Anthony Albanese has already done that this morning, putting a message on behalf of the Parliament into those books, as well as laying a wreath. Flags here and, of course, across the nation are already flying at half-mast. Parliament, which is actually in the middle of a sitting fortnight, has now been suspended for 2 weeks as a mark of respect. And we'll also see big changes to our currency. The Mint has today confirmed it plans to have King Charles on our notes and our coins from next year.
All right, Rob Scott there in Canberra. Thank you for all of that.
Happening now, we've got a live shot there of Sydney's Town Hall. We're hearing tolling of the bells ringing out across the city every 10 seconds for 96 times, marking the Queen's 96 years of life. Tom Saker joins us now live. Tom, people have been paying their respects.
Yeah, that's right, Ange. Prayers here at St Andrew's Cathedral have just concluded. It was quite a sombre and brief prayer for both Queen Elizabeth and King Charles, and the bells here are still ringing. 96 bells, as you say, at 10-second intervals, one bell for each year of her life. There have been people flowing through the doors here of St Andrew's Cathedral here this morning, also laying floral tributes. They've been filling up condolences books left out by the church, and one of those has already been filled. People writing in their very sincere and heartfelt messages to the Queen. We spoke to a few of those people this morning who felt a very deep connection with Queen Elizabeth II. Let's take a listen to what they had to say.
Personally, she's been our sovereign for over 70 years, the longest in our history. My family have served in the ADF for generations, going back to Queen Victoria, and so we grew up with great admiration for the royal family.
An amazing monarch and a role model for the world. I remember her coronation. I think I was only about 5 or 6 at the time, and my mother loved her so much.
Now, the Dean of St Andrews made reference to a Queen's visit to this very cathedral back in 1954, of which there is a portrait still here today. He also referenced a speech and a quote she made just a couple of years ago as the pandemic set in, preparing us for this very moment, in which she said, "As dark as death can be, particularly for those suffering with grief, life and light far greater." So very meaningful and appropriate words for this moment and for this place in which everyone is welcome here today, and the doors will remain open for the rest of the day with tributes like these, organs playing, and there will be a choral tribute as well at 5:15 this afternoon as well.
Okay, Tom Saker at St Andrew's Cathedral in Sydney, thank you.
Let's go live to Melbourne now. Christy Cooper's at Government House. Christy, how have state leaders remembered Her Majesty?
Well, Premier Daniel Andrews and Governor Linda Dessau were here this morning at Government House. They each laid a large floral wreath for the Queen. They then took a trip through the grounds and spoke about all the things they remembered about this remarkable leader. They also stopped at a really important tree, one that the Queen herself planted when she visited here in 1954. Just a symbol of how long and remarkable her reign was. That tree is now more than 20 metres tall. The Governor was one of the few people here in Melbourne who had a very close relationship with the Queen. She spoke about just how kind and warm this woman was, and yet also intelligent and witty. Take a listen.
Very, very sad, but also really warmed by the fact that for someone who pledged her life to duty, she was able to perform that duty until the last day of her life.
floral tributes have slowly been starting to build here. People have been coming to pay their respects and taking a moment to pause and reflect on Queen Elizabeth II. There's also some condolence books that have also been set up for anyone in Melbourne who wants to come and sign them, leave some messages. The overwhelming feeling here this morning is not only sadness but also gratitude for all that she gave to our state. Back to you.
Indeed, a sentiment being reflected everywhere at the moment. Christy Cooper in Melbourne, thank you.
Let's go to Sally Guide at Queensland Government House in Brisbane now. Sally, dignitaries are just starting to arrive there.
They are. Just a few moments ago, we saw the Governor of Queensland, Dr Jeanette Young, and the Queensland Premier, Anastasia Palaszczuk, leading a quite sombre procession filled with bagpipes and reeds, laying those reeds at the foot of the Queen's statue here at the official mourning site at Government House in Queensland. The Governor finding out this devastating news overnight, she was in Cairns, so having to hightail it from North Queensland down to the official mourning site, which is open to members of the public from 8 till 4 both today and tomorrow. And we're seeing many people choosing to do that already all through this morning, despite the rain, despite the changing weather here in usually sunny Queensland. We're seeing so many people, aged care residents, have made their way out here today. We've seen a British soldier who is chosen to come live in Australia. He was speaking of the devastating impact that this has had on him, especially after taking an oath to Queen and country. A gentleman from Papua New Guinea was very emotional speaking with us, even a gentleman from Brazil, which of course Brazil has gone into 3 days of mourning. So a very multicultural impact this has had, and a very emotional testimony throughout the afternoon. Take a listen.
My dad's British, so out of respect for what she's done for the country, I just wanted to come down and show my respects.
Oscar woke up at 4 o'clock this morning, so I seen the news coming in live. So
this is one of a lifetime kind of thing. It's going to change a generation. Really excited, but really sad.
But at the end of the day, she's just like all of us. You know, she's flesh and blood also, but she was just constant in today's trying times.
Of course, here in Queensland, there's a very strong link with the Queen and with the monarch, and the British people have chosen to come live in Queensland, but their heart still very much lies across the ditch. Now, of course, in Queensland, the Queen has visited here 8 times, the first time in 1954, the last in 2011, and many people, of course, remember those visits that she took here, so a lot of very sad here today.
Yes, indeed, across the generations and backgrounds. Thanks so much. Sally Guide in Brisbane.
Well, as we now know, the Queen died peacefully at her country home of Balmoral, where she'd been staying for several weeks as her health declined. Our Europe Bureau Chief Hugh Whitfield is at the Aberdeenshire estate in the Scottish Highlands.
The public grief at the Queen's passing is replicated here at Balmoral on a much more personal level for the royal family, who've spent the day gathering here. Prince Charles was at Dumfries House. His Scottish residence in the Scottish borders was flown here to Balmoral when the situation became grave. Princess Anne was also in Scotland and made her way to be by her mother's bedside. Senior members of the Royals travelling up from London, from an RAF base at Northolt to Aberdeen, including Prince Andrew, Prince William, Prince Edward and his wife, the Countess of Wessex, Sophie, made it here to Balmoral, but it seems as though they made it after the Queen had passed away. At 4:30 p.m. local time, we understand, the British Prime Minister Liz Truss was informed of the Queen's death. The public was told 2 hours later, and shortly after, Prince Harry arrived from London. He left his wife, Meghan, at Frogmore Cottage on the Windsor Great Estate. The Queen passed away at one of her favourite residences, where she has spent almost every summer throughout her 70-year reign, here at Balmoral, the end of a remarkable life. Frail, in front of a fire at her treasured holiday home in Balmoral, Scotland, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, aged 96, standing to duty to meet the new UK Prime Minister, the 15th in her reign. We now know just how unwell she was, but her nation, the Commonwealth, always came first for the longest-serving British monarch. She celebrated 70 years on the throne her platinum Jubilee. While her lost mobility meant she didn't take to the streets or Horse Guards parade, she was on the balcony, her great-grandchildren by her side, for a wave to the people for her last milestone hurrah. For the princess, who never expected to become queen. Born in London's Mayfair in 1926, Princess Elizabeth was the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. Educated by a governess at home, Lilibet, as she was known to her loved ones, lived a privileged and carefree childhood. But young Elizabeth's life and legacy were to change almost overnight when her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee.
This decision has been made less difficult to me by the sure knowledge that my brother will be able to take my place forthwith.
Edward's divisive decision turned his brother's world on its head.
Everything changed for the Queen from the moment that her uncle Edward abdicated. It changed everything. It changed her future life. It changed her father's life. A lot of people say it shortened her father's life as well.
The coronation of the new King George took place in 1937, and from that day on, Elizabeth became a queen in training.
I remember my father making me write down what I remembered about his coronation. It was very valuable.
Just 2 years later, a young naval officer was tasked with entertaining Elizabeth and her sister at a military event. It was then, as legend goes, that the 13-year-old princess fell for Philip over a game of croquet. In 1939, Britain went to war. A teenage Elizabeth and her younger sister Margaret were moved to the safety of Windsor Castle, while her parents remained at Buckingham Palace. Aged 14, Elizabeth, the heir, made her first public speech addressing thousands of evacuated children on BBC Radio, the first of many public orations.
Her Royal Highness, Princess Elizabeth.
I want, on behalf of all the children at home, to send you our love and best wishes to you and to your kind hosts as well.
By 1944, aged 18, Elizabeth had joined the women's branch of the Territorial Army and began her training as a mechanic soon after. Her new role earned her the nickname Princess Auto Mechanic in the British press. When the war eventually ended, Elizabeth and Margaret slipped into the crowds unnoticed to join the celebrations, an anecdote that was turned into a blockbuster film many years later.
We're going out incognito on the most extraordinary night of my life.
2 years after victory brought peace to Britain's shores, Elizabeth celebrated her 21st birthday. In another national address, she pledged to dedicate her life to the service of the Commonwealth.
My whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her coming of age complete when Elizabeth accepted the hand of an exiled Greek and Danish prince, a handsome sailor proposing more than a decade after the pair first met.
Soon the nation rejoiced at the announcement of Princess Elizabeth's engagement.
I think a lot of people find it hard to believe that she never had another love. He was the man for her.
Philip renounced his right to both European thrones in order to wed, and the Commonwealth celebrated the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. In challenging economic times, the wedding could not be seen as extravagant. Even the heir to the throne exchanged ration coupons for material for her wedding dress.
Before long, the calls of the people were answered as onto the famous balcony came the bride and bridegroom.
After marrying, the young couple moved to Malta, where Prince Philip was stationed with the Navy.
At the Villa Guardiamanja, the princess joined the Duke.
2 blissful years of relative normality. Elizabeth described them as among the happiest of her life. Beaches and boat trips, dinners and dances.
The guests of honour, the Princess and the Duke.
Soon their family grew. Prince Charles, born in 1948, and Princess Anne in 1950. The Queen was abroad when news reached her of her father's sudden death from lung cancer.
The tragic news reached Princess Elizabeth and her husband while in Kenya.
The grief and gravity of that moment reimagined in the series The Crown.
This new Elizabethan age comes at a time when mankind stands uncertainly poised.
Wait.
On the edge of catastrophe.
The 27-year-old began her transition from mother to monarch.
Is Your Majesty willing to take the oath?
I am willing.
The coronation was watched by 20 million people around the world, the biggest television event of the time. Just months later, the new Queen became the first and only reigning monarch to visit Australia.
Riding at anchor, royal as a swan, is the Queen we have never seen.
Welcomed by around 1 million onlookers as she sailed into Sydney Harbour on the royal barge.
I want to tell you all how happy I am to be amongst you and how much I look forward to my journey through Australia.
The Queen and Philip traversed the country from Townsville to Tasmania, 57 towns and cities in 58 days. Her Majesty would return to Australia a further 15 times, building a close bond with a far-off nation. A decade after the birth of Princess Anne, Prince Andrew arrived, and 4 years later, Prince Edward.
Well, I think the Queen herself would have admitted that, she was a very different mother to her first 2 children and her later 2 children. She had more confidence and more time when she was dealing with Andrew and Edward.
A house full of Windsors, 4 children, and of course, the family's 4-legged friends. The Queen was a lifelong devotee to her dogs. Her first corgi, Dookie, a gift from her father when she was a child. It's estimated she owned over 30 dogs in her lifetime, a lifelong passion for horses too. When a young man fired blanks at the royals during the annual trooping of the colour parade, Her Majesty's mastery in the saddle was unmistakable.
Duke of Edinburgh, Colonel of the Grenadier Guards. Hello, some little disturbance. Burmese receiving a reassuring pat from Her Majesty the Queen.
And she's a marvellous rider, so got a marvellous way with horses. Made of strong stuff,
That stern poker face only occasionally slipped while watching her own horses crossing the finish line first.
Her Majesty the Queen only presents 2 trophies during Royal Ascot, and look at the delight there, the sheer joy.
1992 was not so joyful. The royals were rocked by a terrible 12 months.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure.
Newspaper scandals and the shock divorce proceedings of 3 of her children caused great public embarrassment for Her Majesty. A devastating fire at Windsor Castle destroyed more than 100 rooms.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Her popularity dipped further as the world mourned Princess Diana in 1997.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness.
It is a time in the 1990s when most people will acknowledge that the Queen did put a foot wrong, and she did suffer. I think the royal family collectively suffered a public image crisis, and it took a number of years for that to mend.
But with her stoic sensibility, Queen Elizabeth weathered the storm.
Today is another landmark.
Year upon year, the Queen's traditional Christmas Day message summarised the heartaches and the happenings of the past 12 months.
I hope that 1958 may bring you God's blessing
and hopes for the coming year.
Christmas will bring back sad memories.
It is true that the world has had to confront moments of darkness this year.
Christmas at Sandringham would have been a full house in recent years, with 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren. In recent times, Queen Elizabeth handed over extra responsibilities to the younger generations, who in turn brought some fun to the firm.
Remember when you told us to bring it at the Invictus Games?
Careful what you wish for. Boom.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
But she knew how to have her own fun too, a rare cameo appearance livening up the 2012 Olympic opening ceremony.
Good evening, Swan.
After her husband retired, Her Majesty still refused to hang up her hat. Front and centre stage was where Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her life. Here in June 2021, surrounded by world leaders at the G7 summit.
Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying it?
Yes.
Her wit and wisdom as sharp as ever at the age of 95. A lifetime dedicated to service. Elizabeth had links to more than 600 charities and organisations. She visited more than 100 countries during her reign and was served by more than 170 Prime Ministers across the Commonwealth, including 15 British Prime Ministers and 16 Australian.
Well, I think the Queen's record can be summed up with that one word, and that word is duty. She has always put her duty as the Queen ahead of every other consideration.
Even the pandemic didn't halt public engagements.
She leapt on video calling. She knew that this would be another way to be seen, to be believed, which was one of her mantras throughout her whole reign.
And in the darkness of Britain's lockdowns, she became the guiding voice of a nation.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Urging Britons to stay strong through the restrictions. Her own lockdown tragedy came when her beloved husband Philip passed away at the age of 99. COVID restrictions meant the funeral was a moving, yet muted affair. In the months that followed,
I'm here.
business as usual, but showing her age. A cane appearing in public, a trip cancelled on doctor's orders, and a rare overnight hospital stay, forcing Her Majesty to slow down and signalling a monarch nearing the end of her reign. For almost 7 decades, she bore the weight of the crown. Now, Queen Elizabeth's reign draws to a close, but a remarkable royal legacy will live on. One reign ends and another begins, that of King Charles III. He released a statement following his mother's death, saying, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms of the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." The King, Charles, along with the Queen Consort Camilla, will remain here at Balmoral tonight, no doubt with other members of the royal family. The King and Camilla will return to London tomorrow. They have a huge diary of engagements now as Charles begins his reign. As for the Queen, her coffin will be placed in the drawing room here at Balmoral, draped in the royal standard, before it's taken to Edinburgh and later on next week to London, for a funeral the likes of which the city has likely never seen.
Hugh Whitfield there at Balmoral. We'll be right back with our special coverage of the Queen's passing, including more reaction from here at home and around the world.
Take some live images now. This is inside St Andrew's Cathedral in Sydney. A special service has just ended. The organ is playing and the bells are tolling right outside. They'll ring 96 times for the Queen's 96 years of life.
And this is New South Wales Government House, flags flying at half-mast. Stay with us here on 7 News.
has still come as a shock to so many. Europe correspondent Sarah Greenhalgh has been at Buckingham Palace. We can see a live shot there now. Since word of her passing broke, the crowds have been gathering to remember a beloved monarch.
Well, there had been so much talk over the past few months, especially about the Queen's age, the fact that she was 96, that she had suffered what the palace described as mobility issues for about a year now, and that she was looking particularly frail after those photos on Tuesday. But still, it really feels like this nation was not at all prepared for this moment, despite the plans for the Queen's death, of course, being in place for decades. Buckingham Palace over the years has been such a focal point for celebrations for the royal family. It was only 3 months ago, that first weekend in June this year, that the nation gathered at Buckingham Palace on several days over that weekend for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebration. Her Majesty herself standing on that balcony twice, once on the Thursday for Trooping the Colour, and then again unexpectedly appearing to the delight of crowds on the Sunday. Now, there is a very sombre mood here in the early hours of the morning UK time. There are still people at the gates of Buckingham Palace laying flowers, paying their respects. Many of those who we spoke to earlier today said that they felt like they simply needed to do so. They were genuinely shocked by this news. They had been following the palace updates throughout the day. They'd seen members of the royal family go to Balmoral, so whether it was passing by on their way home from work or simply coming here once they saw that news, they say they felt like they needed to be here to acknowledge it, and also to send their best wishes to the royal family, given that they are now going through the second death in just 16 months. Prince Philip only passing away last April. We have spoken to tourists, Brits, Americans, Australians, all who say they will remember the Queen for her incredible sense of duty, her remarkable life and her record-breaking reign.
I've always liked, British monarchy, and it's kind of weird to be here on a big day like this. It's just, it's processing still, I think.
I just happened to be walking down here, and I noticed the flag at half-mast, and that's the first I knew. So, yeah, it's quite surreal, quite sad. I think she'll be remembered very fondly for service to England and Australia as well.
It's very strange. It's really surreal. It's a bit like I've had aging parents, and even though you're expecting them to die because nobody can go on forever, it still hits you. And she's been my queen all my life.
There have been so many obvious displays of emotion here at Buckingham Palace, people breaking down in tears, spontaneous rounds of applause for the Queen, and even some impromptu renditions of God Save the Queen. It's also quite eerie driving around central London now in the early hours of the morning. Bus stops where there would usually be signs for advertising, they are lit up with a single image of Her Majesty. The same in Piccadilly Circus. It simply says Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth 1926 to 2022. There is still some activity actually happening here at the palace. There's flags going up, there's cherry pickers driving around, fencing being put in, preparing for what is to come over the next 10 to 12 days. There has been a high-level meeting held at Downing Street this evening with the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, her cabinet ministers and the Metropolitan Police, a coordination meeting, if you will, for what is to come. When Princess Diana died back in 1997, something like 60 million bouquets of flowers were left here at the royal residences, so you can only imagine what that will be like in the coming days as this nation continues to grieve. We spoke to one young girl today who said that she usually walks past Buckingham Palace on her way home from work. Today she didn't. She caught the bus because it was raining, so immediately when she got home she came back here to lay those flowers, and given that it has been fairly grim in terms of weather today, I think once the sun rises again in the morning we will see tens of thousands of people flocking here to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth II.
Sarah Greenhalgh there outside Buckingham Palace. Former Prime Minister John Howard has been speaking in Sydney. Let's take you to that.
In reflecting on the death of Her Majesty, which is a sad event, but one that we all knew would come, she lived a wonderful life. I think of one of her most frequently quoted speeches, made, if I recall correctly, in South Africa in about 1947 or 48 when she turned 21. And she said that her whole life, whether it be long or short, would be devoted to the great, as she described it then, imperial family to which they all belonged. And how true that turned out to be, because only 2 days before she died, she fulfilled about the most significant constitutional duty, and that is to receive the resignation of one British Prime Minister in Boris Johnson, and on his advice to commission his successor, Liz Truss. And the fact that that occurred just 2 days before she died was in many ways a metaphor for her whole life, because she saw service, commitment to duty, doing the right thing constitutionally, and always understanding that she was monarch by the free will and consent of her people, not by any divine right or any immovable changes that have occurred not only in Britain and Australia but around the world, which she has seen. But through all of that, there has duty, her belief in constitutional propriety, a remarkable life, arguably the second oldest after the Holy See institution in Western civilization. Whatever our views are about constitutional arrangements, and everybody knows mine, should take pause to honour this incredible life. My own dealings with her are ones that I will remember with great affection. She had a great sense of humour. She had what seemed to me to be a deep curiosity about Australia. She understood different features of Australian life. I think we did differ in that her sporting passion was directed towards the sporting passion of one of my very distinguished Labor predecessors, but I did share some happy moments with her on the morning of the second test at Lord's a couple of Ashes series ago, and I'm very happy to report that during the time that was there, 2 English wickets fell, and I was disappointed when she left. But deep down, she was a person who took very seriously her role as the Queen of the United Kingdom and her other realms and territories, and as head of the Commonwealth. And she always respected that it was a constitutional role, and whatever her thoughts may have been at the time, in the lead up to the referendum that was held in this country on whether we or not we should retain the monarch, she always kept a proper constitutional difference. And I think I can speculate as to what her feelings were after the result was announced, but at no time did she do other than honour the democratic acceptance of her as the Queen of Australia.
Former Prime Minister John Howard there with some fond memories and clearly very deep respect for the Queen. Now, across the UK, the Commonwealth and around the world, to many millions of people, the Queen simply was the royal family, and her passing is being felt on a global scale. We're hearing from leaders what the monarch meant to them. Our US correspondent Tim Lester is following all the reaction from Los Angeles.
Washington pays its respects. Joe and Jill Biden travelled to the British Embassy to sign a condolence book.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
The news had broken.
Is CNN breaking news.
The Queen has died, very sadly. She died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
So here's the thing.
As the Biden White House briefed journalists.
Okay. All right. Well,
we are coming on the air with somber news from Buckingham Palace.
The President ordered Washington's flags lowered as the National Cathedral tolled its funeral bells 96 times. once for each year of the British monarch's extraordinary life. She defined an era, Joe Biden said in a statement. Of the US-UK alliance, she helped make our relationship special. Her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history and in the story of our world. And so the world is mourning.
I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats.
Her Majesty embodied Britain's continuity and unity, says President Macron, a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen.
A strong memory I will have of her is her laughter. She was extraordinary.
Wall Street paused for a minute to mark her passing, so too the United Nations, as America applauded a queen who met 13 US presidents after she rose to the throne.
We are delighted to be here in Washington.
A 14th...
As Princess Elizabeth and the Duke leave the capital.
World War II leader Harry Truman she met as a princess.
But never before have we had such a wonderful young couple who so completely captured the hearts of all of us.
From Barack Obama, he is in awe of her legacy of tireless, dignified public service. From Donald Trump, calling the Queen extraordinary.
We do things in this country quietly, with dignity.
And from a woman who played the Queen, I am proud to be an Elizabethan, Helen Mirren told social media followers. We mourn a woman who, with or without the crown, was the epitome of nobility.
Tim Lester reporting there. Well, the Queen will forever be remembered as a graceful, polished royal who put her duties above all else, as John Howard was just saying. But that doesn't mean she didn't have a sense of humour, no better highlighted than her appearance with another British favourite earlier this year.
Tea?
Oh, yes, please. Terribly sorry.
Never mind.
So special. Now, Angela Mollard is a royal commentator and columnist. She joins us now. I read this great story that the Queen had such a good sense of humour, but people who met her and didn't know her, she'd tell a joke and they'd be stony-faced saying, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh. And then she'd start giggling. She really had a great sense of humour.
She made it tremendous. She made fun of herself. This is one of my favourite stories. Is she was in Sandringham. She needed some cake, so she decided to take herself down to the local shops to get some cake. She put a headscarf on and she walked into the shop, and apparently this woman said to her, you look a lot like the Queen, and she said, oh, how reassuring. I love that. And of course that story from Scotland where she's with a one of her aides. They come across some American holiday makers picnicking, and one of the men say to the you know, have you ever met the Queen? And she says, oh, I own a holiday house up here, but this man, he's met her lots of times. And then she the aide gets the Queen to take the photo of him, and then the aide just decides right at the very end that he should take a picture of the Queen and the American tourist, because when he gets home and shows the photos to everyone, they'll go, hang on, you were with the Queen. He had no idea. I love that. I love the fact she called the GPS, she called it the woman under the bonnet. And I love the story when once she was with Sir Richard Attenborough, and they were in the garden, they were doing looking at her plants, and this plane, massive loud plane went overhead, and she went, that must be Mr. Trump or Mr. Obama. And you can just imagine it. She's very funny, much funnier than a lot of us knew.
There's a funny story also shared when she was in Australia on one of her tours, and at the end of these tours there's a private audience with some media and dignitaries where it's meant to be off the record. But she asked them all, she said, that High Court building in Canberra, I opened it in 1972 or that or thereabouts. She goes, is that still there? And they said, well, yes. And she said, one of the ugliest buildings I ever opened. So the story goes. It's a good story, but I think there are wonderful little snippets of her humour along the way. And that clip we saw before, only recently, with the marmalade and the tea with the Queen, I thought was wonderful, the Paddington Bear scene.
And obviously with Daniel Craig during the London Olympics, apparently the producers, Danny Boyle, had said, well, look, we'll have to get Helen Mirren to do that. And she apparently said, no, I want to do it myself. So she stood there, she was in it. Lovely clip. She was very funny.
The other thing she was a style icon. And we forget that sometimes, but but especially in her younger days, she was sort of considered sort of like Hollywood royalty, where everyone would look at what she was dressing, what she was wearing.
Absolutely, and that her wedding dress, of course, after the war, she had that made with coupons, but it still had these beautiful insignia of wheat and flowers embroidered with gold. I mean, it was a very special dress, but it also had to be relatable to the public, who were all, you know, suffering after the war. They didn't have, they were still using coupons, that sort of thing. So I think, and then of course, Sophie Wessex spoke in a documentary when the Queen turned 90 about the fact that everyone that sees the Queen wanted to actually be able to see her, to have a photo of her, which is why she wore head-to-toe colour. I mean, that woman wore lime before anyone else wore lime, or
pulled it off.
Pulled it off, and she absolutely did love it. I love the story though. Look, there she was in lime. I love the fact she had her shoes worn in by her dresser, Angela Kelly, who had the same size as her, but the Queen didn't have time to walk around and get her shoes worn in, so Angela wore her shoes in. But also she kept modernising, and she, of course, went to London Fashion Week in 2019. We saw her sitting next to Anna Wintour. She was interested in fashion. I mean, she wasn't always the most fashionable woman. One of my favourite stories, though, is she was in Malaysia in 1998 for the closing ceremony of the Commonwealth Games, and her dresser, Angela Kelly, said, look, this hat we've got for you, it's covering your face, it's not right. She was very worried about it. Anyway, they flipped it round, looked at it back to front, and then said to Prince Philip, you make the final decision, which way should it be worn? And Prince Philip apparently said, yes, wear it back to front. So she wore this coral reddish hat for the whole and very worried that the designer might be offended by it, but apparently he loved it
as well.
Yeah.
But she certainly inspired a generation of older Australian women as well. I remember my grandmother, who died at the age of 96 as well, would follow her hairstyles, and she always admired the Queen for duty and for her dedication to the church, two values that my grandmother had, but also that she was always immaculate.
Very much immaculate, and that set of 3 pearls. I mean, during COVID, the statement she made, she was wearing those 3 pearls, and there she is again. She's wearing those pearls. She absolutely, that was sort of her thing. She also had brooches from Prince Philip that she absolutely loved. But what I really like, Michael, is that the last picture that we've seen of her is in a plaid skirt and a shirt in a cardigan at Balmoral, wearing what she absolutely was most comfortable in. That makes me happy, that lovely picture with the handbag on her arm. Obviously, that handbag, of course, was very useful in saying to her aides what she wanted. Like, if she wanted to stop talking to somebody, she moved it from left to right. If she wanted to leave an event, she put it on the table. There was a lot of signals sent through that handbag.
And just before we let you go, you have some interesting details about a visitor who paid her a visit just on the weekend, and she was quite sprightly and chatty.
That's right. The Right Reverend Ian Greenshields, a Scottish clergyman, he was actually staying at Balmoral just this Saturday and Sunday. The Times in London is reporting on this. He's spoken about how she was totally compos mentis, talking about horses, talking about the war in Ukraine. She was talking also about the Scottish Church and the system there and what was happening there. And he has spoken to the Times about how she was completely with it. He cannot believe that in a matter of days. And I think what's lovely about that is it suggests that this has been a quick and good death, unlike Prince Philip, of course, who was in hospital many times, and it was a prolonged sickness.
But I think that conversation also illustrates what we've been hearing this morning too, the 2 things up until her final days that she was discussing and valuing: church and duty.
Church and horses.
And horses.
And horses.
Okay, Angela, thank you.
Thanks, Ange. We'll be right back with our special coverage of the Queen's passing. Stay with us here on 7 News. It was the moment Queen Elizabeth II was really introduced to the world, her 1953 coronation, with husband Philip by her side. The start of a 70-year reign as monarch coming to a peaceful end overnight.
Well, less than a year later, then 27-year-old Queen Elizabeth sailed into Sydney Harbour in 1954. She was the first and, to date, the only reigning British monarch to visit Australia. More than half of the city came out to see her. It was her first overseas trip as Queen.
Just months after her coronation, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip sailed into Sydney Harbour. The first time a living monarch had ever stepped foot on Australian soil.
Head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith.
A glimpse of the glamorous new Queen. As Kenya, before learning of her father's death and returning home.
Of the unity of crown and people, wearing...
completing more than 250 engagements.
Inside the Oval Grounds sees portion of the huge crowd that has come to greet her.
Queen and her husband beside the pool of remembrance.
Almost 3/4 of the couple had a blazing row, an occasion witnessed by an...
Don't you ridiculous! Back here! Christ!
Her Majesty made a unique broadcast to people in remote communities over the Flying Doctors Network in Alice Springs.
She would follow what would Australia and a lot of affection for Australia.
During the 70s, the head of state Charles and Princess Anne accompanying their parents on official duties. Charles found time to enjoy a dip in the surf at Bondi Beach. On a trip in 1973, Her Majesty officially declared the Opera House open.
The Sydney Opera House.
Of the MCG cricket ground.
Her Majesty now.
Same trip, there are also rumblings of discontent, with Majesty open the new Parliament House in Canberra. 4 years later away, Australia was grappling with growing anti-monarchist sentiment, which culminated in the 1999 referendum.
I don't think the Queen was ever concerned about being the head of state, then that so be it.
At the turn of the new millennium, the Queen returned.
I suspect the Republican movement would have gained more momentum in Australia if the Queen had been a controversial figure, or if she had been...
At the age of 85, the Queen and her 90-year-old husband made their last...
We have been overwhelmed by your kindness and support.
How she stopped doing international travel in her later years was the inability to travel.
Royals have taken up the Commonwealth baton. Queen Elizabeth's reign spanned 8 decades, during which time 15 Australian Prime Ministers and 16 Governor-Generals served. In total, she made 16 visits to Australia during her lifetime. Each trip cementing a lasting respect and deep affection for the nation.
The new king has had a lifetime of preparation. Unlike his mother, who was not first in line to the throne when she was born, Charles has always known. When he was a young man, modern life seemed to be passing him by. But the causes he championed and the campaigns he founded proved him to be future-focused and, if anything, ahead of his time.
When you succeed the longest reigning monarch in British history, you are likely to have served a long apprenticeship. 7 decades as first in line, heir apparent since the age of just 3. We should have a good idea of what kind of king Charles is going to be. But do we?
My lords, pray be seated.
As he said emphatically to a television interviewer in 2018, Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, may be very different to King Charles III.
I'm not that stupid. I do realise that it is a separate exercise being sovereign. The idea somehow that I'm going to go on exactly the same way, if I have to succeed, is complete nonsense, because the two situations are completely different.
It is no mere figure of speech to say Charles learnt the job at his mother's knee. Since he was a toddler, there was never a moment in his childhood or adolescence when he wasn't a heartbeat from the throne. Unlike his own son, there was no carefree years to build slowly towards the responsibilities of office. Aged 9, he was both playing on dodgems and being created Prince of Wales. Invested at Carnarvon Castle at just 20, aware even then that just being himself was not an option.
At one time, you were reputed to be a very shy boy. Do you now find it much easier?
I think I do find it easier a bit, yes. I'm still fairly shy. I think one has to conquer this, you know, it's just one of those things that comes as you grow older. I don't, I think, make friends all that easily. Perhaps, you know, the position one is in builds up a little bit of a barrier. But I find now that I am making more friends, I think, yes.
A successful military career, first as a pilot in the RAF, then the Royal Navy, ending as commander of a minesweeper, gave little indication of what was to lie ahead, because it soon became apparent that royal restraint on expressing any public opinion on anything was not going to be his style. First in his sights was modern architecture in general, the extension of the National Gallery in particular.
What is proposed seems to me like a monstrous carbuncle on the face of a much loved and elegant friend.
He went further. Modern architects had done more damage to London than the Luftwaffe, he declared, and that was just the start. The man who's now the head of the Church of England said he wanted to change the title, first adopted by Henry VIII, of Defender of the Faith. He said he would be Defender of Faith, to include other religions in multicultural Britain.
All I have ever wanted to do, Preston, is to help build a bridge in our souls and within the world.
Role goes beyond the Church of England. Wales, Charles realised he could use his set up the Prince's Trust, encouraging young
in the lives of remarkable young
But now that he's king, there may be no more wait for the throne. It has been his
You do not need me to tell you, because time has quite literally
sustainability.
Oh, you're very kind.
No, not just saying it.
Yeah.
Whole thing going.
Environmental tours. Or feeding endangered orangutans in Borneo. In this, the prince could be said to have caught the spirit of the age and been at the forefront of a movement whose reach and urgency have only increased. Such activism and meetings with activists like Greta Thunberg may now be toned down, but are unlikely to go away. However he plays it from now on, King Charles ascends to the throne in partnership with the woman long considered to have been the love of his life. Camilla is now Queen Consort, a title confirmed by her mother-in-law during the Platinum Jubilee, resolving the long-held issue on how she should be known. It is easy to forget how close his love for her came to undermining the monarchy and thus the succession. The playboy prince who was persuaded, or perhaps persuaded himself, into what seemed the perfect fairy tale marriage to the young Lady Diana Spencer. But fairy tale it was not. And as it broke down, the confession of adultery by the heir to the throne took the monarchy to a new low.
Did you try to be faithful and honourable to your wife when you took on the vow of marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
And you were?
Yes. Until it became irretrievably broken down.
After the couple divorced, he needed to redefine his role. But that process was barely underway when Princess Diana was killed in a car crash in Paris. The repercussions of her death were profound. His sensitive, sympathetic response and the love and care he so visibly gave to their two sons brought public opinion back on his side. And with time and great tact, gained acceptance for his choice of partner and ultimately wife. They will reign together.
Any chance of any slowing down at all?
Well, I don't know. You may see it slowly, but surely.
Managing the family and all its dramas is another part of his inheritance. whether it's his brother Andrew with his reputation in tatters, or the relationship between the next generation of brothers, in particular keeping Prince Harry from drifting further away from his British family. It will require more of the tact and diplomacy of which the Queen had seemingly inexhaustible supplies. The new patriarch at the head of a multi-generational House of Windsor may find family one of his toughest assignments. The monarchy will look and feel very different, but the new king's greatest concern will not be the look or the style or the manner. It will be continuity.
Fascinating insight there into King Charles III. Well, we'll have more rolling coverage here on 7 throughout the afternoon.
But now we're taking you to a special documentary, The Queen Unseen.